that this is my job on a regular basis. I think this is the best region in the whole entire country. I think this is the best stadium in the whole entire world. I know we have the infrastructure. I know we have the hotels. I know we're centrally located. I know we have the corporate support, the community and city support. We're talking about earlier that this is
Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. It's Monday, February 5th, now 6:57 on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine, and for the next few hours, I'll be bringing you all of your live events, top stories, and headlines from around the world. So let's go ahead and get started to one of the top stories we're following this morning. According to U.S. Central Command, Sunday, U.S. Central Command forces conducted a strike in self-defense against a Houthi land attack cruise missile. U.S. forces also hitting 4 anti-ship cruise missiles, all of which were prepared to launch against ships in the Red Sea. Well, joining us this morning to shed light on this ongoing conflict is Senior Lecturer of Homeland Security and Criminal Justice at the University of New Haven, Mr. Ken Gray. Good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, Jeanne. Glad to be with you again.
A very busy weekend in the Red Sea. Could you give us an overview of weekend events and then explain what has happened in the latest?
Sure. So the latest round here really started on Friday when the United States conducted that promised response to the killing of 3 servicemen there at Tower 22 in Jordan. And during that attack, 86 different targets were attacked in both Iraq and in Syria. And then on Saturday and then on Sunday, the U.S. and U.K. switched their targets over to the Houthis down in Yemen, where 36 different targets were attacked on Saturday. And then on Sunday evening, an additional 4 or 5 targets were struck by the United States. So as you say, a very, very busy weekend here. Again, 2 different purposes. Friday's was focused in on sending a message about the attack on American servicemen. Saturday and Sunday was focused in on the Houthis and their continued harassment of commercial shipping there in the Red Sea.
And that leads me to my next question, Mr. Ken. For those that are unfamiliar with this conflict, it can kind of get confusing. A lot of conflicts going on in this region. Why is this one happening?
So with the Houthis are located in the western part of Yemen, and they have a very, very good position there as to be able to control shipping going in and out of the Red Sea. The Houthis have been a faction that has been at war with the Yemen government and also with Saudi Arabia for the last 10 plus years. And the Houthis have been flexing their muscles here with the fight there in the Gaza Strip, supporting their Hamas brothers. And so the Houthis have been making their influence felt by attacking commercial shipping going in the area. By the way, the commercial shipping impact has become really felt. The auto industries, Al Jazeera reported on a number of different industries that have been impacted by the Houthi activity there. They state that Geely, an EV manufacturer in China, has been impacted. That Michelin is not able to get supplies to make tires in their Spain locations. Suzuki, Tesla, and Volvo have all been impacted on parts delivery, and so they've had to delay manufacturing of automobiles at all those places. The energy sector has been impacted by the shipment of both natural gas and oil through the Red Sea. And then also commercial products have been affected with both the delay and causing the prices to rise.
Mr. Ken, when people hear that, it's kind of concerning. We've seen several wars started over just oil by itself, and then hearing that Michelin can't, export tires, all of these different things. Do you think this could lead to a war? We've already had tragedy with those 3 U.S. service members.
So we have, in effect, actually already entered into a regional war, although it's a very low-key war, in that the fighting, instead of being confined to the Gaza Strip in Israel, they have been having more or less continuous eruptions along their northern border there with Hezbollah. We see that over the period of the last several months, U.S. forces that are stationed in Jordan and forwardly deployed into Iraq and Syria, they have received over 160 attacks, with one of them finally getting through and killing American servicemen. You see the Houthis that continue with their harassment of commercial shipping here into the Red Sea. You see Iran being the puppet master behind a number of these different areas of outbreaks. And so the United States has confronted Iran, but not really. We really have not attacked them directly. We gave them warning so the IRGC could get out of the area before our planned response on Friday. And so in reality, Iran is the one that is pushing this towards a regional conflict, and that really we're seeing what is de facto a low-scale regional conflict already breaking out.
And many confused, what exactly does Iran want out of all of this? Because it seems that they keep having different requests, and then obviously we're having to retaliate. It's like a toddler who doesn't get their way. You know, they're requesting this, they don't get it, and then now they're throwing a temper tantrum, and we're having to retaliate.
So Iran, when they had the Iranian Revolution back in 1979, they see themselves as the leader of the Islamic Revolution across all Muslim countries. The problem is that they are Shia Muslim, as opposed to 85% of the Muslim population being Sunni. So they do not accept Iran as a leader of the Muslim world. Nonetheless, Iran is leading this axis of resistance against Israel with the intention of trying to become more of a leader in the Muslim world. So I see this more as a dynamic of who is going to be in charge of the Muslim world, who will lead the Muslim revolution here. And Iran is making a play for that through their activities in this axis of resistance. If they succeed in attacking Israel, of causing Israel to be displaced, then Iran will become the preeminent leader of the Muslim world.
When you talk about that, who will be the leader of the Muslim world, Mr. Ken? We already have different organizations, different terrorist organizations that are trying to be at the forefront of this. Do you see these different terrorist organizations coming together to fight against the U.S. and Britain with this, or do you see them even combating each other to be number one?
So they all act independent of one another. They are all following their own agendas, but they are doing so with the support and the assistance of Iran. And so the Kataib Hezbollah, located in Iraq there, they are attacking U.S. forces because U.S. forces have been in Iraq. The other axis of resistance members, like the Houthis, they are carrying out their activities for their own reasons, but they're doing so with weapons that are being supplied by Iran. So Iran is the puppet master, but they are affecting these operations by various militant factions by providing them with logistics, with weapons, and with technical assistance. IRGC is going out providing that technical assistance.
So what's next in this fight? What will it take for these airstrikes to scale back?
So it does not appear that the airstrikes against the Houthis have made much of an impact on their continued control of shipping through the Red Sea. So unless we are willing to go in there and actually put boots on the ground and strike out against the Houthis themselves, I see them continuing to harass shipping in this area. We can dump a lot of ordnance on the Houthis, and the Houthis seem to be able to withstand that and continue moving around these portable systems and continuing their operations. Really, we've got to stop Iran from supplying these weapons to countries like Yemen, like the Houthis in Yemen, to stop them from doing these attacks. If they did not have a continuous supply of these weapon systems, then their ability to launch these attacks would dry up.
I know you mentioned putting boots on the ground, and again, we've already lost those 3 U.S. service members. Obviously, we want to support the troops and bring them home. Would that be the best course of action, Mr. Ken, knowing that that could potentially impact more troops in a deadly way?
So one has to ask what our real interests are in this area. And our real interest in this area is to continue to support Israel and their continued right to exist, continued ability to conduct commerce by having access to this route through the Red Sea. But really, do we need to be putting boots on the ground there? The United States was already in the process of trying to remove troops from Iraq, and the continued harassment there of U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria really is to try to hasten our exit from that area. So I do not see us wanting to get into a regional conflict in this area, even though we seem to be sleepwalking towards a regional conflict. Really, we have to ask ourselves, do we need to be in this area other than supporting Israel? And I think the answer is, as long as commercial shipping is able to continue on in the Red Sea, as long as Israel has the right to exist and is able to defend its borders, then besides that, our interest in there is strictly that of trying to keep the peace in this area, but not be sucked into this regional conflict.
Great perspective and insight there, Mr. Ken. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, I think that we will see a continuation of these type of bombing campaigns against the Houthis and missile campaigns against the Houthis. If they should succeed with hitting one of our ships, then we're into a completely different ball game. Then it becomes much more serious, and we'll be finding ourselves being sucked into this regional conflict.
Great perspective there, Mr. Ken Gregan. Thank you so much for joining us this morning on Live Now from Fox, keeping the viewers informed. And of course, we are keeping a close eye on these missile attacks. Thank you for joining us. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
The time now 7:10 on the East Coast. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. It's Monday, February 5th. We're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and when we come back, continuing with live events, top stories, and headlines of the day. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time 7:12 on the East Coast. Good morning to you if you are just now tuning in. Transitioning to another top story of the day on your screen, a live look at the U.S. Capitol. Well, they have a deal and it's in writing. Negotiators in the Senate have released a massive new bill that would address the border crisis and provide more aid to both Israel and Ukraine. President Biden is on board, but as Doug Luzada reports from Capitol Hill this morning, the Speaker of the House has declared it dead on arrival. Doug, good morning to you.
Good morning. This bill just came out late yesterday. It clocks in at about $118 billion, about 370 pages long, and we could see an initial vote on this as early as Wednesday. It's images like these in an election year that finally got President Biden all in on a border deal. Even before the final text was released last night, the White House signaled its support.
If that gets sent to the president's desk, he will sign that.
The deal would provide additional funding for Ukraine and Israel, but its border provisions will grab the headlines. It would make it tougher for immigrants to make asylum claims and speed up the processing. There's funding to hire hundreds of new border agents and provide money for cities that are inundated now with immigrants. And the president could shut down the border, but only if average daily crossings exceed 5,000. Posting on X, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson wrote, "I've seen enough. The bill is even worse than we expected."
The president has the authority right now. He doesn't need another act of Congress. He could do it right now.
And critics aren't just coming from the right. Some progressives argue the immigration provisions go too far, and some oppose additional aid to Israel. And at the same time, the House is moving forward in its effort to impeach Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas for failing to secure the border. This week, this bill needs 60 votes to overcome a filibuster, and that requires a combination of Republicans and Democrats to get it across that hurdle. Back to you guys.
All right, Doug Luzader with Fox News. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We know talks and discussions about this migrant crisis heating up, and we appreciate you joining us to keep us informed. Doug, you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, you too.
The time now 7:15 on the East Coast, and we have a new live feed coming through our studios. Coming out of Jerusalem, there on your screen, you see that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is there, and we also see French Foreign Minister there, Stéphane Séjourné. Let's listen in.
Medical assistance, and of course our cooperation on the question of Lebanon. So we have a lot to talk about.
Exactly. I will use French, but if it's okay for you.
No problem.
Perfect.
I'll check your translation.
Okay.
It's usually very good.
Non, merci beaucoup, monsieur le Premier ministre, pour ce rendez-vous. C'est important pour nous.
המפגש הזה שהוא חשוב עבורנו, מכיוון שאנחנו נמצאים ברגע חשוב. אתה מכיר את עמדות צרפת, היא עמדה עקבית. מאז שפגשת את נשיא הרפובליקה שחזר על דבריו בצרפת. גינתה באופן מאוד חזק את אירועי ה-7 באוקטובר. הפיגוע של 7 באוקטובר, אנחנו גם ארגנו עם נשיאת האספה הלאומית שהיא חברה במפלגה שלי, הפגנה גדולה נגד האנטישמיות. הייתה זאת הצלחה, ואמרתי זאת לשרים השונים שפגשתי. אני לא מכיר תקדים כזה באירופה. מבחינה זו אני סבור
entre nous, les Français, réussi à montrer le soutien et l'amitié d'Israël dans cette réaction contre le terroriste de la République rendra hommage aux 42 de nos compatriotes morts le 7 février prochain.
באוקטובר ב-7 בפברואר הקרוב. ובמסגרת הזו, זה הביקור הראשון שלי.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, the French Foreign Minister meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu out in Jerusalem. We're told they're having discussions over conflict and concern in the Middle East. It started off in English, but now translation is ongoing in Hebrew and French. So unfortunately, we won't be able to continue this feed. But nevertheless, bringing you everything live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Transitioning now to another top story of the day. Speaking of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, is the perfect segue to continue the latest of the Israel-Hamas war. There on your screen, a live look out in Gaza this morning, the Israel-Gaza border. You can see the Israeli flags blowing there in the distance, and then that hazy area, that's where the conflict continues at this hour. Israeli Defense Forces giving the latest information as they work to defeat Hamas. I want to play that for you now.
has aligned itself with Hamas and has chosen to commit acts of terror against Israel. Hezbollah is trying to divert our attention from the war in Gaza, disrupting the life of Israeli residents of the north. The aggression and attacks carried out by Hezbollah are fully backed by Iran and are the service to the Iranian regime that wishes to harm Israel. Over the last 3 months, Hezbollah has attacked the north of Israel, relentlessly firing rockets, mortars, and anti-tank missiles at Israeli communities and military outposts. These acts of terrorism are taking place in parallel to Israel's war against Hamas in Gaza, have led to an internal displacement of many Israeli civilians who have not been able to safely return to their homes. Therefore, the IDF, responding in self-defense, has engaged in very intense fighting on the northern front with the goal of reshaping security of the area that residents of the north can safely return to their homes. This is the Lebanese border, and this is the area of southern Lebanon where the Litani and Zahrani River flow. According to the UN Security Council Resolution 1701, following the Second Lebanon War, the presence of armed Hezbollah operatives south of the Litani River is prohibited. Despite the UN resolution, Hezbollah turned southern Lebanon into its main stronghold and built a number of terror systems in this area, from military posts to military bases to weapon facilities, while launching rockets that threatened the state of Israel. As the Gaza war began, understanding that Hezbollah may seek to perpetrate terror against our population, we deployed a large number of land, air, naval intelligence forces along the northern border. And indeed, Hezbollah launched attacks against Israel and joined the war. In response to these attacks and using preemptive strikes, the IDF has been operating to destroy their operational capabilities in southern Lebanon. Since the beginning of the war, the IDF has carried out three main efforts in the north. The defensive effort, during which we have created a new defensive measures along the border. The offensive effort, during which we have targeted Hezbollah's forces and are damaging its military capabilities. And the readiness effort to prepare for a war on the northern border. Since October 7th, we have been engaging in a new defensive effort along the border with Lebanon to protect residents of the north and damage Hezbollah's capabilities. In this context, we have deployed 3 divisions along the border. We are preventing Hezbollah's attacks along the border, attempting to enter into Israel, to fire anti-tank missiles towards Israeli communities, IDF positions, and to launch rockets at Israel. So far, we have struck more than 150 terrorist cells and eliminated over 200 terrorists and commanders in southern Lebanon. Our policy is clear. Those who pose a threat will be targeted. The second effort is our offensive operations. Since the start of the war, we have struck over 3,400 military targets belonging to the Hezbollah terrorist organizations across the southern Lebanon. Looking at the southern Lebanon, it is a complex area with several towns and communities, most of which are connected to the Shia population in Lebanon. Like Hamas, Hezbollah has also embedded its terrorist infrastructure with the civilian population in Lebanon to make it difficult to target Hezbollah military assets. Our strikes are carried out based on precise intelligence with the goal of damaging Hezbollah's capability, not causing harm to the civilian population. We know how to strike any site used by Hezbollah for terrorist activities. We are striking 3 main groups of Hezbollah targeted. The first is Hezbollah's forces along the border. This includes Hezbollah's observation and offensive positions, which are used to attack Israeli communities. We have targeted about 120 observation positions along the border. The second group of targets is Hezbollah's weapon storage facilities. These facilities are used to store various weapons, including missiles with various ranges, UAVs, weapons, and explosives. Since the beginning of the war, we have destroyed about 40 weapon storages that Hezbollah hid along the border. Hezbollah's weapon storages facilities were struck. You can see the secondary explosions caused by the detonation of the missiles stored in this site. The third group of targets is Hezbollah's military command and control centers, which are the heart of the organization's military activities, used to manage attacks Hezbollah's forces against Israel in both war and routine situation. So far, we have struck over 40 command and control centers used by terror operatives. we are also targeting significant central infrastructures belonging to Hezbollah, including the terrorist organization's aerial unit responsible for launching UAVs towards Israeli territory. In one strike, we targeted an airstrip used by the unit and eliminated the head of Hezbollah's Southern Lebanon aerial unit. In this video, you can see terrorists unloading UAVs from a vehicle, moving them into civilian building in the heart of a Lebanese town and preparing them for a launch. The Israeli Air Force struck the terrorists and stopped the launch attempt. Hezbollah endangers the residents of southern Lebanon, and we will continue to operate to prevent the terror of Hezbollah there as well. We struck a facility used to store advanced surface-to-air missiles that Hezbollah hid, intending to harm operations of the Israeli Air Force. The IDF has been striking other sensitive targets belonging to Hezbollah, which I cannot detail for security reasons. In parallel to strikes in Lebanon, we are operating to stop the supply chain of Hezbollah's weapons and missiles. Most of these weapons are smuggled by land and air from Iran to Syria and from there into Lebanon. In clear violation of UN Resolution 1701, Iran provides weapons to all the proxies in the Middle East. These weapons are not only used against the State of Israel, but against all of the Middle East. We have witnessed Iran's proxies posing the threat to both regional and international stability. Occasionally, Hamas operatives in Syria attempt to smuggle weapons into Lebanon. We identified these deliveries and targeted them using various methods which I will not detail before they reach Hezbollah. We are targeting Hezbollah's infrastructures in Syria as well. Since the beginning of the war, we have struck more than 50 such targets across Syria from the air and the land. We are also operating to ensure our operational achievements and to prevent Hezbollah from rebuilding. We will continue to operate wherever Hezbollah is. We will continue to operate throughout the Middle East, preventing all threats on Israel. What is true for Lebanon is true for Syria, and it is true for additional places further away. For example, about a month ago, we eliminated Hezbollah's cell in Syria. The third and final effort is increasing our readiness for war. While we would prefer diplomatic solutions, we will not hesitate to respond with force. War is not our first priority, yet we are ready for it. For the past 3 months, the Northern Command is cooperating with the Israeli Air Force, the intelligence, the Israeli Navy, and other branches of the IDF has been conducting a series of training and exercises to ensure that if given the order, we can transition to an immediate and significant operation. All the efforts I have described have already led an improved security situation in the north, which will continue to take shape in the future. We will not return to the security situation on October 6th, when Hezbollah threatened Israeli civilians in the north and deceived the world. Hezbollah made a grave mistake when he decided to stand with Hamas, partnering with kidnappers and rapists who carried out an unprovoked and immoral attack on Israel. We have made the decision to focus on Gaza and the efforts to dismantle Hamas. This decision is still valid. That is where the 136 hostages are. And our ultimate mission is to bring them home. Just as we are responsible to keep our citizens safe, Hezbollah is responsible for the price the Lebanese civilians may pay. Hezbollah is turning southern Lebanon into a terrorist stronghold. Just as we have fought against Hamas strongholds in Gaza, We will not accept the danger posed to our residents, and we will fight Hezbollah and all other terrorist groups that wish to harm Israel. We will return to security using all means at our disposal.
So that was the very latest from the IDF discussing their fight against Hamas. On your screen right now, a live look out in Gaza as the Israel-Hamas war rages on. The time now 7:29 on the East Coast. We're going to go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, continuing with those top stories of the day. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Turning now to your morning political headlines as we work to keep you informed. Nevadan voters will gather Tuesday to choose their preferred candidate in the primary. But 2 days later, they will also vote in the state's traditional caucuses, usually one of the first nominating contests on the presidential election calendar, due to a dispute between the state government and the Nevada Republican Party. The unusual system and the quirks that come with it mean the Silver State's outcome is unlikely to be a surprise in the path to the Republican presidential nomination. Well, joining us this morning to break all of this down is political analyst Fred Hicks. Fred, good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning. Glad to be back.
So let's start off with Tuesday. Tomorrow, people will gather in Nevada for this Democratic primary. Explain what this is and what will take place.
Absolutely. So tomorrow is the first contest in the West. We've already had Iowa, New Hampshire, and South Carolina. And so now the presidential calendar moves to the West. And this is important for both sides, both parties, because the Nevada primary represents an opportunity for labor and for the West Coast to really express itself and their opinions about who should be the nominee for each side. So tomorrow's going to be really interesting. And as you mentioned, on the Republican side, due to the way that things are split, we're not really expecting much of a surprise.
And can you further break that down for us? I mean, we are used to seeing Republicans in this state, but now seeing the Democratic side. And then we also saw over the weekend the things going on in South Carolina, just an ever-developing situation. It could be confusing to the voters to understand the importance of it.
Absolutely. So in 2020, Nevada had a caucus, and then they decided after 2020 on the Republican side to switch to a primary, because a caucus, like in Iowa, is where people have to get together at one specific set time across the state and submit their information or their ballots for whom they'd like to support. Whereas a primary is like a normal election day. People go to their precincts and they vote throughout the day, and they is often an early voting period. And so what happened in Nevada was that after 2020, the state decided to go to a primary, Well, on the Republican side, the state Republican Party said they did not want to switch from a caucus to a primary. And so, in effect, what's happening this week is on Tuesday, you have a primary, and on the Republican side, on Thursday, you're going to have a caucus. And then they went one step further and said that candidates who decide to appear in one cannot appear in the other. And so in the case, again, on the Republican side, for example, Nikki Haley is on the primary ballot, and by electing to do so, she's not in the caucus, and former President Donald Trump decided to be on the caucus ballot, so he's not on the primary ballot.
You explained that perfectly, and hearing that, there's a lot of controversy surrounding that. So can you explain why there's controversy with the primary and then the caucus happening 2 days later, and then people not being able to participate in both of them?
So what's really interesting about this is that the state will recognize the winner of the primary, but the party and thus the delegates will only recognize the winner of the caucus. And because Nikki Haley elected to be in the primary rather than the caucus, it is pretty much a de facto win for Donald Trump. Now, what's important about this is that prior to the more than a dozen or so candidates on the Republican side dropping out and narrowing the field to just Donald Trump and Nikki Haley, there was a lot of protests. There were a lot of there was a lot of unhappiness on the part of the non-Donald Trump Republican candidates about the decision by the Nevada Republican Party, and so many had already indicated that they were not going to participate in the caucus because the caucus setup is heavily favors Donald Trump. And so what you're going to have in this situation, if it goes as expected, is that Nikki Haley will win the primary but not receive any delegates, and thus it will not advance her cause or her effort to win the primary, and Donald Trump will win the caucus, which will move him much closer to clinching the Republican nomination.
And I was going to ask you, is there one that's more important than the other when you see that some are choosing to partake in the primary and others choosing to partake in the caucus? Is there one that weighs a little bit more when it comes to getting those nominations?
Absolutely. So the caucus will weigh significantly more than the primary because the caucus is what will award the delegates to the winner. And so for Nikki Haley, again, if she were to win tomorrow, she's not going to be on the caucus ballot. So she does not, her vote count, her delegate count will not change based on what happens this week. And Donald Trump, again, if it goes as expected, his count will go up and he'll move closer to clinching nomination. So from a delegate math perspective, which is the math that matters, the caucus is way more important.
Look, you are educating us this morning, Fred. So I want to ask you, as people are looking ahead to Tuesday and Thursday, what should they be keeping a close eye on? What do you expect to happen at these events?
So for the primary on Tuesday, what would be really interesting is if Nikki Haley beats out the vote count for the no candidate listed. So on the Republican primary ballot, you'll have Nikki Haley, and you'll also have an option to basically cast a protest vote. And so for the Donald Trump supporters, they're trying to, and the Republican Party of Nevada, they're trying to encourage people to vote in the primary and select the non-Nikki Haley option. And so that, let's just say for easy math, if Nikki Haley has 5 or 50,000 votes and then the no candidate listed has 100,000 votes, that will really damage Nikki Haley's candidacy. And so that's the big thing to watch on Tuesday. On Thursday, the big thing to watch will be really the percentage of the caucus that Donald Trump wins and where he wins his votes throughout Nevada. What we saw in Iowa was that in the most conservative parts of the state, Donald Trump did very well. In the areas around colleges and universities, and I consider a little bit more moderate on the Republican side, he did not fare as well. And so if you're looking ahead and you're thinking about or trying to prognosticate for November, where Donald Trump gets his votes on Thursday will be very significant. And if Nikki Haley is able to surpass the no candidate listed on Tuesday, then that will also indicate a bit of strength for her. So despite the outcome pretty much being in the bag for Tuesday and Thursday, there's a lot to look for in both the results from both Tuesday and Thursday.
Looking at the candidates on the Democratic side, we're pretty much only hearing about Joe Biden, and that was evident over the weekend with those events. But on the Republican side, we are still discussing Nikki Haley and Donald Trump. Do you think that Nikki Haley is still a contender in her fight to the White House?
So for now, she is. I think most of us believe that Donald Trump will be the eventual nominee. But again, there are definitely things to look for this week in Nevada. And then once we move past this, it'll be interesting to see how she performs in states that are a little bit less conservative. South Carolina was the most conservative state in the union with respect to the primary calendar, the early calendar. And so she was not expected to do well, even though she was a former governor there. On the Democratic side, South Carolina was the state that delivered the presidency, or the nomination for Joe Biden, and he did very well on Saturday against Marianne Williamson and the other candidates out there. So South Carolina's done, Iowa, New Hampshire's done, and now we get into the thick of the contest, which is leading up to Super Tuesday, which is about a month from now.
Fred, I know you've explained that political backing is so important in these events, and we've seen that those who have dropped out of the race, such as Vivek Ramaswamy, even though they have slandered former President Trump's name, they're still backing him in that race to the White House. Are you seeing that or thinking that anyone will back Haley and help propel her forward?
I'm not expecting much more in the way of support for Nikki Haley throughout this contest. You have a number of candidates who are starting to jockey for vice president and a place in a Trump cabinet. So with it looking like Donald Trump is going to be the nominee, people are lining up along their interest, and they're thinking already ahead to 2028. Whereas whether Donald Trump wins or loses now is not expected that he will be back in 28. And if he wins the nomination and wins the presidency, he can't run again in 28. If he wins the nomination and he loses, he'll be a two-time loser. And so people are thinking, all right, let me go ahead and lock in support in his cabinet. And if I can't get a cabinet position, at least let me go ahead and start lining up his voters and his supporters for 2028. So what you're seeing right now is people are not really thinking as much about 24. They're looking ahead for the next 4 years.
Political analyst Fred Hicks, thank you so much for joining us this morning on Live Now from Fox. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Well, make sure you get out and vote if you're in Nevada, and make sure your voice is heard.
Absolutely, Fred. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
The time now 7:41 on the East Coast. We're going to go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, continuing with those live events, top stories, and headlines. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with top stories and headlines of the day, we switch gears this morning to learn the latest from NASA and the unknown. Joining us to break it all down is Tom Newman. He's the NASA Deputy Director of NASA Goddard's Earth Sciences Division. Tom, good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, and thanks for having me.
So, Tom, we've seen all of the beautiful pictures that you all get with the data, and we even know about all of the launches that are going on. Can you break all of this down specifically for the PACE mission? We hear all of these different missions, and we don't know if they correlate or if they are all separate. Just dumb it down for us this morning.
Hey, I'm happy to. PACE is NASA's, or will be NASA's, most recent Earth science mission up in space, and that stands for the Plankton, Aerosol, Cloud, and Ocean Ecosystem Mission. So down in Florida, certainly the ocean ecosystem is a big part of your world and your day-to-day. PACE will be able to do things like track harmful algal blooms, help scientists measure the concentration of phytoplankton in the water, and just generally keep track of the health of our oceans globally.
Tom, how does all of this data work together? So we know you all have the satellites. Does sometimes the data conflict and you have to choose one over the other, or does this help make it more exact for you all?
You know, PACE is going to let us look at the oceans in a way we've never been able to before, at much higher resolution, with different colors of light, not just, red, green, blue, whatever, but hundreds and hundreds of different wavelengths we'll be able to measure at the same time. And you make a great point that all of these observations of the Earth tell us a little bit different thing about how the planet works, and taking them all together allows us to understand how the different parts of the Earth system work together. The atmosphere, the ocean, the land, fresh water, all of those pieces, they're all part of one big Earth system.
As you all work to uncover new life forms, I know you all also working to protect life forms already here on Earth, humans, to be specific. How will this data and PACE help those that are wanting to live near water as we have events such as hurricanes, water spouts, etc.?
Yeah, so what PACE will really be helpful for in terms of helping humans will be things like water quality. Harmful algal blooms, that keep us off the beaches and out of the water. PACE data will help us better track and predict those. In addition, PACE will also be measuring those little particles in the atmosphere that we call aerosols, and those directly impact air quality globally, right? So whether it's sea salt or it's smoke from wildfires or dust, PACE will allow scientists to measure how those particles move around in concentrations and affect air quality.
How long will it take for you all to complete this mission? When does it start?
Yeah, so launch is scheduled for tomorrow morning, bright and early at 1:33:32 a.m. From right down by you in Florida, actually. PACE will take about 60 days to get through its commissioning and start turning out that science quality data. And if all goes well, PACE will be collecting data for many years to come, but its mission requirement is 3 years.
So cool and interesting. And I want to ask you, as NASA is working to get all of this data, I know many times you hear from those in the community that are fascinated. What can we do to help? Is there anything that we're doing that's harming you all's data, such as pollution or putting things in the ocean that kind of harms you all's data? Or is there anything we could be doing more of to help you all uncover more?
That's a great question. NASA data will track things like human pollution or human influences on the climate. That's part of the Earth system. It's part of what we measure and what we want to understand. So I don't think there would be anything I'd point to that is compromising the data that we're doing. Certainly, anytime we can make choices that help with water quality or with air quality, that helps everyone. That those little smoke particles or aerosol particles can impact particularly folks who are sensitive to poor air quality. But it impacts all of us, and PACE will help characterize and measure those changes.
Tom, thank you so much for joining us this morning on Live Now from Fox. Is there anything else you'd like to add and that the viewers need to be keeping a close eye on as they follow NASA and its missions?
You can always follow NASA online at nasa.gov. And NASA Earth Science is present on the social media on your favorite channel. We're at NASA Earth.
Tom, I will say it's always cool as we air the launches here on Live Now so we can see it live, raw, and unfiltered. Tom, thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure this will not be the last time we speak with you. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Have a great day, and thanks for having me.
Thank you, you too. The time now 7:48 on the East Coast. We have to take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but when we come back, continuing with those live events from around the world. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. It is Monday, February 5th, and we always appreciate you tuning in to get those live events, top stories, and headlines of the day. Right now, I want to head out to an event that occurred this morning before we came on the air. We're taking a look as the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, commonly known as the OECD. They focus on international organization, and they're talking about how they're working to build better policies for better lives around the world. Let's listen in.
Efforts to control spending growth and well-designed fiscal frameworks are necessary to ensure fiscal sustainability and to be able to respond adequately to future shocks, as well as to provide the necessary levels of investment to manage the structural transformations in our economy. The priority should be to preserve resources for investments in education and in the climate transition. Education, skills and human capital are central foundations for growth and productivity and for ensuring merit-based social mobility and equality of opportunity for people across society. The latest results from the OECD Programme for International Student Assessment, PISA, show an unprecedented drop in student performance across the OECD from 2018 to 2022. Test scores of 15-year-olds declined in mathematics by the equivalent of 9 months' worth of education, and in reading by 6 months' worth of education. Policies need to promote the learning of digital skills, parental involvement, and targeted effective investment in education. And we need continued and increased investment to support ambitious and globally effective action on climate change. We need to deploy the full arsenal of available policy instruments to tackle climate change, ensuring that all relevant price and non-price-based policy instruments are aligned to help optimize global emissions reduction outcomes on the path to net zero. And we need to reinvigorate international trade. Global trade as a share of GDP has stagnated since 2017, while trade restrictions have risen significantly. Import restrictions affected 11% of G20 goods imported in 2022. That is up from 0.7% in 2009. So 11% in 2022, up from 0.7% in 2009. The number of export restrictions on critical raw materials was 5 times as high in 2020 as it was in 2009. We need to always remember the value of global trade and well-functioning global markets when it comes to securing strong, sustainable and resilient growth and the lifting of living standards across the world. With that, I now pass the floor to Claire to deliver the details of our analysis. Claire.
Thank you, Secretary General. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to take you through our interim economic outlook published today. In our last outlook, I focused on the twin challenges of inflation and low growth. And today we will update this view, as well as look at the medium and longer term foundations for growth, especially education and human capital. So let's start with the issue that poses most concern for people and businesses, inflation. And here there is good news. Inflation is coming down. Over the last few outlooks, one of the key messages was the need to rein in inflation. And as you can see on the left-hand side, headline inflation has been falling for most major advanced economies, while Japan is seeing normalization after a long period of low inflation. On the right-hand side panel, you can see the evolution of core inflation. That is inflation excluding the most volatile components, food and energy. This has proved more sticky, but is now also beginning to fall. Of course, it's not a done deal, as inflation remains too high, but it is welcome that it is now falling. As you can see here in our inflation projections, while the path may not be completely smooth, in most G20 economies we expect inflation to converge back to target levels. Of course, there are a couple of outliers in Argentina and Turkey, as you see on the right. For the US and euro area, we project inflation of 2.2% and 2.6% respectively this year, with inflation falling further in 2025. Now let's turn to our growth projections. Data in the last 2 months leaves the overall picture little changed since our last presentation in November. That's why you see a field of yellow bars in this slide. For most G20 economies, the changes have been small. Overall, global growth was remarkably resilient last year, but is now moderating slightly. The global economy is estimated to have grown by 3.1% last year. We expect slower growth this year at around 2.9%. The main reason for this slowdown is the effects of monetary policy tightening needed to reduce inflation and a slowing of the Chinese economy. In 2025, we expect widespread easing of monetary policy as inflation reduces further. Falling inflation means a steady recovery in real incomes, which will support global growth, and we expect global GDP to grow by around 3% in 2025. Within these headline numbers, there will be differences across countries and areas. Let's take a closer look at some of these differences. So starting with the United States, as an energy exporter, the US economy has not suffered the same shock in response to rising energy prices as European economies. And government and household spending have supported stronger cyclical growth. As you see on the left-hand side, US fiscal policy became more supportive in 2023, in part due to the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act and the CHIPS Act. And the chart on the right-hand side shows US households have been spending significantly more of their excess pandemic-related savings than households in other countries. Both factors, government and household spending, fueled domestic demand and supported economic activity. Going forward, we expect growth in private consumption and investment to moderate in response to the effects of tighter monetary and financial conditions. As a result, as you see on the left-hand side, we expect a slightly weaker 2024 and disinflation to continue so that by 2025, both headline and core inflation should be back at target. Near-term growth prospects are weaker in the euro area. Europe has been hit hard by the energy shock, given its previous dependence on Russian supply. Activity is expected to remain subdued amid tight credit markets. GDP growth is projected at 0.6% this year, before picking up to 1.3% next year as real incomes strengthen. Lower growth in the euro area than in the US partly reflects lower trend growth, also due to an aging population. As in the US, headline and core inflation are expected to fall. We expect inflation to be back at target by the end of 2025. Let's turn to Japan, where the return of inflation is good news. After a long period of very low inflation and worries over deflation, Japan may be at a turning point. With inflation shown on the right-hand side more likely to settle durably at around 2% than at any time since the beginning of the 1990s. Domestic demand will be the main driver of growth in 2024 and 2025, but with weak external demand, growth is expected to lower to around 1% this year and next. Now to China, where the country is facing some deep-rooted economic challenges. The left-hand side chart shows growth in real estate investments, which have been in a prolonged downturn since 2021. Fast growth in property sectors in earlier years has generated excess capacity, particularly in smaller cities. The ongoing adjustments in the real estate sector will likely persist for several years and continue to weigh on residential investment and private consumption. The right-hand side chart shows foreign direct investments in China, which have been negative for the last 18 months as foreign investors withdraw investment from the country. This reduces the prospect for higher growth in the short and medium term. These weaknesses, combined with an ageing population, weigh on growth, reducing expected trend growth in the future. In the next 2 years, China is expected to grow at an annual rate below 5%. This, as you can see, is a marked drop from the 8 to 10% achieved annually.
If you're just now tuning in to Live Now from Fox, we are out in Paris, France, as the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development gave an update for their fiscal year. The time now 8 o'clock on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine, and I'll be here for the next few hours to give you all of those top stories, live events, and headlines from around the world. And speaking of headlines, we're going to switch gears right now to a top story we are following right here on Live Now from Fox. According to U.S. Central Command, on Sunday, U.S. Central Command forces conducted a strike in self-defense against a Houthi land attack cruise missile. U.S. forces also hitting 4 anti-ship cruise missiles, all of which were prepared to launch against ships in the Red Sea. Joining us live to shed light on this ongoing conflict and break it down is former U.S. Army Colonel Joe Buccino. Joe, good morning. As always, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thanks. The back and forth here continues, and right now it's up to Iran to determine the next steps. We're waiting to see what Iran does.
Joe, as you mentioned, next steps, what could those include? Because it's been a very active weekend with strikes from both sides.
Well, we are going to do, Central Command is going to do another pass here. It's going to continue bombing these targets in Iraq and Syria. There'll be one more pass there. We're also gathering intelligence, analyzing what the Iranian leadership is saying in signals that we pick up, communications we pick up. We're seeing who's moving around, what the next steps are, how much damage we caused, and what we need to hit again.
Joe, how did we even get to this point, and where does this conflict stem from? Many people confused about what is the real issue.
Well, the real issue here is Iran. So we've got these Shia groups operating in Iraq and Syria that are attacking our forces. We've got the Houthis in Yemen. The Houthis are basically just a motorcycle gang in one of the poorest countries on earth. They've been causing problems for almost a decade, and Iran is sending them drones and very high-tech rockets and missiles that they've been using to attack commercial ships in the Red Sea. And Iran is the major hand behind these things. These groups and Iran are using the war in Gaza as a way to gain credibility in the region. So these groups, they're Shia groups. They don't really care about the Palestinian cause. They never have cared about the Palestinian cause. They're using this war in Gaza to gain credibility in the region and to attack American forces. And every time we bomb these targets, every time we bomb these Shia groups, they claim it as a victory. And it actually gives them a higher status in the region, that American forces are using all of their assets and multi-million-dollar weapon systems to attack them.
Joe, you mentioned the attack on American forces. With you being a retired U.S. Army colonel, you know, we've already lost 3 service members. Knowing how all of this works and what goes on behind closed doors, is the U.S. doing what they need to be doing to protect the troops that are out there, or would you say they need to do more?
Well, we need to do more. We need to strike Iran, because the groups that we're hitting now, they will reconstitute very quickly. And once they reconstitute, they're going to continue attacking our forces. This is something that Iran is going to, Iran kind of turns the dials up and down on these groups, directs them to go out, directs them to pull back. And once they're reconstituted, Iran is going to flush them with rockets and drones. Once again, once they reconstituted in that manner, which is only going to be a matter of weeks, they're going to continue attacking American troops. To keep American troops safe, we've got to hit inside Iran and make Iran feel pain and make Iran think about continuing to support these attacks on American troops.
Several things being impacted by this, including commerce. I want to ask you, has the worst happened with this conflict, or could it get deadlier and more severe?
Well, it could get a lot worse. Could get a lot worse. If you think about it, every time our troops are attacked inside these bases, they've got 60 seconds or less. You know, there's a warning that goes out. They've got 60 seconds or less to get underneath a cement bunker if they have one. So, you know, we could see more of our soldiers wounded and killed. We could also see this thing escalate into a wider war. You know, right now it's kind of just simmering beneath the surface between the United States and Iran. We can see this thing explode into a wider war. You know, you've also got other countries, other factions that are involved. Lebanese Hezbollah to Israel's south, to Israel's north, is firing rockets at Israel. So that could really heat up. That could really explode. You know, right now Baghdad is signaling that they want American troops out of Iraq. Okay, so that could be another flashpoint there. So this thing is on a razor's edge, and it could get worse.
Joe Buccino, I always enjoy speaking with you as you break the latest information down to the viewers. Is there anything else we need to be keeping a close eye on? I know sometimes the viewers, we see what's going on in real time and what, you know, the media is portraying. But again, I know you know a lot of what goes on behind closed doors and what could potentially happen in the coming days.
Well, the next few days are going to be important. We'll wait and see what happens. Iran has to render a decision right now. And doing nothing is a decision, okay? Responding forcefully is a decision. You know, we're hoping Iran does nothing. We're hoping that these Shia groups are quiet for a few days, you know, and then our bombing passes will continue in the meantime. So the next few days are going to be critical in this conflict.
Retired U.S. Army Colonel Joe Buccino, as always, we appreciate you joining Live Now from Fox to keep us informed. You enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time now 8:07 on the East Coast. And as we continue the discussion of regional conflict, I want to show you a live picture coming out of Jerusalem. The French foreign minister and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have actually been in talks all morning and in several meetings. There's expected to be a press conference there at the King David Hotel in Jerusalem. That's where you see that podium and the media there. We are awaiting more information on this, but of course, wanted to show you all this live picture of something we are awaiting as far as live events. And speaking about the conflicts in the Middle East, we know the foreign ministers actually met over the weekend, giving an update about the Israel-Hamas war and the latest developments coming out of the Russia-Ukraine war. Let's listen in now.
Africa and of course our Turkey relationship, which is extremely crucial also in this time and place. We will be also discussing the aid for Ukraine and how important it is that we keep on aiding Ukraine for as long as it's possible, but also we will be looking at the Middle East and what the situation is.
What does the Middle East, what does it mean if Israel intensifies its military action?
We are fully of the opinion that there should be no further escalation, and we have been calling for a humanitarian ceasefire. The situation in Gaza for the civilians is beyond words. We need to be opening, or we need to see that Israel will be helping to open further border crossings and rather de-escalating than escalating also in the area.
Would you also be ready to condemn the military action that Israel is doing?
Well, we trust that the judicial process will be doing its task and seeing which party is responsible for which actions ever. But Finland has been very loud and clear in calling for the humanitarian ceasefire, and also for Israel's responsibility not only in limiting the violence its settlers are causing in the West Bank, but also calling for Israel's responsibility in protecting civilians and letting aid get through.
It seems not to be on the agenda. The U.S. election should be done more to prepare for a potential Trump zero in the White House.
Sorry, so in which context? So
Trump might be returning to the White
yeah.
House. Should we be talking more about the for this ceasefire?
Well, the thing is, the U.S. is a democracy, and we value democracy very, very highly. And therefore, it's the people in America who have the right to choose their president. And we, in the European Union, it's our task to concentrate on our issues and on the things that we can influence. And for instance, what comes to security and foreign policy, we need to become stronger, especially when it comes to our own deterrence and defense. And this is not whatsoever to say that we need to weaken the transatlantic link. On the very contrary, if we do more here, I'm sure it will strengthen the transatlantic link within NATO and also in so many other areas. And we need to take this responsibility now very, very seriously, independent of the election result in the US, in the upcoming elections and in the future. So, what? Which? Finland has been calling for the maximum amount we can achieve. So the main idea is that by aiding Ukraine, we are aiding ourselves, and we are ramping up our own defense and our own deterrence also for the future. It is extremely important that we are scaling up our defense industry, and now that we are in the short and medium term aiding Ukraine, it helps us getting orders in also for our own cause for the future. And we have been calling for a European response for this. Of course, there has been bilateral aid. Finland has also been one of the strongest donors to Ukraine when it comes to military materials and defense materials. But we need to do European-wide burden sharing. And we think that this long-term 20 billion commitment would have been a fantastic achievement. But whatever we can do on a common basis, we are there. Well, the thing is, Finland joined NATO because we felt that we need this extra protection, even though we had been very strongly investing into our own defense for decades. But we saw that when Russia started this illegal invasion of Ukraine, the full-scale war, even though they had been, of course, actively waging war for almost a decade already, people realized that they are extremely unpredictable and aggressive. Now, Finland has never threatened Russia, and NATO is an alliance for defense. So we joined NATO in order to strengthen not only our security, but that of the entire northern flank of Europe. And then, of course, we're bringing our capabilities for the use of the entire alliance. Actually, yesterday we announced our peacetime mission in NATO. So now, what comes to the eastern border, Russia indeed after summer has been changing its policy what comes to, for instance, their border control. So they have been letting people without valid documentation reach the Finnish border and effectively cross the border. This is hybrid warfare. We can't have a third country, especially not a country like Russia who has self-declared that it's hostile towards us, choose on our behalf which people are to enter Finland or the European Union, the Schengen area or the NATO area. So therefore we had to react very promptly. We had to close the entire eastern border. And now we're looking for ways on how to legally allow for people who have the right to seek asylum, just like normally within Finland and also through other border crossings. I mean, the eastern border is not the only border we have. And the second thing, that we could go back to normal in the sense that we could have at least some openings open, so that border crossings open, so that we could have the chance for normal traffic. But unfortunately, Russia can't be blaming us here. It's them who have been causing the changes. Thank you.
Morning.
As a recent member of the European Parliament, it's a pleasure to be back in Brussels in these magnificent surroundings. I wanted to thank our Belgian hosts for the way they've prepared this gimmick of the Belgian presidency, and I'm looking forward to the discussions, informal ones, heart to heart, on, no doubt, the Middle East, the war in Ukraine, the Russian aggression against Ukraine, and the future of the European Union.
What would it mean if Israel intensifies its military actions towards Rafah?
Well, the most urgent issue right now is that we have American strikes against targets in the Middle East. What I can tell you about it is that Iran's proxies have played with fire for months and years, and it's now burning them.
Would you be ready to also condemn the military actions of Israel in Gaza?
Poland recognizes the statehood of both Israel and Palestine, and we hope to do our utmost to further a two-state solution.
Minister, one topic is not on the agenda, the prospect of Donald Trump returning to the White House. Shouldn't we be talking more about what that could mean for the European Union and how you can get prepared?
Surely you're not inviting me to interfere in the internal affairs of our biggest ally.
But that could have big consequences for the European Union as its defense.
Which setting for peace facility would you like to prepare? Would you like to see for peace facility? Which setting?
Oh, I supported the original proposal by the High Rep of a 20 billion peace facility, which, as the name indicates, is our European defense budget. European defense is an idea whose time has come. Thank you very much.
So that was the very latest from Foreign Affairs ministers speaking on the war in Gaza. And you also heard some comments about the Russia-Ukraine war. On your screen right now, it's 8:17 on the East Coast, a live look out at the Israel-Gaza border. We're going to take our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, continuing with those live events, top stories, and headlines of the day. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Continuing now with top stories of the day. Jury deliberations begin this morning in the trial of Jennifer Crumbley, the mother of the Oxford High School shooter who's facing 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. Fox's Robin Murdoch has been following this trial from the beginning and joins us live from Pontiac, Michigan. Robin, good morning.
Good morning. 7 days of testimony really comes down to this. Both the prosecution as well as the defense have laid their cards out on the table. They have both rested their cases. Now it is up to the jury to decide who they believe. The jury will begin meeting in about an hour from now inside the Oakland County Courthouse right behind me here in Pontiac to begin deciding the fate of Jennifer Crumbley, as you mentioned, the mother of the Oxford High School shooter. Now, the prosecution, they must prove that Jennifer Crumbley knew her son was having issues and bought him a gun anyway. Well, the defense says that there was no way that she could have predicted that this would be the end result, that this would happen. Now, this is the first time a parent has ever been charged with manslaughter in connection to a mass shooting committed by their child. Over the last several days, the jury has heard from more than 20 witnesses, everyone from school staff to police to Jennifer Crumbley, who took the stand in her own defense. They've seen 400 different exhibits. We're talking about pictures drawn by the shooter, his journal, a number of text messages, and even video of the shooting that left 4 students dead and injured 7 others. Very difficult time in that courtroom when that was played for everyone. Take a listen to a portion of closing arguments from Friday.
Can every parent really be responsible for everything their children do? Especially when it's not foreseeable, and this clearly was not foreseeable to Mrs. Crumbley.
Jennifer Crumbley told us whose gun that was. She told us when she posted on social media it was his Christmas present, and she told you in this trial. We actually saw the last day he was practicing to kill 4 of his classmates. And there was only one person with him, ladies and gentlemen, and her name is Jennifer Crumbley.
Now, Jennifer Crumbley is charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter stemming from that deadly shooting back on November 30th of 2021. She faces 15 years in prison if convicted on the charges. We are live here in Pontiac. I'm Robin Murdoch. I'll send it back to you.
Robin, thank you so much for keeping us informed, and we will be watching this trial as it unfolds. I know you've been following it from the very beginning. There was speculation that the parent would admit that they gave the gun to Ethan, which did happen. And I know, as you mentioned, that was one of the biggest things in this case for that admission. Wanting to ask you, I know that the trial continues today and you all will be covering it live. Once this ends, have you all heard anything about the father, or is that too close to call?
Well, concerning the father, they've kind of been doing a little bit of the pointing game in this trial as of late. Jennifer Crumbley is saying that it was, in fact, the husband who was the one who brought the 15-year-old to the gun store to buy the gun. It was the father who was responsible for making sure it was out of his reach, making sure it was locked up and the bullets were kept separately. So they are certainly trying to say that it was, in fact, James Crumbley who is responsible for what happened that day. He is set to go on trial, though, on March 5th. So certainly a lot going on with the story, and we will continue to follow it every step of the way. Back to you.
Yeah, and you've definitely been doing a great job there. Robin Murdoch there with Fox 2 Detroit. Robin, as always, we appreciate you keeping the viewers informed. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The time now 8:23 on the East Coast, and we have a new live event coming through our studios as we work to bring you live events from around the world right here on Live Now from Fox. This one coming out of Poland, as the European Union High Representative is holding a press conference with the Polish Foreign Minister. Again, this happening in Warsaw, Poland. Right now, they're discussing Ukraine. Let's listen in to see if we hear any translation.
Works. But keep in mind that more than 2 million people have been fed every day by hunger. And it's not only about Gaza, it's about Jordan, it's about Syria, it's about Lebanon. It's a matter for humanity, and for the European Union values, it also matters. Today, we also had an interesting exchange with civil society and think tanks and members of the parliament. You know that we are at the beginning of a super election year, where half of the world population will be voting, also for the European Parliament, at the beginning of June. allow me to expect to hope that Europeans will participate a lot in these elections. Also the US election, where we will not participate, but the consequences will affect us also a lot. 60 elections around the world will shape the future of mankind. And in this context, we discuss about the importance of the European Union-NATO cooperation and European Union-US policy. It is especially crucial in but also in the US. Thank you.
Szanowni Państwo, ze względu na napięty terminarz pana wysokiego przedstawiciela mamy czas tylko na dwa pytania. Dzielimy to na dwie strony. Pierwsze pytanie, szanowna pani.
Dzień dobry, Polsat News. Panie ministrze, pytanie o bałtycką linię obrony. Litwa, Łotwa i Estonia będą budowały taką linię w razie zagrożenia ataku ze strony Rosji. Pytanie, czy Polska też zamierza przystąpić do budowy takiej linii bałtyckiej, czy też jakoś inaczej wzmacniać granice Polski?
Ja byłem ministrem obrony, ale teraz nie jestem.
Panie ministrze,
Od pani się dowiaduję o tej nowej inicjatywie, więc pozwoli pani, że najpierw skonsultuję z ministrem obrony. Ale co do zasady, to, że Putin najechał najpierw na Gruzję, potem na Ukrainę, a teraz grozi Mołdawii, grozi Łotwie, pan Miedwiediew grozi Polsce, oznacza, że jak grożą, to trzeba to traktować poważnie. Mnie wojsko mówiło, że umocnienia się buduje dopiero, gdy już pojawia się zagrożenie, bo wtedy lepiej jest bardziej wiadomo, gdzie je budować. Ale myślę, że to jest pytanie do MON-u.
Szanowni Państwo, mikrofon jest po lewej stronie. Microphone is on left side. Proszę bardzo.
Dzień dobry, Karol Darmoros, Polskie Radio. Pytanie do obu panów o kolejny pakiet sankcji na Rosję i być może też na Białoruś. No, po weekendowych konsultacjach wiemy, że będą to raczej sankcje personalne, a nie sektorowe. I pytanie, kiedy te bardziej zdecydowane kroki zostaną podjęte, czy jest w ogóle przestrzeń do tego w ramach 27. Tutaj mówimy o konkretnych obszarach gospodarki i też zwiększeniu tej presji na Białoruś.
We are preparing a new package of sanctions against Russia. I was informed last Friday when we finished the meeting with ASEAN and on Saturday when we finished the GIMH meeting. Work is ongoing. It will affect many people and institutions, from personal sanctions, firms of different countries who participate on circumvention of sanctions, but there is still not a final agreement among member states, so they cannot go into detail, but every month there is a new package of sanctions against Russia in order to punish the ones who are responsible for the aggression against Ukraine and for the economic circuits that allow Russia to continue having the capacities to feed their military machine. So be sure that we are every month looking at that and taking measures.
Popieramy te wysiłki europejskie.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, we are live in Warsaw, Poland, as the EU High Representative is holding a press conference with the Polish Foreign Minister, discussing several topics related to international relations, including the Russia-Ukraine war and even the situation in Gaza. The time now 8:29 on the East Coast. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and when we come back, continuing with those top stories and headlines of the day. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Continuing now with the top story we're following of the day. Closing arguments concluded Friday in the trial against Jennifer Crumbley, whose son Ethan killed 4 people at his high school back in 2021. Well, court is expected to resume today with jury deliberations. Joining us to shed light on this case and what we can expect is Michigan trial attorney Jamie White. Jamie, good morning to you. Thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Of course, thanks for having me.
So a lot going on in this case. We initially saw Ethan, who was convicted, and then now his mother facing trial. It's all stemming from her being the reason he had the weapons in the first place. Can you give us the timeline of what brings us to this point and why his mother is now facing those 4 counts of manslaughter?
Yeah, absolutely. So, what we have here is a young man, which we've seen all over the country, take guns into the school and kill their fellow classmates for no reason at all. That unfortunately happened here in Michigan. The unique thing about this case is that they're trying to hold the parents responsible to some degree for his behavior. We've seen this happen in other sorts of cases where a parent may leave a weapon out and the young person gets a hold of it and shoots somebody intentionally or inadvertently. But the unique thing about this case is that there appeared to be warning signs that this young man had potential dangerous tendencies. And more importantly, the school contacted his parents just hours before this incident occurred. And yet there was no attempt to do anything about it. And so the question becomes, it's unique, is are we going to hold third parties, i.e. parents, for the intentional acts of their children? It's a unique question, and this case is going to bring it about to some degree.
Jamie, really quickly, I know you mentioned those warning signs, and actually Ethan's defense tried to use insanity and those type of things to get him off. But you mentioned those warning signs. They've had several people take the witness stand, including people who were saying, I think Ethan should come in for a mental evaluation. He needs to get to his appointments. And Jennifer was saying she was busy. She couldn't make those appointments. You raised that question also about parents being held responsible. At what point is it entirely on the parents? At what point is it entirely on the child when it comes to that age of understanding?
That is an excellent question, because that is really what this case is about. If this was a civil case, I actually participated in a case just like this, where a corrections officer left a weapon out and the weapon was attained by a child who shot somebody. Liability there is pretty easy. It's pretty easy to make the decision that dad or mom did the wrong thing. The question here becomes, to your point, at what point does it become criminal? At what point do we take away people's liberty because of their negligence? And this is a novel question. I think the prosecutor has a tough case. I'm a gun owner. I don't take a position one way or the other, but there's no question that Ms. Crumbley and Mr. Crumbley were negligent. But were they so negligent that they also should lose their liberty? And that's the question the jury is going to have to address.
Closing arguments concluded Friday, and then you mentioned those jury deliberations, which begin today. For those unfamiliar with how court proceedings work, what will happen with those jury deliberations?
So the first thing is the judge is going to read instructions. I suspect that will take probably close to an hour. Some of the evidence that was introduced in this case was strange, as far as mom having affairs and spending time at her horse farm. It certainly doesn't go to the relevancy as to whether or not she knew or should have known her son was capable of committing these acts. So we'll have additional instructions for the jury to tell them that evidence was not important for the shooting, but to show some other reason the prosecutor will purport. Once the instructions occur, the jury will be given a short break and they will begin their deliberations. 5 will be dismissed. There'll be a jury of 12, and they will begin to make the decisions as to whether or not the legal standard of involuntary manslaughter has been met. And again, a very novel question. This is going to be a very difficult case for the jury. And win or lose, this case will direct prosecutors in other jurisdictions as to how to address these issues when parents ignore warning signs and provide access to weapons to young people.
No, I'm glad you stated that. That was actually going to be my next question. Knowing the severity of this case, we know sometimes school shooters aren't alive to even take the stand and explain these things. But in this case, the shooter's still alive and then convicted. How long do you expect these jury deliberations to take, knowing the severity of this case?
So that's a great question. So the facts in this case are straightforward. Nobody is disputing the facts. And that is often the case with these sorts of cases. Like, what color of shoes was this person wearing? You know, did they actually sell the drugs? You know, and so on and so on. None of that is going to have to be discussed in this case. The real question is going to be the legal question that the court has already addressed to some degree, and that is whether or not this parent can be held legally responsible based on their actions, or in this case, lack of action. So, you know, you never know with juries. It could take a while, but I think that this is a very conservative community. And I think that probably a lot of people have already made up their minds, and I'd be surprised if this lasted more than a day.
With your professional opinion, have you, do you think the defense has done their job as far as, you know, of course, we know that the parents gave the son the gun, but showing that emotional aspect? I know that was one key point that was important for making Jennifer not seem like she was wrong. Oh, she's the mother that did everything to save her child, and she never knew he would go to these lengths for this to happen. Do you think the defense has proven that, or do you think they still have work to do?
So first of all, the defense doesn't have to prove anything, of course, but I think that Ms. Smith, who I've known for a long time, I've been on opposite sides of the cases of her. I think she did a really masterful job at showing the jury that while this young man's behavior was troubling, and while maybe she should have done more, as parents, we could all find situations where that could occur. And if our child goes out and does something that she said was unforeseeable, should we as parents be held responsible? And I thought she did a fantastic job in her closing it, showing that Miss Crumbly's not perfect, but does she deserve to go to prison for her son's behavior that she clearly did not know was going to occur?
Jamie, as we look ahead, we know the father also in the spotlight with this case. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's been kind of a blame game. The mother saying the father should have done more. And then we know he will be in court around March. If this happens, do you think everything will be pinned on him, or both parties will need to be held responsible?
So that's a great question. So it's unusual to see defendants separated in trials such as this, unless there are what we call antagonistic defenses, as you described, pointing one finger at the other. It really depends on the outcome of this trial. As a defendant, you always want to go second or third, or however many defendants there are, because that is an indicator of what's going to happen in the future case. The prosecutor is going to have a very difficult decision to make in the event Ms. Crumbly is acquitted, or even if she is not necessarily acquitted, but if the jury's out for days and days and days, it's going to indicate that she's had some challenges proving her case. And I expect that that could potentially be the case. So Mr. Crumbly will see his day in court likely, but the outcome of this trial, I think, will have a heavy indication of how the prosecutor approaches it going forward.
And Jamie, really quickly, a last question for you. You know, if the parents are found responsible, can you see Ethan's attorneys trying to come back to reopen his case and be like, well, you know, the parents are admitting this, this, and this. Could we possibly give him a lighter sentence, or is that not possible?
That is not legally feasible, in my opinion. There has been an appeal filed for the young man based on the fact that he's been sentenced to life in prison without parole in Michigan. We go through a process to make a determination as to whether or not a young person is entitled to parole or if he could be sent for life. He's been sent for life. So that issue is on appeal, but the fact that his parents are found guilty, in my opinion, has no legal bearing on the outcome of Ethan.
Jamie White, we appreciate you coming on Live Now from Fox. I will say, if people did not understand what was going on inside of the courtroom with Jennifer Crumbley, they definitely do now. You explained it thoroughly and very detailed. Thank you so much for joining us. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, thank you for having me. And hopefully everybody pays attention to this particular issue. I think whatever the outcome is, what we're seeing is people are trying to be creative. Prosecutors and some members of Congress and so on are trying to find solutions to address this. And I think holding parents accountable to some degree is potentially an important part of that solution.
Jamie, thank you so much for coming on Live Now from Fox this morning. You enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
The time now 8:42 on the East Coast, and I'm noticing a new shot coming through our feeds. This one, as U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has arrived in Saudi Arabia to have discussions on the Gaza conflict. I'm going to stay on this feed for a second to see if he will depart from the plane and see if he will speak to the media. All right, so not really any audio from this feed besides you hearing the noise from the plane. But again, you're getting a live look out in Saudi Arabia as U.S. Secretary of State Blinken has arrived in that area to discuss the Gaza conflicts. We know there's a lot of conflicts going on. We have the Israel-Hamas war. We have what's going on with the Houthi rebels out in the Red Sea. A lot of conflicts going on, and we've spoken to several guests throughout the morning, breaking all of that down for you so that you don't get them confused, even though a lot of them are correlated. The time now 8:43 on the East Coast. It's Monday, February 5th. We're going to go to our third 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. So happy to be here with you to give you the latest information, live events, and top stories of the day. Our next story is weather related, and as we work to keep you informed, we check in with Fox 11 LA's Mario Ramirez. Mario, it has been a very active weekend for you all out there. I know flooding a major concern. Can you catch us up?
Good morning. That's right. We're dealing with our second winter storm. There was a pair that was due. We saw the first late last week, and now we're in the middle of the second. And some of our mountain communities receiving around 8 inches of rain as of last night. And you can see it continues this morning. Just take a look at some of the runoff here. We're in the Beverly Crest neighborhood, and this is in the Santa Monica Mountains, just west of the city of LA. And just up the road here, there is a home that collapsed because of a mud and debris flow. At least one home damaged because of that activity. This is along Caribou Lane, and we can tell you, fortunately, no one was injured, but it is a mess up there. The home on the corner of Caribou Lane, vacant, up for sale, and residents here say it was around midnight. They heard the rushing water coming down from the hillside and what sounded like trees cracking. That was the start of the landslide, and we've got about 10 residents here in this neighborhood that have self-evacuated out of 5 homes, and utility crews have made their way up there. That is why we're here down the road. But again, this is a serious winter storm. We're talking about snow in the mountains and several days, multiple days of significant rainfall. A big concern for many of our residents here in these mountain communities. Live here in Beverly Crest, I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
Mario, I can only imagine the concern this morning, and considering that it's still raining, there won't be any relief anytime soon. I know that over the weekend you all were talking about how there were concerns for evacuations. Have you seen any of that happen, or people getting sandbags so they can weather the storm?
Well, we have evacuation warnings in place, but not evacuation orders just yet. And that basically means residents in some of these areas near burn scars should be prepared to leave at a moment's notice, because we know how quickly things can change with this type of activity. But as you heard here, these residents self-evacuated, so they didn't receive any notice from the county or the city. They just heard and saw the activity and decided to leave. So it's an important time to pay attention to weather alerts and to any alerts that you get as far as evacuations.
Absolutely. A proactive approach is always appreciated and important during these tense times. Mario Ramirez with Fox 11 LA. Always a pleasure speaking with you. You be safe out there as you work to keep us informed, Mario. We'll check in back with you later on throughout the day.
Thanks so much. You take care.
Thank you. The time now, 8:50 on the East Coast. We have to go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, continuing with those top stories and headlines. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. An active scene out in Saudi Arabia. Secretary Blinken getting into that car. He just got off the plane, and there you go, a color bar. So literally about 5 seconds of him getting off the plane and getting into the car, but letting us know here on Live Now that he is there. And speaking of international relations right now, I want to give you a live look out there in Gaza. As we continue to talk about the very latest of the Israel-Hamas war, I want to check in now with the Israeli government. Moments ago, they gave their daily briefing updating us in their fight against Hamas. Let's listen in.
...122 of the October 7th war. We start with an update on fatalities. IDF fatalities since the start of the October 7 massacre have risen to 562. That's up by 1 since our last update. The people of Israel grieve with the family of Sergeant First Class Reserves Shimon Yoshua Asulin, 24, who fell in battle in the southern Gaza Strip. An operational update, the IDF is making intense progress towards the goal of destroying Hamas's military infrastructure in the wake of 10/7. Yesterday, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu briefed the government on our progress toward eliminating Hamas. For the completion of that military objective, the Prime Minister explained 3 things must happen. First, the destruction of Hamas's battalions. The IDF has already destroyed 17 of Hamas's 24 battalions, killing 10,000 terrorists, with a similar number wounded and knocked out of action. The IDF is now working to destroy the remainder of Hamas's military machine in the southern Gaza Strip. The IDF is dismantling the Hamas Khan Yunis brigade while taking active steps to shield civilians from harm and thwart the Hamas human shield strategy. To that end, the IDF has operated humanitarian corridors to allow Gazans to escape combat areas, despite Hamas trying to stop them leaving and use them as human shields. And we've already seen around 100,000 Gazans temporarily evacuate from western Khan Yunis alone. The second prerequisite for the elimination of Hamas, the Prime Minister told the government yesterday, is the sustained demilitarization of areas where Hamas has already fallen. That is why the IDF is conducting targeted raids in the north and center of the Strip to prevent a resurgence of the terror threat. The IDF will need to exercise overarching security control in the foreseeable future because it is the only actor that can prevent Hamas from regrouping and reconstituting its terror army and then attempting to perpetrate the same atrocities as on October 7th. Third, the neutralization of Hamas's underground military infrastructure. We expect this to take some time considering the depth, literally the depth, of the Hamas human shield strategy, positioning its assets under civilian facilities. The tunnels under Khan Yunis alone extend dozens of kilometers long. Over the weekend, the IDF revealed it had destroyed a tunnel shaft containing an underground elevator leading to a Hamas hideout, and that just gives you a sense of the scale of the underground military assets that must still be neutralized. An update on UNRWA. Israel's policy, as the Prime Minister articulated in yesterday's government meeting, is that it is time to begin the process of replacing UNRWA with aid agencies that are not compromised, co-opted, or in cahoots with terrorists. The world must stop relying for aid distribution on UNRWA and draw instead on the rich experience of UN agencies that have already conducted emergency relief in conflict zones. They exist and it's time to use them. To that end, we welcome the confirmation from the United Nations that if UNRWA were defunded, it would be able to scale up humanitarian aid operations in the Gaza Strip at necessary scale. And I refer you to remarks by the spokesman of the World Health Organization, Christian Lindmeier, just last week. He said, and I quote, "I have no doubt that the UN in general and the WHO would be able to scale up whatever needs to be done." An update on the October 7 hostage crisis, with 136 hostages still being abused in the Hamas terror dungeons and denied access to the Red Cross. Addressing yesterday's government meeting, Prime Minister Netanyahu said efforts to free the hostages are continuing at all times, but the government will not agree to any deal and not at any price. An update from the northern border, where Hezbollah continues its aggression since October 7th in flagrant violation of UN Security Council Resolution 1701. Tens of thousands of Israelis are still displaced. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant met last night with senior US presidential advisor Amos Hochstein. He reiterated Israel's desire to resolve this crisis by diplomatic means and underscored Israel's preparedness for other scenarios. IDF spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari briefed the media on Saturday night on Israel's efforts to contain and deter Hezbollah aggression. He laid them out as follows: defensive efforts, beefing up defenses along the border; 2, offensive efforts, engaging in strikes in self-defense to degrade Hezbollah's military capabilities; and 3, stepping up preparedness for a war on the northern border. And I refer you to Rear Admiral Hagari's statement for more on those efforts against Hezbollah. Just an update from the last few minutes. Earlier today, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met with soldiers of the 179th Brigade and emphasized that Israel's policy remains total victory over Hamas. The Prime Minister adding that a fatal blow to Iran's axis of evil, which encompasses, of course, Hezbollah in the north and the Houthis in Yemen, is necessary in order to ensure the achievement of future peace accords. The Prime Minister emphasized in his discussion with the soldiers that there is no substitute for the goal of total victory. Israel is not only en route towards achieving that military goal, the Prime Minister emphasized we will not end the war without total victory in order to restore security along both the northern and the southern borders. That's it for today's update. We'll now take your questions as always.
Question from Joel Pollack of Breitbart News. Will the Prime Minister ask US Secretary of State Blinken to use American influence to convince Egypt to agree to Israeli military operations in Rafah? Also, can you provide information on the timing of Blinken's visit, as well as that of Argentinian President Javier Milei?
The Prime Minister said yesterday in his meeting with the government that having already dismantled 17 of the 24 Hamas battalions in the Gaza Strip, our forces will, of course, turn their attention towards the remainder, including in the south of Gaza. We think it's very important for the whole security architecture of the region that Hamas be totally destroyed inside the Gaza Strip and that Gaza remain permanently demilitarized in order to prevent any resurgence of the terror threat, which would only undermine regional stability and security. Hamas remaining on its feet anywhere in the Gaza Strip and destabilizing regional security is, of course, not an interest of any of our neighbors.
Question.
If I heard correctly about the president of Argentina, I have no updates on that matter.
Question from Jim Williams of Zenga International News. Has the US and the UK kept the Israeli government updated on their counterattacks against the Iranian proxies in the region?
Israel remains in an ongoing dialogue with our military allies. The Houthi pirate attacks against international shipping are a threat to global security, global trade, and it is correct that the response be accordingly global.
Question from Hannah Julian of the Jewish Press. Israeli banks have frozen the accounts of 2 Israelis who were sanctioned by the US State Department. Spokesperson Matthew Miller has said that the US might consider other actions as well if the White House is not satisfied with the Israeli law enforcement in Judea and Samaria. Does Israel see this as a breach of Israeli sovereignty over its citizens?
The Prime Minister has already responded to this question of our friend and ally President Biden's executive order. The Prime Minister said, and I quote, "The overwhelming majority of residents in Judea and Samaria are law-abiding citizens, many of whom are currently fighting as conscripts and reservists to defend Israel. Israel acts against all Israelis who break the law everywhere. Therefore, exceptional measures are unnecessary." That's the Prime Minister's quote, and he's made no further comment on the matter.
Second question from Hannah Julian of the Jewish Press. Does the Israeli government share Mr. Hochstein's optimism about moving Hezbollah back from the border?
We are realistic about the situation in the north. We are realistic about the failure of international resolutions and diplomatic solutions in the past to prevent Hezbollah's military buildup in southern Lebanon. We definitely hope that it will be possible to achieve a diplomatic resolution. That is why we are pushing now for a diplomatic resolution to this crisis, but we have also been clear that the window for that diplomatic resolution is shrinking, and the situation on the northern border will have to end with a clear change in order to enable the residents of northern Israel to return safely to their homes that are currently being shelled until Hezbollah withdraws its forces from along the Israeli border. As far as we're concerned, that is an imminent threat of a repeat October 7th.
Next question comes from J. Micah Hancock of All Israel News. Is there a proposal on the table towards an agreement with Hezbollah to end the aggression on the northern front?
As I said, the defense minister has met with the U.S. Special Envoy, Mr. Hochstein, in order to discuss ways that we can prevent an escalation and pursue a diplomatic resolution, which we strongly prefer. The defense minister and Mr. Hochstein discussed the need to change the security situation in the northern arena. That is a shared, declared Israeli-U.S. interest, and ways to safely return Israel's displaced communities to their homes. That's it. Okay, that's all we have time for today. Thank you very much, everyone. Keep safe. Thank you.
So that was the very latest daily Israeli government briefing, giving the latest information on the Israel-Hamas war. But right now, we're going to check in with our content partners over at Fox 11 LA as they're dealing with significant weather events, including flooding. Let's listen in.
And furniture. Fortunately, this house here was vacant, up for sale with no one inside, but neighbors, they say they heard the commotion just after midnight, what sounded like all that water rushing down the hill and then trees breaking. That's when they decided to leave their homes. So we can tell you at least 10 residents in 5 nearby homes have self-evacuated. We'll hear from some of them coming up at 6:30. For now, that's the latest here in Beverly Crest in the Santa Monica Mountains. I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
Mario, thank you. So it has been a really tough night for people living in those canyon areas. They're dealing with mud flows, home damage, and evacuations in Encino and Studio City. Gigi Graciet has been chasing the storm all morning. Gigi, what a mess.
It is a mess, and one thing we've seen, extremely dangerous driving conditions. We're on Ventura Boulevard and Sunny Slope here in Sherman Oaks. Take a look at the water flow at this corner, and we're seeing this up and down Ventura, where the south side of Ventura Boulevard is flooded. There's no way you'll be able to park your car without getting into at least a foot of water. And this is the least of the damage done, because take a look at this. Studio City near Fryman Canyon, where late last night, part of a hillside came down significantly, damaging at least 2 homes and forcing the evacuation of 7 more houses. LA City firefighters helping 16 people and their pets evacuate, while the Department of Building and Safety is being called all over town to check out the structural integrity of homes like these in Encino. A similar scene on Boris Drive between Zelzna and Lindley, where we have down trees, down fences, and the hillside basically shifted, bringing down someone's concrete driveway. The concrete, along with the mud and debris, breaking through a home's wall, where the mud flowed into several rooms. Thankfully, no one was injured. It has been a nonstop night of emergency calls for first responders, like fire crews, who are asking that if you don't need to be out and about, to please stay home.
To stay home. Stay home unless limit non-essential travel. It is safer inside. One of those things is the amount of rainfall, the low visibility, and then also the roadways of flooding. Just limit your chances.
And you see there one of the fences and trees down on Boris Drive blocking the way. A bulldozer was being called to try to clear that path up. And bringing it back here live, Sherman Oaks, Ventura Boulevard, the south side of the street, up and down, flooded. This is just one of the many intersections that are very dangerous. So allow yourself plenty of time if you do have to go out. Reporting live, I'm Gigi Graciet. Back to you.
Yeah, it's the ponding and the pooling on the side of the road that you have to pay attention to. Gigi, thank you. Over to Baldwin Hills now, where an overnight mudslide caused a 6-car crash. There were some minor injuries there, but thankfully everybody is expected to be okay. The incident caused some lane closures on South La Brea between Coliseum and Stalker Streets. Bulldozers were brought in to remove debris, and no word yet on when those roads will fully reopen.
A big area of concern this morning in Latuna Canyon and Sun Valley, where a mandatory evacuation order is in effect. A large area of Latuna Canyon Road is in a potential danger zone, and officials worry that fast-moving mud and debris will catch people by surprise. Police have blocked off the road leading to the evacuation zone, only letting people through at their own risk. We did talk to neighbors who did evacuate, as well as others who decided to stick it out.
When we get rains, the foothills here gather it, so it does flood. They said that if you leave we're there and they're not going to let you back in. And so we just decided we'd stick around.
All stocked up? You got everything you need?
100%. Got plenty of firewood, tons of movies.
Well, he's lived in the area off of Latuna Canyon Road since the early 80s, he says, and he says he's seen his share of natural disasters. I don't know about you guys, but our power went out for a little bit.
Oh, did it last night?
Briefly. I know it was spotty for people. I would hear, hey, our power's out, and then, oh, it's back.
Yeah.
And it's out, and it's back.
Right. Yeah. And the winds. The wind was pretty fierce.
The wind was really strong yesterday.
Yeah.
Ahead of, at least it gave us that warning. It wasn't raining quite yet, but the winds were so gusty outside. The problem, of course, like Latuna Canyon and some of these mud and debris flows, is that the 2-day total, I mean, look at the rain. This is not usual. If you remember last year, we got a lot of rain, but it was really spread out over different days. This is a lot of rain in a very short amount of time. So I would not be surprised if we break many records for the 2-day totals that we've gotten so far. And we are adding to this number. Topanga, over the last 2 days, almost 10 inches of rain. That is unbelievable. Woodland Hills, over 9 inches. Bel Air, 7.43 inches of rain. DeVore Fire Station, almost 3 inches already and counting. Brea, out in Orange County, over 2.25 inches of rain. Again, this is between 24 to 48-hour period. So you can imagine a lot of people experiencing a lot of damage right now with leaky roofs, flooding down roofs, me included, by the way. I have discovered new leaks in my roof, so I've got buckets all over the front of my house. Here we go. Flash flood warnings are in effect. This means potentially damaging, life-threatening situation through parts of Malibu, Calabasas, Sherman Oaks, Brentwood, through the 101 freeway and parts of the valley, up towards Santa Clarita. Flash flood warnings. Flood advisories elsewhere. That means flooding is occurring right now on the road because of all of this rain. Rainfall rates of a ½ inch to an inch per hour is happening right now. Where's all that water going to go? It is going to flood. It is flooding out there in many areas. Right now, we've got those damaging conditions with the rain, steady rain continuing through the afternoon, and yes, it will continue tomorrow. Snow level still pretty high, so it's a lot of rain up into the higher elevations, although there is snow falling up above 8,000 feet. That snow level is going to continue to drop tomorrow into Wednesday. That means 4,500 feet, 5,000 feet. Our passes will be impacted by the icy, snowy, and rainy conditions. We have a lot of hazards out there. I'll go over more of them when I come back. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. So coming up, Boeing is facing even more trouble this morning after finding yet another issue with its planes. We have the latest.
All right, we appreciate Fox 11 LA with their extensive coverage about significant flooding along the West Coast. Right now, you're getting a live look at our XRAD system, and as you can see, the West Coast isn't the only area dealing with flooding. You're getting a live look at the Florida region there, and over the weekend, I can tell you, Miami and other areas out in Florida dealing with flooding and even tornadoes. So we'll continue to give you the very latest weather-related information to keep you safe, and also other headlines and top stories. The time now 9:10 on the East Coast. We're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. It's Monday, February 5th, now 9:13 on the East Coast. I'll tell you all earlier in the newscast, we had a special guest, a representative from NASA, talking about many of their different missions, including their PACE mission, one that is used to highlight things going on in the oceans and honestly many unknown areas. Well, right now, NASA is actually having a meeting discussing the very latest of that PACE mission. Let's listen in now.
Got incredible folks over there. That's a beautiful shot of PACE, and there's PACE mated to the top of the payload attach fitting, ready to be mated to the rocket. This is the payload fairing encapsulating PACE. Just great shots of the technicians working really hard and very carefully to take great care of our baby. Going to see some shots here of the rollout. This just occurred last Thursday evening, where we rolled the spacecraft over from Astrotech, past the VAB, and out to Space Launch Complex 40 on Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. I've got some representative footage here from you from a few years back. This is Ixby rolling out of the hangar. So this did occur at 11 p.m. last night, and that is a live shot of PACE on the pad at Space Launch Complex 40. Beautiful Falcon 9 rocket there with our precious cargo mated to the top. So yesterday we held the joint NASA SpaceX Launch Readiness Review. We call that the LRR. We received approval from senior NASA, Goddard Space Flight Center, SpaceX, and U.S. Space Force leadership to enter into countdown this evening. Yesterday at the launch pad, we began the process of final launch preps, as you saw, by rolling the Falcon 9 rocket with the mated PACE spacecraft out to the pad deck. Followed earlier this morning, about 4 a.m. Eastern Time, with erecting the rocket to its vertical position, as you saw at the end of the video. We do have some weather challenges to deal with today and tonight, as Brian, our launch weather officer, will cover for you soon. So weather permitting, late tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, the launch team will arrive on console to perform final pressurization and vehicle checkouts. Early tomorrow at about 12:50 a.m. Eastern Time, the launch team will be polled for concurrence to load the Falcon 9 densified propellants. That's the chilled RP-1 kerosene and the liquid oxygen into the Stage 1 and Stage 2 propellant tanks. After completion of prop loading, along with a series of final launch vehicle checks and the transfer of the PACE vehicle power to internal, we will be ready for our targeted T0 of 1:33 and 32 seconds a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow morning. So to summarize, the Falcon 9 team and the PACE spacecraft are ready, and the launch team is prepared and excited to launch this vital ocean and atmospheric science mission. Back to you, Daryl.
All right, thank you, Tim. And NASA has entrusted SpaceX to put PACE into orbit. Let's have comments now from Juliana Scheiman.
Thank you. I'd like to start first by thanking NASA, NASA headquarters, Goddard Space Flight Center, and Kennedy Space Center for their support ahead of tomorrow's mission. It's an honor to be here today with all of you. SpaceX launched 96 times in 2023. And in 2024, PACE will be our 12th launch in just 35 days. And I will do the math for you. That adds up to about one launch every 3 days. And as Tim mentioned, a capability like that requires an amazing team. We have a team of engineers and technicians who are responsible for refurbishing our boosters, our fairings, and our Dragon capsules. We have a team of folks who are responsible for refurbishing our pad and ground systems and preparing them for the next launch. And we have a team of folks who are responsible for our spacecraft, encapsulating those spacecraft or preparing them by loading cargo or crew onto Dragon. A capability like this, a frequent, reliable access to space, directly supports NASA's mission. In January, we launched the Axiom 3 and Cygnus missions to the International Space Station. And coming up here in about a week, we have our Intuitive Machines launch, which will land on the south pole of the moon. Excuse me. But I'm here today to talk about PACE, which Tim mentioned is our 8th launch for the NASA Launch Services program. Everyone at SpaceX is exceedingly excited to support the PACE mission, which will help us understand the Earth, not just how the Earth works, but also how to care for it, which is especially important because right now Earth is the only planet we live on, so far at least. So with that, I would like to just thank NASA again for their support ahead of the mission, and over to Brian to help us fix those winds for tomorrow.
Indeed. Thank you, Juliana. And yes, I joked earlier that you're in the hot seat, Brian, but you're just doing your job. We understand you're staying with your 60% probability of violation, and we could see the clouds outside. Certainly something's going on weather-wise.
Yeah, that's correct, Daryl. And I guess it's my job to worry about the C in PACE for the launch tonight. And we are going to have some clouds to worry about and winds as well, as Daryl alluded to. But as we look at a live look at satellite, this is the GO satellite that, by the way, launched from right here a few years ago. And we do have quite a bit of cloud cover over Florida right now. You'll notice there's some spin in the Gulf of Mexico. That's all thanks to a pretty potent upper level low. And because of that, we do have a reflection at the surface with a surface low pressure. Now, during the day today, that will be slowly trekking across the state of Florida and will be in the Atlantic Ocean by tonight's launch window. But on the northwest side of that center of low pressure, which will be off to the east, we are going to see the pressure gradient tighten up right along the Florida east coastline. And that's going to cause an increase of winds. We're going to see this wind surge kind of come down the Florida coast from north to south. That's also going to bring some additional moisture into the area. So a few concerns with the launch tonight due to that. We are concerned about liftoff winds getting close to the limits. We're going to see winds increasing as the night progresses. Tomorrow, we're going to see pretty high winds across the Florida coastline. And then they are going to start to decrease by tomorrow evening. So as we go to the launch forecast, we do have a 60% probability of violation, so that equates to a 40% go. Our main concerns being the cumulus cloud rule due to any showers that are along the coastline. So some of these rules, known as the lightning launch commit criteria, those are designed to protect not just against natural lightning, but against rocket-triggered lightning. A rocket can actually induce a lightning strike that would not have naturally occurred because it could increase the electric field in the atmosphere. So that's what that rule is designed to protect. We also have winds getting close to the liftoff wind constraints, so that will certainly be a watch item tonight as we see the winds increase from north to south along the Atlantic coast. And then also some lingering cloud cover, so that could be a concern for the thick cloud layers rule. So you add all those together, we're going with a 40% chance of go for the weather tonight. So then as we get to the primary day, the backup day, weather does improve a little bit, so we increase to 60% go. Really the main concern is again going to be the liftoff winds getting close to the constraint. A smaller chance for cumulus cloud with some lingering showers, but really I think for the backup day, the major concern will again be the liftoff winds. We said they kind of peak during the morning and early afternoon on Tuesday, and then when they do begin to decrease again as we head into Tuesday evening, and then the weather just continues to improve as we get beyond that. So the launch weather team, it's not just me. We have a team of launch weather officers and duty forecasters that will be on console tonight, ready to go, and we'll be ready to forecast and evaluate the weather the best we can. Daryl, back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Brian, for explaining the weather system that is impacting our area right now. We will now take your questions, beginning with those here in the room at Kennedy. Please raise your hand, state your name and affiliation, and to whom you're asking your question. And we'll start in the room right now with Bill.
You're forcing me to ask a question. Okay, I'll ask a question. So, Bill Harwood, CBS. So, but if before fueling, is there any play in the window, or is it just an instantaneous window and you got to hit that on the second?
So we actually have just a little bit of play, Bill. We have it's a 90-second window that we have for pace. So that allows us to compensate for any COLAs, collision avoidance conjunctions that we may receive, but we don't have much to deal with a significant weather system that we want to delay an amount of time. So we're going to target the middle of that 90-second window. So we're really going to use the back 45 seconds of that to adjust for COLAs.
All right, thank you very much. We have a question on the phone bridge now from Jonathan Siri. with Fox News. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you, Daryl. Thank you, everyone, for doing this. This question is probably for Jim Free. Tim Dunn had mentioned that this will be the first launch of a polar orbital NASA spacecraft aboard a commercial launch vehicle. What is the dollar value of NASA's contract with SpaceX for this? And if you could, talk about how this factors into NASA's long-term strategy of leveraging the private sector to increase space exploration. Thank you.
I'll let Tim handle the first part of that question, but I'll answer the second part. I mean, I think, I always point out we've done commercial launches for a long time, right? Our launch providers have been commercial companies. I think what we're leveraging here is, obviously, it was mentioned that this is the 8th Falcon we've used for the launch services program. We're using a launch vehicle that fits the size of the mission that we have in this particular case, and we'll continue to leverage the flight rate that they have achieved with SpaceX and our other launch providers through the launch services program. That's how we get our validation of the capabilities and the engineering rigor that goes in to be ready for our launches. But the dollar value, I'll turn to Tim.
Wow. Thank you, Jim, for that opportunity. I mean, PACE is going to do incredible science, and with that, that's a lot of team, that's a lot of work over several years. So the total dollar value for to execute PACE, launch, build the satellite, execute the launch, and then operate the spacecraft is $948 million. And of that, I think your specific question was the launch vehicle portion of that cost, and that was approximately $81 million for the Falcon 9 service.
And Tim, talk a little bit about the Cape Polar launch.
Oh, yeah, I could talk at length about the history of Cape Polar and why we haven't done it as a government in 64 years. But I won't go into all that, other than to say we did execute a handful of government launches back in the early 60s. And then on November 30th of 1960, that mission did not go so well as we were flying south and needed to obviously protect the public when the rocket does not do what we expect it to do. And unfortunately, debris did fall on our neighbors to the south in Cuba. And at that point, we as a government decided, let's just take all of our polar launch missions to the west. And we've successfully launched into the polar orbit hundreds of times since the 60s from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. But along comes SpaceX a handful of years ago with autonomous flight safety system and the ability to either bring the first stage booster back to land here at the Cape or land it on a drone ship offshore. And by the combination of those two things, we were able to then do all of the calculations to protect the public both here in the U.S. as well as our international neighbors in the Caribbean and especially in Cuba, and to get the numbers right where we can now successfully do that. And as I mentioned, SpaceX, this will be their 12th launch into this specific polar orbit from the Cape. So there's no question about that this is a well-exercised process that we're doing. It's just interesting for the history of why we haven't done it in so long as a nation until a few years ago. So you can thank Juliana and her company for bringing us that capability.
Juliana, do you want to add anything, or?
No, Tim covered it. Thank you.
Okay, very good. All right, we have some questions on the line. We are taking live questions on hashtag AskNASA. We've got the Maxinator 2002 and B who have questions in. We're going to get to those in a moment. But first, I want to take a question from Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now. Go ahead, Will.
Hi, thank you, Daryl, and thanks to everyone on the panel for taking our questions, and good luck with the mission. Juliana brought up the IM-1 mission coming up soon, so I did want to ask just a quick question about that, if I may. Can you bring us up to date on the processing for that launch, and what dates are you targeting for that mission? Thanks.
I can take that one if you like. Okay, thank you for the question. So our Intuitive Machines launch is targeting February 14th, Valentine's Day, for launch. And you asked a little bit about the processing, the series of milestones we have leading up to that launch. I think the most exciting milestone we have coming up is on February 7th, which is where we will perform a wet dress rehearsal, where we will load the spacecraft full of propellant. So one of the modifications we made to the pad to support the Intuitive Machines launch was to load methane and liquid oxygen onto the spacecraft prior to launch. We typically load RP-1 and LOX on the Falcon vehicle before liftoff, and we built in the systems at 39A to support loading methane and liquid oxygen. So we'll be performing essentially taking tests or a wet dress rehearsal for that spacecraft on February 7th, and we're tracking well to a February 14th launch.
All right, thank you very much, Juliana. And we have another question on the line. Stephen Clark is there. Go ahead, Stephen.
Hey, thanks, Daryl. I think a couple of related questions, probably for Tim Dunn. First of all, I know SpaceX is talking about certifying Falcon 9 boosters for perhaps up to 40 flights now. From LSP's perspective, what limit have you currently certified reflown boosters for LSP NASA missions? And also, is PACE utilizing a reused or previously flown payload fairing?
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, on the left side of your screen, we are live in Cape Canaveral, Florida, as NASA is holding a pre-launch briefing for their PACE mission. And if you've been listening in, you heard weather is a concern for this mission. And on the right side of your screen, you can see why. As with our XRAD system, we are tracking flooding and tornadoes in that area. And then looking ahead, coming up at 10 o'clock this morning Eastern Time, Philly's Mayor Sherelle Parker will hold staff announcements. The time now 9:29 on the East Coast. We're going to go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, continuing with those top stories and headlines of the day. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. It's Monday, February 5th. Right now, we're going to continue with top stories and headlines of the day. Our next story relates to education, even politics, as we analyze free speech on college campuses. Joining us live this morning to break all of this down is Quinn Hillier. He's a columnist with the Washington Examiner. Quinn, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Well, thank you for having me on. I appreciate it.
Quinn, this is a topic that has been controversial. First off, can you set the scene for us? What are you seeing on your end when it comes to free speech on college campuses?
Well, the situation is not good. It might not be as bad as it was, say, 8 or 9 years ago, but it's still not good. There's a group, wonderful group, called the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, and they do ratings every year looking at the policies of nearly 500 colleges. And they give them either a red light, which is terrible free speech policies, yellow light, which is problematic, and green light, which is they're actually doing things right. And the red light, the really bad colleges, substantially outnumber the green light colleges. And then when you add in the yellow light colleges, you've got nearly about 88% of colleges have at least problematic free speech policies.
Quinn, this is definitely something that's been in the headlines. We have seen several Ivy League presidents under fire and in Senate hearings and House hearings because of free speech. I want to ask you, there's that fine line of free speech and disrespect, and many people are confused of how they correlate and how they stand apart. Could you break that down for us?
Well, certainly. Look, nobody has the right to be free, to be not subject to disrespect. I mean, nobody has a legal right. Everybody should be respectful to each other. But to tell somebody that you're going to punish them for speech that is just disrespectful, and the disrespect being in the eye of the beholder, not anything that's objective, you are coming very close to trampling on the First Amendment. If it's a state college, you are trampling on the First Amendment. People have the right to criticize each other, to speak harshly to each other, as long as they're not threatening each other, as long as they are not terrorizing. That's what free speech is about. And especially on college campuses, which are supposed to be dedicated to the proposition that you're supposed to have a free flow of ideas. If colleges tell you that you can't say certain things because somebody might take offense, you're defeating the whole purpose of a college.
Quinn, thank you for breaking that down. I want to ask you, as a member of the media, you know, if we want to go onto a college campus, we have to notify them that we're going to be recording or speaking with students or faculty. And that has kind of been aligned with students and faculty congregating on these college campuses. They're saying maybe they should go across the street, maybe they should congregate somewhere else. What would you like to see happen in that regard?
Well, look, colleges do have the right to have, to say where, especially outsiders, can speak. They can put reasonable limits on place and time, but the default option should be the more speech, the better. And for them to say, for instance, that you cannot speak freely except in one tiny little area that's in the very corner of campus, that goes way too far. It completely defeats the purpose. Again, the purpose of a college is for free inquiry and a free exchange of ideas. And to limit it too much in time and space is to completely abandon your mission.
Quinn Hillier, I have thoroughly enjoyed this conversation. Is there anything else you'd like to add or anything the viewers need to be keeping a close eye on as free speech on college campuses is in the headlines?
Well, the first thing is go to the website of the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, because they'll break this down a lot further. But the other thing I would stress is that colleges are starting to show that they listen at least to donors. And so if people are not happy with all these restrictions on free speech, speak up, get the attention of donors, get the attention of the administration, and very politely, but very forcefully urge change.
Quinn Hillier, thank you so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. I will say, when those donors stop giving, it seems like people listen. Thank you so much for joining us. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much.
I'm Jeanne Francine joining you on this Monday morning. It is February 5th, now 9:37 on the East Coast. Right now, I want to take you out to Pontiac, Michigan, as we do have a live event underway. Jury deliberations to begin today for the trial of Jennifer Crumbley. She's the mother of Ethan Crumbley, that Oxford school shooter. Jennifer faces 4 counts of manslaughter. Let's listen in.
Justin Schilling. The legal duty charge here is one imposed by law. In Michigan, a parent has a legal duty to exercise reasonable care to control their minor child so as to prevent their minor child from intentionally harming others or prevent their minor child from conducting themselves in a way that creates an unreasonable risk of bodily harm to others. This duty arises when both of the following are true. A, the parent knows or has reason to know that they have the ability to control their minor child. And B, the parent knows of the necessity and opportunity for exercising such control. Second, that the defendant knew of the facts that gave rise to the duty. Third, that the defendant willfully neglected or refused to perform that duty, and her failure to perform it was grossly negligent to human life. Fourth, that the death of Justin Schilling was directly caused by defendant's failure to perform this duty. That is, that Justin Schilling died as a result of defendant's failure to exercise reasonable care to control her minor child so as to prevent the minor child from intentionally harming others or the minor child from so conducting himself so as to create an unreasonable risk of bodily harm to others when the defendant knew that she had the ability to control her minor child and knew of the necessity and opportunity to do so. There may be more than one cause of death. It's not enough that the defendant's act made it possible for the death to occur. In order to find that the deaths of Madison Baldwin, Tate Meir, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling were caused by the defendant, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that the deaths were the natural or necessary result of the defendant's act. You heard the evidence that the defendant's son shot Madison Baldwin, Tate Meir, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling. As previously noted, there may be more than one cause of death, and the defendant's acts or inactions need not be the sole cause of harm. In order to find that the death of Madison Baldwin, Tate Meir, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling was caused by the defendant, you must also find beyond a reasonable doubt that her son's act of shooting someone was reasonably foreseeable. Gross negligence means more than carelessness. It means willfully disregarding the results to others that might follow from an act or failure to act. In order to find that the defendant was grossly negligent, you must find each of the following 3 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant knew of the danger to another, that is, she knew there was a situation that required her to take ordinary care to avoid injuring someone. Let me read that again. First, the defendant knew of the danger to another, that is, she knew there was a situation that required her to take ordinary care to avoid injuring another. Second, that the defendant could have avoided injuring another by using ordinary care. Third, that the defendant failed to use ordinary care to prevent injuring another when, to a reasonable person, it must have been apparent that the result was likely to be serious injury. I think I've told you this before. I'm not sure we did the greatest job at this, but I previously ordered the parties to be precluded from using the shooter's name during the trial. When you go to the jury room, you'll be provided with written instructions of the final jury. You'll be provided with a written copy of the final jury instructions, and you should first choose a foreperson. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in a businesslike way, and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. During your deliberations, please turn off your cell phones or other communications equipment until we recess. A verdict in a criminal case must be unanimous. In order to return a verdict, it's necessary that each of you agrees on that verdict. In the jury room, you will discuss the case amongst yourselves, but ultimately, each of you will have to make up your own mind. Any verdict must represent the individual considered judgment of each juror. It's your duty as jurors to talk to each other and make every reasonable effort to reach agreement. Express your opinions and the reasons for them, but keep an open mind as you listen to your fellow jurors. Rethink your opinions and do not hesitate to change your mind if you decide you were wrong. Try your best to work out your differences. However, although you should try to reach agreement, none of you should give up your honest opinion about the case just because other jurors disagree with you or just for the sake of reaching a verdict. In the end, your vote must be your own, and you must vote honestly and in good conscience. If you have any questions about those jury instructions before you begin deliberations, or questions about the instructions that arise during deliberations, you may submit them in writing in a sealed envelope to my clerk. Possible penalties should not influence your decision. If the defendant is found guilty, it's my duty to fix the penalty within the limits provided by law. If you want to communicate with me while you're in the jury room, please have your foreperson write a note and give it to the clerk. It's not proper for you to talk directly to me, the lawyers, the court officers, or any other people involved in the case. As you discuss the case, you must not let anyone, even me, know how your voting stands. Therefore, until you return with a unanimous verdict, do not reveal this to anyone outside the jury room. When you go to the jury room to deliberate, you may take your notes and full instructions. I believe that the defense exhibits are hard copy, and the prosecutor has their exhibits on a thumb drive. We have a computer that we're going to set in the jury room, and you can look at those exhibits. If you want anything else,
I just want to make sure that mine are in a binder. I left it for Ashley.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to send all the exhibits in right away. All right. They'll be given a written copy. I think I told you this earlier. We can replay a witness. That it's very possible. And I think I told you this in the beginning of the trial. You can't, however, fast forward to the spot where you have a question and I'll yell, aha. You have to hear the whole witness direct, cross, redirect. It's the only way that it's fair to both sides, but it is possible to replay testimony.
If you're just now tuning in to Live Now from Fox, on the left side of your screen, we are live in Pontiac, Michigan, as soon jury deliberations will begin in the trial against Jennifer Crumbley. She's the mother of Ethan Crumbley, who has been sentenced to life in prison for those 2021 Oxford school shootings. His mother now facing trial, and his father will face trial in March, but they are being accused of providing the weapon that was used in those murders. Right now, the judge is speaking to the jury, explaining to them what their role is for these jury deliberations, explaining to them what a foreman is and the importance of a foreman, also expressing to them what they can and can't do, the importance of a gag order, and how that will be in place. On the right side of your screen, following other top stories here on Live Now from Fox, that top right box, a live look at the Florida region as we continue to track severe weather, which does include flooding and tornadoes. And then that bottom box, as we look ahead, Philly's Mayor Sherrell Parker will make a staff announcement coming up at 10 o'clock this morning Eastern Time. The time now is 9:45 on the East Coast. We're going to go to our third 2-minute commercial break, and when we come back, continuing with those live events, top stories, and headlines. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Right now, I'm going to show you all a different shot coming out of Pontiac, Michigan. Again, those jury deliberations will soon begin. Right now, the judge is speaking to the jury, letting them know their role and the things they need to do so this trial can wrap up. Jennifer Crumbley there on the left side of your screen, sitting there in the white shirt. She is facing 4 counts of manslaughter in this trial, accused of providing the weapon that her son Ethan Crumbley used back in 2021 to commit that Oxford school mass shooting. As we await more information to come from this, I want to actually switch the feeds and head out to Cape Canaveral, Florida. On your screen, NASA discussing their PACE mission. PACE stands for Plankton, Aerosol, Cloud, and Ocean Ecosystem. This mission important to NASA to study how our oceans and atmosphere interacts in a changing climate. Let's listen in, and I'll also pop up some boxes of other stories we're following right here on Live Now from Fox.
In the day today compared to the launch window, but it is a small risk given how cold it is in the upper levels of the atmosphere.
All right, thank you, Brian. Another question from #AskNASA. Con Savvy on YouTube asks, what are some of the awesome tools, the instruments on PACE? She believes they're awesome, and they are.
Well, we have 3 principal instruments on PACE. One is the ocean color instrument. That's the one that will produce the imagery like what you see behind me. And then we have 2 instruments called polarimeters. These are the ones that are measuring all those attributes, the shape, the size, the makeup of the aerosols in the atmosphere. So those are the instruments we have on board.
All right, and another one from #AskNASA. On YouTube, Freya Wild will ask, will PACE tell us about the oxygen created by phytoplankton? I'm guessing yes.
Yeah, it's a great question. So just like plants on land, phytoplankton grow using photosynthesis and oxygen and nutrients. And a byproduct of that process, just like plants on land, is oxygen. So knowing more about the abundance of phytoplankton, there are 20,000 species or so, and a billion phytoplankton in our oceans. So learning more about the abundance, where they are, what kind they are, will certainly tell us about what they are consuming and what they are producing. And in this case, what they produce is very helpful to us. It's the air we breathe, it's the oxygen in the air we breathe.
Indeed. All right, well, great job, everyone. Thank you to all of our panelists for answering the questions. Special thanks to Karen St. Germain for answering a ton of questions today. Very good job with the science. We really appreciate it. Yeah. So if you'd like to learn more about PACE, just go to our website at nasa.gov/PACE. Again, nasa.gov/PACE. You can learn a lot more about the mission that is happening once that satellite gets up into space and commissioned. And as I've reminded a few times, the launch is at 1:33 and 32 seconds a.m. Eastern Time tonight, and our coverage for NASA television begins overnight at 12:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Thanks again to all of our panelists, and for all of us,
All right, so NASA holding that pre-launch briefing out in Cape Canaveral, Florida on their PACE mission. They're wrapping that up now. On the top right side of your screen, they actually mentioned earlier that weather could impact that launch that's supposed to happen. And you can see why as we continue to track flooding and tornadoes out in Florida. And in that bottom box, we're looking ahead to the 10 o'clock hour on the East Coast as Philly Mayor Sherrell Parker will make a staff announcement. Actually, a few staff announcements. We're told about 5 people added to her staff. Good morning to you. I'm Jeanne Francine, and it's been my pleasure to be here with you this Monday morning, February 5th, giving you all of those live events, top stories, and headlines from around the world. We have to go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but when we come back, my colleague Mike Page taking over, continuing to give you those headlines impacting you. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes.
And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. We continue on the Monday edition, giving you top stories, live events, and, of course, breaking news as it happens. You are looking at the Dow right now, down 156 points in the red. We'll continue to take a look at it here, right as always, on Live Now from Fox as the trading day kicks off, not only for the day, but for the week as well. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. I'll be with you for the next 4 hours on Live Now, bringing you always the latest events as they come in. We are awaiting an event out in Philadelphia. The mayor is going to be speaking there on some staff updates, as well as the latest crime numbers, and to see how they are trying to combat, of course, Philadelphia always plagued with gun violence in that city. So we'll be keeping an eye on it for you here on Live Now from Fox. We're also keeping an eye on the Jennifer Crumbley trial. The jury just got the case, and now the jury will be deliberating here, and the next updates we will be getting for you is when the verdict is in, and we'll be bringing that to you when it does happen right here, of course, on Live Now from Fox. So Jennifer Crumbley goes back to her cell, and the jury now going in the box there, and they will be deliberating. We'll see just how long it takes to possibly get a verdict. And, of course, we will be on verdict watch from here on out. And when that verdict does get in, we will bring it to you, as always, on Live Now from Fox. We've been giving you that coverage in that in-demand trial, of course, and we'll be keeping an eye on it, as always. Do want to now turn over to the weather there. Sorry about that, everyone. You saw the New Hampshire primary. That was an old one, but we'll get our weather slate there in just a little bit. But the monster storm in California continues, as the LA area continuing to get soaked right now, as a dire situation is unfolding in California as a deadly atmospheric river storm continues to slam the state with torrential rain, destructive wind gusts, and catastrophic flash flooding. Southern California, including downtown Los Angeles, is in the bullseye, where forecasters believe the risk of flooding is highest. The Weather Prediction Center has placed about 14 million people in the area under a rare high risk of flash flooding, as the storm has already dumped several inches of rain in that area. And what a moment it has been already for that area. There was supposed to be the NASCAR clash on Sunday at the Coliseum. NASCAR had to actually move it up by a day. So they raced Saturday night. And everyone that had tickets for Sunday, they were all refunded. And the event was actually free on Saturday night. They had to move it because of all this rain that was going to come in. And, of course, if they didn't move it, they weren't going to be able to race until maybe Wednesday. And it's an exhibition race. So they decided to just move it back a day, forward a day, actually. And they raced the Clash on Saturday night. Los Angeles picked up 4.1 inches of rain on Sunday, which far exceeded the daily rainfall record for that date set in 1927, which was 2.5 inches of rain. The National Weather Service office in Los Angeles said that Sunday was the third wettest day ever for February since 1877, and tied for the 10th wettest day ever with March 15th, 2003. The wettest day on record in Los Angeles was set back on March 2nd, 1938, when 5.8 inches of rain fell in one day. Here's what people are saying out in California about the rain.
Didn't really realize what was going on. I see the power pole down there kind of just hovering in the air.
No lights at all, no street lights, no traffic lights, and just everybody trying to do the best they can pretty much with nothing to help guide them.
Yeah, take a look at some of this video here of just the rain continuing to push and causing flooding advisories really in so many parts of Southern California. And unfortunately, at least one person has been killed by the atmospheric river storm, according to police in the northern California city of Yuba City, some 40 miles north of Sacramento. In a Facebook post, police say they responded to a report that a tree had fallen on a man on Sunday. According to police, it appeared as though the unidentified victim may have been using a ladder to try and clear the tree away from his home when it fell on top of him. When officers arrived, they said they found the man under the large redwood tree and tried to revive him, but those attempts were unsuccessful as he was pronounced dead there. Fox weather correspondent Max Gordon will be talking to him in about 45 minutes. He was in the Laurel Canyon area of Los Angeles this morning when fast-moving water was seen rushing down the street due to the torrential rainfall in that region. So we'll be also keeping an eye on him. As always, on Live Now from Fox, California Governor Gavin Newsom declared a state of emergency for several counties in California to help support storm response and recovery efforts. The state had mobilized and pre-positioned a record 8,500 emergency responders ready to respond to flooding, landslides, and travel emergencies, according to the governor's office. The state of emergency, including Los Angeles, Orange, Riverside, San Bernardino, San Diego, and Ventura counties. The atmospheric river also had prompted emergency officials in several areas to order evacuations and open emergency shelters for residents. Several schools in the area were also closed because of the extreme weather event, according to Fox 11 Los Angeles there. So, yeah, we'll be definitely keeping an eye on all of this here for you on Live Now from Fox as this atmospheric river continues to cause a problem for so many in California right now. And we will be giving you the latest updates. Again, we will have Fox Weather's Max Gordon coming up here in about 40 minutes. And we'll definitely be keeping an eye on everything for you on Live Now from Fox. Again, we are keeping an eye out in Philadelphia. Our next live event here coming up with the mayor and other city officials will be giving a news conference. And we're also keeping an eye out on the White House as well, as the Senate has unveiled their $118 billion package for a border deal, aid for Ukraine and Israel. So we'll see just what Congress could get done this week and if they could pass that legislation. In the meantime, also keeping an eye on Pontiac, Michigan, where the jury right now is deliberating in the Jennifer Crumbley trial that is going on right now. Also keeping an eye on some beauty shots in New York City. What a difference it looks like from New York to California. Much, much different here on this winter February day, first Monday. And right now, we're also keeping an eye on the Dow. It is sinking. Last time we checked, it was 156 points there in the red. Now 240 in the red. So we'll be keeping an eye on all of the movements related with the different stocks right here, as always, on Live Now from Fox, everyone. But what we are going to do is take our first commercial break here of this hour. Stay right here with us always. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We're continuing to take a look here at the atmospheric river flooding storm that continues out in California. This is live radar right now. And we also want to give you some moving images as well to combine here with it. There's some of the shots from Southern California right now. We're going to continue to update you as flash flood warnings were issued across the Los Angeles area this morning, including for Malibu, Santa Monica, and West Hollywood. And that high risk of flash flooding will continue in that area until at least tomorrow morning. Hundreds of thousands of power outages have been reported in California, with a majority of those reported in central and northern portions of the state due to hurricane force wind gusts. That is 74 plus miles per hour that have been reported in that area. That number, however, is much lower than Sunday, when nearly 1 million power outages were reported. Impressive rainfall totals have already been reported, including nearly 10 inches in Topanga and Stunt Ranch. Bel Air has picked up 9.2 inches of rain, and Beverly Hills has received 6 inches of rain as well. Southern California, from the Los Angeles area southward to San Diego, will likely pick up an additional 2 to 3 inches of rain, with locally higher amounts of 3 to 5 inches also possible through Wednesday. So this is a storm that continues to linger, and that is always a trouble spot for so many, just because, well, if it lingers, that is causing more rain in the area, and that is a cause for concern for so many. Parts of Southern California continue to be under this rare high risk of excessive rainfall today, and it's important to take such a threat seriously, because the magnitude of flooding can have such destructive impacts. And you're taking a look here at just some of the shots from Southern California right now as it continues to really cause much of concern. Again, high risks are only issued on about 4% of days, including tropical and non-tropical events, but this risk category accounts for 39% of flood-related fatalities and 83% of flood-related damages in the continental U.S., according to research by WPC meteorologists. Sunday's high risk of excessive rainfall in California was the first such risk issued in the U.S. since August of last year, which corresponded with Hurricane Hillary moving inland across Southern California. Many people underestimate the force and power of water. A mere 6 inches of fast-moving floodwater can knock over an adult. The National Weather Service says it takes just 12 inches of rushing water to carry away most cars, and just 2 feet of rushing water can carry away SUVs and trucks. It is never safe to drive or walk into floodwater areas. So again, take those warnings. If you are in the Southern California area, you are seeing just some of the destruction already, and many motorists losing their vehicles as well as they were trying to go through the waterways. So we'll, of course, be on the very latest here for you on Live Now from Fox, bringing it to you and joining forces with Fox Weather as it comes needed. And we'll be joining forces with Fox Weather's Max Gordon in a little bit here as well. But let's take another 2-minute break here. I see officials getting closer to the podium in Philadelphia. So on the other side of the break, we'll have this event for you on Live Now from Fox. Once again, everyone, we are back for you on Live Now from Fox out in Philadelphia, where we will be hearing from the mayor and other city officials here in just moments. You see the mayor there at the podium as well. We always got you covered on Live Now from Fox, bringing it to you. As always, top stories, breaking news, we've got you covered as we bring it to you live, raw, and always direct here. The mayor is at the podium. Let's listen in.
Mr. President, you mind standing in the shot? Thank you, Mr. President. I'm messing with him. Dawn, I mess with him wherever you are. Let me just start by saying good morning to each of you. The Parker administration is continuing to take shape, and on today you can see that it is actually coming into a much sharper focus. We've appointed well over 24 to help lead the Parker administration, and there are more on the way. In fact, even after today's announcements, you're going to hear quite a few more this week. Our intent is laser focused. Instead of focusing on doing things quickly and on somebody else's timeline, we've been focused on putting the right people in the right positions to serve our customers, who are the citizens of Philadelphia. That's all right. Sometimes that means bringing new, talented people into this government, and sometimes the best talent is right here in government already, as we aim to build an exceptionally diverse administration built to deliver. I do want to say that right before I was sworn in, I had an opportunity to travel to what is referred to as the new mayor's school. Someone said, "You went to school to be the mayor?" I did, along with several other new mayors from across the country. It was assembled at Harvard University via the Harvard City Leadership Initiatives and sponsored by Bloomberg Philanthropies for incoming mayors and senior city officials around the country. And it was time well spent, and I learned a piece of wisdom now that I'm focused on every day. And this is what we learned from former Mayor Bloomberg. He says, the first 100 days of your term will set the foundation for your 4 years while you are in office. Make every day count. That is what has been in the back of my mind. So my job and my senior team's job, it is to attract and hire the best and the brightest to fill these critically important jobs, to lead the Parker administration, from police commissioner to managing director to commerce director to city solicitor to finance director to budget director, and many, many more. Our job is to focus on getting it right. With that being said, today, and where is she? Closer. We want to announce our Chief Education Officer, Deborah Carrera. Give her a round of applause. Now, remember what you heard me say when we talked about managing director along with police commissioner. It wasn't just experience, it wasn't just academic credentials. You also had to be aligned with this administration's goals and objectives, and there had to be good chemistry. We released in our 100-day action plan a comprehensive strategy to do a couple of things. Provide meaningful out-of-school programs and job opportunities for students by extending school hours from 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. year-round, while allowing working parents to have confidence that their children are well taken care of during business hours. Prepare a school strategy for building modernization, working closely with the school district in its own plan for facilities. Do outreach designed designed to allow me and my team to hear directly from teachers, counselors, and principals on how we could best attract, retain, and support them. And to just begin the process to find, solicit, consider, and nominate citizens to serve on, quite frankly, what is one of the most significant contributions you can make here in the city of Philadelphia, and that is to serve on the unpaid school board for the School District of Philadelphia. Yes, give that a round of applause. Education is a critical priority for this administration, and from our perspective, who better to lead the administration's Office of Education than a public servant who served for 27 years in the School District of Philadelphia, rising from teacher to principal, all the way up to assistant superintendent, and then she served for 2.5 years with the Pennsylvania Department of Education in Harrisburg as Executive Deputy Secretary and Special Advisor to the Secretary of Education. We are incredibly fortunate to announce that Dr. Deborah Carrera has answered the call and agreed to serve as our Chief Education Officer in the Parker administration. Give her a huge round of applause. Welcome, and tell them about your new role.
Buenos dias. Good morning, Mayor Parker, guests, family, and friends. My name is Dr. Deborah Carrera, and I'm honored to accept the position of Chief Education Officer for the City of Philadelphia. As the Mayor said, I am joining with 29.5 years of experience in education, serving 27 years with the School District of Philadelphia, as the Mayor said, as teacher, as elementary school principal, high school principal, assistant superintendent. I've spent the last 2.5 years in Harrisburg working with the Department of Education, as she shared, as Executive Deputy Secretary and as also Special Advisor to the Secretary of Education. I'm humbled and excited to join Mayor Parker's team, and in my new role, I will be working alongside our mayor, ensuring that this administration brings a unified vision to the education systems in our great city, starting with, as the mayor said, with our 100-day plan. As a public servant and a lifelong educator, I have a proven record of improving systems. I'm looking forward to convening partners and working groups across various sectors, focusing on the mayor's initiatives, such as, yes, year-round schooling, school building modernization, outreach for a mayoral listening tour with educators, beginning the process of searching for and nominating potential members for the Board of Education. Statistically, I should not be here. I grew up extremely poor in the Kensington section of North Philadelphia. My mother finished 6th grade, and she's here today. Can we give her a round of applause? Looking fabulous. My mother finished 6th grade and my father finished 4th grade. When I grew up, no one read a book to me and no one could do homework with me. My mother became a single mother, raising 6 children, 3 girls and 3 boys. We called ourselves the Puerto Rican version of the Brady Bunch. And my mother went to work for a sweater factory for most of my elementary and middle school years. Despite all of these challenges, her children went to school every day. Well, almost all of them except for one, but we'll talk about him later. But school became the place where I felt safe. It was the place where I found my voice as a student, and I developed my love for learning. A community of educators believed in me. They saw beyond sometimes a dirty or hungry little girl, and they set high expectations for me. I shouldn't be here, but I am. And because I am passionate about ensuring that every learner I am responsible for has a quality education and a high-functioning education system. Our learners will always be my priority. As Chief Education Officer, I will make sure that all the decisions that we're making are made in the best interest of all of our learners. Thank you.
When I served as state representative in Harrisburg, representing the 200th district in Northwest Philadelphia, I started something. When we established a process to bring real data and information about the Commonwealth's budget to the people in my district. And I established these events that became known as the 200th District's budget briefings and town hall meetings. And it had not been something that had been done before. The Commonwealth has a great deal of impact on people's lives: education funding, transportation, SEPTA, DPW, workforce development, jobs, programs that my constituents didn't know enough about. But we changed that. But you're only as good as the information you provide. And my office had a significant ally in those community meetings, the founder of the nonpartisan Pennsylvania Budget and Policy Center, Sharon Ward. Give that a round of applause. Sharon brought information, numbers, and the ability to explain the state budget in ways that people could easily understand. She continued her public service in the Wolf administration, where she served as director of the budget office, and of late, when she served as senior advisor to the Education Law Center. Now, a quick word about Sharon's last job. For those of you who have been paying attention, you know that it was the Education Law Center with the Public Interest Law Center that won a very important court case last year in Commonwealth Court. A ruling that Pennsylvania's system of funding public education is what we have known for a very long time, inherently unconstitutional. The ruling directs the legislature and the governor to create a better system of funding education. The Basic Education Funding Commission, they just reported that the Commonwealth is underfunding public education statewide by $5.1 billion. And in Philadelphia alone, by $1.1 billion, and recommended that the gap be closed over 7 years. The governor and the legislature must now address the gap, and our goal, Mr. President, as we've talked about, is to make sure that the city of Philadelphia's voice is heard in a unified manner with clarity. With Sharon as our new Deputy Chief Education Officer, working alongside with our Chief Education Officer, Carrera, will be well represented. Sharon, I am so excited to have you. This is a double whammy. I wouldn't want to mess with the two of you together.
Thank you so much, Mayor Parker. I can't tell you how honored I am by the opportunity to serve in your administration and to support Chief Education Officer Dr. Deborah Carrera and Chief of Staff Tiffany Thurman to implement your vision for students of all ages and socioeconomic backgrounds here in Philadelphia. So as the mayor said, she invited me to come and speak at her town hall forums, budget and town hall forums. I have to tell you, there were a lot of them. The mayor had one in every neighborhood that was in the 200th district, and I think there were at least 7 neighborhoods, and we took that show on the road. This occurred during a time of crisis for the school district of Philadelphia, while a state budget presentation at 7 p.m. on a Tuesday in February was not everyone's idea of a good time. Representative Parker had a purpose: to remind her constituents that Philadelphia's public schools were underfunded, and it was the state's responsibility to make sure that Philadelphia school children had what they needed in order to succeed. And as state representative, the future mayor secured the funding that helped to stabilize the district's finances.
Thank you.
So 10 years on, the pace of change had been too slow until a year ago. The Education Law Center and the Public Interest Law Center secured this historic victory, getting a Commonwealth Court decision that education is a fundamental right, and our system is inherently unconstitutional. I am thrilled and proud to have worked with the Education Law Center, whose lawyers secured this victory, and to have helped craft the remedy that could bring more than $1 billion in new state funding to our city schools. Let's hear it for that. So we are at a turning point for our schools. Our children and adults should no longer have to suffer just with the crumbs, and we will amplify the mayor's message that our children deserve the whole loaf. Yes. Thank you, Jim. So one final thing, when I read the mayor's goal to create a government that citizens can see, touch, and feel, it reminded me of those community meetings where the mayor brought the government to the people. Her pledge is not a new idea, but it's an extension of her vision for the role of government. And I just can't wait to get to work with this team. Thank you very much for this privilege.
What a double duo. You know, there used to be a time when people would say that Philly takes a back seat to cities like New York City or Washington, D.C. when it comes to hosting big special events and making Philadelphia shine. I know you agree with me when I say that those days are long gone. In the last half dozen years or so, I want you to listen to this list of major events that Philadelphia has hosted right here. The papal visit and the World Meeting of Families, the 2016 Democratic National Convention, the 2017 NFL Draft, 2 Philadelphia major sports championships that we know more coming, so don't get, they coming, just wait, they coming, okay? And of course, our 2 championship parades, the annual Made in America Festival with Jay-Z, one of the top 10 marathons in the United States. And it's a long list, and those are just some of the highlights, and there are a whole lot more. But at the center of every one of those major special events that you just heard me trickle down has been our appointment to the office of City Representative and Director of Special Events, Giselle Jones. I want you all to know that we gathered right next door. We make sure everybody has all of their information before we walk out. And I want you all to know there is nothing that can make you more excited than seeing someone who has done the work, who has done the work for so many years, but sat second chair doing the work. You know what it's like to do the work in an organization or a department and somebody else is out front? No more Giselle Jones. No more. Giselle Jones may be the most qualified city representative to ever be appointed to the office. We are so very, very proud to have her to step into this important role as the chief ambassador of our great city. Now, I've got to say this, and Mr. President, I was trying to figure out how I was going to lay this on him and Ryan. Councilmember Jones, chief ambassador means she's going to have to travel a little bit. She and Albert Martinez, our director of commerce, while I'm here and I'm, trying to do this and be Langston's mom, somebody's got to go on the road and across the globe to sell the city. So council member, I want to apologize in advance for all the heavyweight responsibilities that Giselle is going to have. But ladies and gentlemen, on today, and Giselle, the lady I'm about to mention, asked me to send you her regards. For those of you who remember the Wilson Good administration, there was a woman by the name of Jerry H. Walker, who became the first African-American woman city representative and director of commerce. At that time, both of those positions were merged into one. She is so super proud of you and asks that I communicate that to you publicly. Give Giselle Jones a huge round of applause.
Good morning. I am Giselle Jones, and I thank you for that warm introduction. I am honored. I am excited to stand here today as I accept the incredible opportunity to take on the role of the city representative and the director of special events, where I will have the privilege of being an ambassador to our mayor, Mayor Sherrill Parker, and a representative of the city of Philadelphia. I want to express my sincere gratitude to the mayor for entrusting me with this responsibility. Your confidence in my ability is humbling, it's motivating, and I am determined to exceed all expectations. Our city stands for integrity, innovation, and a relentless pursuit of excellence while being safer, cleaner, greener, with economic opportunity for all. I will ensure that these values shine through in every interaction, every event, and every endeavor. Philadelphia has proven time and time again that it possesses the infrastructure, capacity, proficiency to host signature events like WrestleMania later this year, and so many other events leading up to 2026, including the 250th anniversary of the founding of America, our World Cup, the Major League All-Star Game, and all eyes will be on Philadelphia. Why? Because we shine. We also host ongoing events for our citizens in the communities, our youth and student athletes, including PAL Day, the Mayor's Centenarian Luncheon, the Police and Fire Living Memorial Flame, the Holiday Parade, and the winter holiday activities, while presenting proclamations, citations, flag raisings, and ribbon cuttings. We are a world-class city and a preferred destination thanks to the incredible work of the team in the Office of Special Events. The competency and the passion of my staff and all the operating departments involved in the planning and execution of these events are without parallel. We are about crafting unforgettable experiences that create lasting memories and drive measurable economic impact to Philadelphia and surrounding areas, connecting and captivating Philadelphians and our million-plus visitors to our city each year. I am excited about this journey ahead, and I cannot wait to see what we all achieve together. And I ask for the privilege of thanking my village because all of you are here. I'm so excited to see you, and thank you for coming. But I especially want to thank my family, my husband Curtis, my children, Miss Dr. Gina Upshaw McCaleb, Casey Jones and Curtis Jones, my sisters, my mom, she's watching on TV. And I do see Bernie Prasenica, Don Smolensky from the Eagles, Mike Harris, Meg Kane, the CVB, the IVC, Visit Philly, and our elected officials. And I want to give a special thanks to all the city leaders and to Mr. Ryan Boyer, whom are partners in all the work that we do in the city. I see my Link sisters, so I'm excited about that. And finally, I just want to thank Everett Gillison and Lori Jones. Thank you, Mayor.
We're going to do something different and innovative when it comes to our next two appointments. That is to lead our streets department and also the sanitation divisions. There is much work to be done in both areas, and on that fact, we are clear in both streets and sanitation. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second, but we are going to separate these two functions. Okay, we're going to separate. So we'll have the streets department, and then we'll have the sanitation division, and they will no longer be one and the same. The streets department has significant responsibilities when it comes to a few things: street paving and pothole repairs, street lighting, a huge project to turn street lights across Philadelphia into LED lights and fixing the tens of thousands of broken lights in every neighborhood. The $225 million in transportation infrastructure projects coming here through the Biden-Harris administration. It's a big job all in itself, and I am proud, and she definitely represents Philly grit when I tell you all, when you hear her story. If people, is it anybody in the room from South Philadelphia? Any South Philly people? Okay, well, our choice on today, I'm pleased to announce, to lead the Streets Department Transportation Division is Kristen Del Rossi, a dedicated 10-year veteran of the department, listen, who's moved up through the ranks from, and this is always so powerful for me personally, from traffic engineer to construction engineer to chief engineer, and for the last several years, transportation operations director. We are proud to welcome you, Kristen Del Rossi, as our new streets commissioner, where she's also going to work closely with the Office of Transportation and Infrastructure, Otis. Kristen, and to each and every one of you, give our new streets commissioner a huge round of applause.
Thank you. I'm Kristen Del Rossi, and I would like to thank Mayor Parker and the administration for this opportunity to lead the Streets Department. I am so honored to be here and be a part of this leadership. I am an example of the wonderful program the City of Philadelphia has to offer. And I hope that I am an example for other young people that the city's program rewards hard work. I will be eternally grateful to the mayor and her team for recognizing these endeavors and allowing me to realize my career goals. This doesn't happen without the work of a team. So I want to acknowledge my boss and colleagues for helping me to be able to execute the plans to continue to improve the city of Philadelphia. Mayor Parker has laid out a bold agenda in her 100-day action plan, and I am honored to be able to work with this team to be a part of its execution. As someone who has lived in Philadelphia my whole life, I am committed to improving safety, accessibility, and quality of life for all its citizens. I will work closely with the Parker administration's entire team to ensure our streets department is putting forth modern, cost-effective plans to improve transportation and traffic conditions for every Philadelphian. I wanted to say that Mayor Parker took the time out of her busy schedule to meet with me personally as an applicant for this position. This personal touch showed me the importance of her teamwork and leadership strengths. I have been blessed to have multiple mentors in my life, and I want to say thank you to them. They know who they are, and I'm profoundly grateful to them. Lastly, I want to thank my family and friends, especially my parents. I wouldn't be here without them. Thank you.
The heat is on 1,000 over there. As I've said, we're going to do something new and innovative with these two appointments. We are separating the streets department from the sanitation division. The sanitation commissioner will work closely with and report to our new clean and green office headed by our former commissioner, Carlton Williams, who is now Director Williams. Director Williams, where are you? Are you close? Well, just raise your hand so everybody can see you. Give it up for Carlton Williams, please. I just said back there, when you're trying to figure out talent that may not be out front and you can't see, you need to get recommendations, you need to understand the history and the contributions, and I want to state for the record that Director Williams, his opinion and his experience in working with our new Streets Commissioner and Sanitation Commissioner weighed heavily in our decision making, and I wanted to say that publicly. The Sanitation Commissioner, core responsibility of sanitation will remain what it's always been, part of the heartbeat of our city. If the men and women in the sanitation department who pick up trash on time in every part of the city, who help us during weather emergencies, to keep our neighborhoods clean and safe, if they are not a part of making Philadelphia move forward and allowing us to meet that goal of being safer, cleaner, and greener, none of what we are talking about will work. Some of those critical duties in that Office of Clean and Green, we would argue, are going to bring some much needed support and help. Did you all hear me? Sanitation department, through COVID, through every other emergency that you can think of, they don't get an opportunity to work from home. They come every day to make that sacrifice, and we would.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us. That was Mayor Parker there from Philadelphia giving the latest staff updates. We are going to take another 2-minute break on Live Now. When we come back, we'll be talking about the rain that continues to linger in Southern California, major flooding as well. We'll break it all down with Fox Weather's Max Gordon coming up in moments.
Being able to be inside.
All right, everyone, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Take a look at the radar here. Rain continuing to persist in Southern California, and really what a weekend it has been from Sunday on, and it continues to really cause flooding concerns. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks again for joining us on Live Now from Fox. Big story out there in Southern California. Let's take you right there now with Fox Weather's Max Gordon joining us now with the latest on this extreme atmospheric river flooding.
The hillsides, the ground, extremely saturated with water. And for that reason, we've seen some debris flows with this latest atmospheric river event. We're in Laurel Canyon. This is a neighborhood here in Los Angeles, and you can see some of the debris that's piled up here in the streets. We've got trash cans, looks like some pieces of homes, a screen door, some fencing there, different pieces of detritus. Now, essentially, this is a very hilly area. We're right up against the Hollywood Hills, and we had a lot of water falling in just a very short period of time. Some rain gauges measured just over the weekend more than 9 inches of rain that fell. And as you can see, it continues to fall around me. We're going to cross the street here after this car passes and just give you a sense of how much water is flowing down slope. This has been a pretty steady stream all morning long. We've been here since about 3:30 a.m. local time, and you can see how much water has been flowing, and you can see the debris that was picked up by this water. These pieces of rock right here, some of them weighing hundreds of pounds, falling down slope, being carried away by the water. You know, a really intense situation here. Now, this has been a statewide event. One person has been confirmed dead due to this atmospheric river event in Yuba City, California. That's about 40 miles north of Sacramento. A tree fell on that person. It appears that that person was trying to cut away that tree when the tree fell onto him. That's according to police there. There's also been widespread power outages. Hundreds of thousands of people have been without power, mainly in Northern California. The power outages haven't really been down here in the Southland as much. But Governor Gavin Newsom, he's declared states of emergency in 8 separate counties in Central and Southern California. They've also pre-positioned and deployed more than 8,500 state personnel to respond to this atmospheric river event. There are evacuation orders that still remain in effect in several counties across Southern California. So it's a developing situation as this rain continues to come down here in Los Angeles. Back to you.
All right, Max, thanks so much there for that update. As always, stay safe to you and your crew. We always appreciate it here on Live Now from Fox. And for always the latest, you can check out Fox Weather any time of the day. It's in your favorite app store right now. Check them out. Fox Weather. You won't regret it. We will take our final break of the hour on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Taking you out to New York City right now, where we have New York Republicans demanding more action on the migrant crisis. Let's listen on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, to wrap up, we're just asking for some common sense here. We're asking that citizens be put first, that public safety be put first, that law and order be put first, that we support our NYPD, we do what we can to protect them. And I think that if you talk to New Yorkers overwhelmingly, you will see that Democrats, Independents, and Republicans agree with us that we need to have the back of our police officers, we need to keep our city safe, and we need to deport individuals who are here and are committing crimes against our citizenry. Any questions?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Jack Morford from the New York Post. Can I ask a question of Mr. Janello? Could you explain to us in practical terms how the impact of being kicked out of Rikers, these detainers not being honoured, and the issues that we're having with judicial warrants may have changed your response to the attack on the officers?
Well,
as if you didn't have all those problems, what would be different to the way that you would operate?
basically, if these people were arrested, NYPD would notify us, and then we would go and pick them up and take them into custody. So obviously, with the no cooperation, they're not going to reach out to us. Obviously, with bail reform issues, if they don't make it to Rikers Island, we can't even put a detainer on them, because by the time we would find out about it, they would be released under the bail reform. So bail reform is a big problem in a lot of the cities, especially in New York, because they're not even going into local custody at Rikers Island anymore. So, you know, that causes a big issue. So in order for us to, like I said, we didn't know anything about it. We found out by watching it on the media. I mean, we have databases that let us know as the people get fingerprinted and they're being arrested. We get them, we vet them, but, you know, there's a lag time as that comes in. So we want to try and get the violent, most heinous, you know, individuals off the city streets of New York. But we're starting behind the eight ball, because if NYPD already had them, and because of bail reform, they're being released, we're now backtracking and trying to find them. When if we were cooperating with one another, all they would have to do is give us a call, and we come and pick up the bodies.
Under that old system, you know, if they could just give you a call and you guys had your space still set up at Rikers.
Yes.
What would then be the next step? I mean, would ICE then be able to deport them? Would they face a trial domestically? Like, how would that work? And also, if you could just touch on, my understanding, and I might be wrong, is under the current, like, sanctuary city suite of laws, the city is basically able to cooperate with an investigation if there's an arrest warrant issue. Is that right, or are they not cooperating in that sense? Could you just kind of get into that piece of it for me, please?
Well, I mean, first of all, they would, you know, they'd have to reach out to us. When we were in Rikers, individuals that were vetted by my staff that were amenable to removal proceedings, they would be placed into immigration custody. Everyone is afforded the right to trial. Everyone is afforded a right to counsel. So there's many different steps to an immigration hearing. It's not that you come into our custody and the next day you're being removed from the United States. So, you know, immigration law is very convoluted. It's worse than tax law, and it's very fluid. It changes all the time. So, but every individual has the right to a trial in front of an immigration judge. The second question was as far as the...
my understanding is they can...
So, the thing with the warrants, my staff, we do civil immigration enforcement as well as some criminal enforcement. When we do our criminal enforcement cases, we work with the U.S. magistrates from Southern District and Eastern District of New York. Usually those are cases where someone's been removed from the United States due to some pretty serious crimes that comes back illegally into the country. Those are cases we work with the Southern District and Eastern District of New York. All of our other cases are administrative in nature because it's all under the INA. Now, when we do issue detainers, we also issue a warrant along with the detainer for the local jurisdiction to hold them. And the warrant is signed off by an officer, manager, or above, as per the authority given to them by the INA and the 8 CFR, the Code of Federal Regulations. That authorization is specifically given to managers within ICE to sign the warrants. The city and the states are trying to push state law over federal law by saying, we can't turn the subject over to you unless you give us a judicial warrant. That is not the way the INA works. We give you a warrant that's signed. It's an administrative warrant asking you to turn the subject over to us. There are no judicial warrants for admin cases. And the INA specifically, and 8 CFR specifically, grants us the authority to do that. So you have state law trumping federal law. So obviously I'm not an attorney. I'll let the attorneys look into the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution and decide on why the state law is trumping the federal law.
Are those administrative warrants different in nature than like arrest warrants? Like, is it...
They are arrest warrants.
Okay.
They are arrest warrants. They're administrative arrest warrants.
On that, help us understand. So you're saying that, so the city was saying the other day that they would be willing to deport these migrants who have been from us, but there might be a thing that they have to be convicted first.
No, that's incorrect.
Can you just help walk us through like that process?
It depends. It's all case-by-case basis. Remember, we have immigration enforcement priorities right now, and obviously, due to lack of resources, all law enforcement's dealing with lack of resources. We focus on the worst of the worst. Unfortunately, in New York City and my jurisdiction in the area that I cover, there's no shortage of that. So we always focus on the ones committing the most violent and heinous crimes here in the city and in the surrounding areas.
So that sanctuary law wasn't in place. Would you guys have to go in and pick up guys because they were let out without bail? Would you guys be able to go pick up those more guys?
As long as NYPD contacted us, yes.
Director Janela, your field office is dialoguing with the Adams administration, but you did hear about this attack from them. You heard about it from the news media.
Correct.
Why is that? Do you know? I mean, I would think that Mayor Adams having that
No, there's no, because of the sanctuary policies, NYPD is not able to cooperate with us, so.
Emily? Local Law 228 of 2017 specifically bars this type of interaction. Now, I know where yes, and I know where your response is coming from because I know you're a good journalist and you've asked some elected officials why they weren't able to contact ICE. And their response was, well, in certain circumstances under Local Law 228, it's possible. It's just not the case. Go look back at their own statements in 2017 when they say this specific type of action would be barred. Now we just happen to be living it in real time and seeing the consequences.
Okay, I'll take one more question. Yeah. It's incredibly disturbing, and it's frustrating for us who have been saying that the mayor's been misinterpreting the right to shelter law. In fact, the Staten Island elected officials here, we sued regarding a shelter on Staten Island, and in that decision, the judge affirmed that there is no responsibility by the city to house migrants, that the right to shelter law was intended for homeless New Yorkers. And so it's frustrating for us to see that these individuals are here. We had warned that they weren't being properly vetted. They're committing crimes, and then they're getting released because of the state's ridiculous bail law, and then they're going back to the shelter that we, the taxpayers, are paying for, or a fancy hotel in some cases. They're going to a luxury hotel room because we, the taxpayers, are paying for it. And you're seeing federal, state, and city policy come to a head here. And Joe's right. I mean, you know, I've never voted for any of these bills. Nobody here ever voted for any of these bills. These are the policies of the radical left from the city, state, and federal level coming to a head. And the taxpayers and the citizens are suffering, and our NYPD as well. And, you know, again, if we were cooperating, with ICE, at least the people who are here committing crimes would be deported. But to have someone arrested 8 times for pickpocketing, and then she goes back to her luxury hotel room with all these free services, including laundry services, legal services, food, education, healthcare, and she continues to perpetuate crime and wreak havoc on our city is an absolute disgrace. And I think that if you were to ask New Yorkers, people across the political spectrum would agree with us. Well, the bipartisan bill, hold on a second, because the bipartisan bill came out last night. So how can we reject some? It just came out last night. We haven't even read the text yet. It's 340 pages. Chuck Schumer, however, did reject our bill, which we passed in May. We passed the Border Security Act in May, and Chuck Schumer wouldn't even allow it to come for a vote. And to date, he hasn't passed anything in the Senate either. So what I would argue is that they just finally came out with something in the Senate. If they pass it, then I think the two sides need to reconcile. But, you know, the reason why the Congress is looking to do something is because the president won't. I mean, the reality is he could simply just undo the executive orders that he put in place, and this would not be happening. I mean, this never happened under any other president, Republican or Democrat, this crisis that we're seeing right now. This was done by the policies of this administration, and they can undo it. All right, thank you, everybody.
Everyone. So that was some New York Republicans blasting the mayor and governor on the migrant crisis. That continues. So we will definitely be keeping an eye on that. One of the major stories out on the East Coast. We are awaiting Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He will be making some remarks, and we'll be bringing that to you, as always, on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we're also keeping an eye on Southern California as the rain continues to persist right there. Flooding warnings are issued again today as the atmospheric river causing major concerns for Southern California. Here's a look at just some of the flooding from earlier and this past weekend as well. So we'll be keeping an eye on it for you, as always, on Live Now from Fox, and also checking in with Fox Weather throughout the day as well. Do want to give you another live look here at the Dow. It is a major sell-off day going on right now. Last time we checked, it was 156 points in the red. Now 400 points and more in the red. So we'll be checking in on that throughout the trading day as well. But before we take a 2-minute break, do want to show you a live look at New York City, Statue of Liberty there in the distance. We'll be back in just 2 on Live Now from Fox. We're back for you on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again for joining us. As always, I am your host, Mike Page. Coming up in just moments, Governor Ron DeSantis out of Florida will be making some remarks. We'll be bringing that to you. In the meantime, let's go back out to New York, where we have the governor and other officials going to be talking about investing in central New York. We are going to bring that to you right here, as always, on Live Now from Fox.
Because of the investments being made, we were chosen by one of the top chip manufacturers in the world to come here. But Micron's not the only company making massive investments. Hundreds of millions of dollars of investment from existing companies are being made as we speak. The future is very, very exciting. On a personal note, I've had a chance to work with the governor when she was in Congress, as lieutenant governor, and now as governor. And as a friend of mine and as our governor, I will tell you, no one works harder, no one cares more deeply, and no one is more passionate about the work that's done here. We share an institution of higher learning at SU. And it's really my pleasure now to introduce our governor, Governor Kathy Hochul.
Good morning, and it's great to be back in central New York. As I've told this story, thank you. My home away from home. You know, and geographically, Syracuse is the heart of New York State. We know that. And you know, as Randy alluded to, I am an SU alum, watching all of our teams closely. Our coaches are like Jim Boeheim, the end of an era. Jim Boeheim started when I was at Syracuse, so it was a few years ago. You do the math, it's not recent history, but I just feel such a close affinity to this area and its people. And so thank you for making me feel so welcome here once again. You know, I also felt an affinity because you come from an industrial area along the I-90 corridor, Syracuse, Rochester, Buffalo. We have this strong connection because we remember the good times, the bad times, the really, really bad times, and now the recovery, the rebirth. And so these regions have endured incredible hardship, but they never lost their aspirations, their belief that things can be better. And there's really this energy that continues to run through this area that I so admire, this tenacity, this refusal to give up. And it's really what has been so extraordinary. So as I put together my fiscal year 2025 budget, there's a lot I want to talk about of what we're doing right here in central New York and continue to lift the people up, the institutions up, the infrastructure up, and ways that we can make transformative. I also want to recognize, first of all...
we'll get back to Governor Hochul a little bit later on Live Now from Fox, but since we are live now, that means we bring in as many live feeds as we can. We have one here for you. Governor Ron DeSantis out of Florida.
A ray of hope to make sure that we're going to do everything we can in this legislative session to keep Florida on the right track. And there's a lot of different things that we've been working on that we'll continue to do, that we've been able to highlight. I mean, one, I'd like to point out that you look at what's going on in Washington with all the amount of debt that they're racking up. You know, we've paid down 25% of Florida's debt just in the last 5 years. So our debt's going down, it's going up federally, and your share of the national debt as a U.S. citizen is over $100,000 per American. Your share of Florida's debt as a Florida resident is about $600. And so, you know, not that you'd ever be forced to pony that up and pay it, but if worse came to worse, like we would be able to handle this in like a day, right? So that the liabilities, everything that you look at these other states, we've done it well. We're going to continue to cut taxes. We're going to continue to make sure that we manage the budget well. We're also going to continue to ensure that we're investing in things like education. Our education is ranked #1 by U.S. News and World Report. Part of that is because of we've got very affordable, high-quality higher education, which we're proud of. Tuition is very manageable for Florida residents. We've held the line on that. We'll continue to do that. We also can get Bright Future scholarships. So there's a whole bunch of stuff with that about affordability, which is important, but also education choice. Here in Miami-Dade, you have more choice than probably anywhere in the country. Certainly for an urban district, it's not even close when you have the choice within the school districts, the charter schools, the private scholarships. That's really empowered parents, and it's allowed us to produce much better results. So we're going to continue to do that. In my budget, you know, I called for an even bigger increase in salaries for teachers in Florida, $1.2 billion. We did $1 billion last year. No one's ever been able to do that much money since I became governor. We've now done a lot, and we'll continue to do that. We know it's important. We also are going to continue to do what we've been able to do for environmental restoration. If you look, I was out in the Everglades agricultural area a week or two ago, where we actually started having water flowing through one of the stormwater treatment areas. That was a pipe dream 10 years ago. Now you're seeing all this stuff. You're seeing water moving like God intended. So that's important. We're going to continue to do it. But I think of all the things that that we've done well, one of the things I kept being reminded of is the fact that we really take pride in being a law and order state. We take pride in being a state that supports the people that wear uniforms, and we take pride in maintaining public order and making sure that people have good quality of life to be able to live their lives, to be able to raise their kids if they have kids, to be able to retire in peace and tranquility. Those are things that are all really important. You're not seeing that in many parts of this country, unfortunately. And when people had flooded into Florida over these last many years, I've talked to so many of them that just did not feel that their public officials were keeping their communities safe. I mean, you look at places like San Francisco, where you can rob the stores blind and they don't do anything. I've met people who've moved to Miami Beach from San Francisco, who had their homes broken into, and the perpetrators weren't prosecuted. Even though they were caught, they weren't prosecuted. How is this supposed to be happening? People are, sometimes when they're charged for crimes, they just get released back onto the street, and it's like a revolving door, and that really causes the quality of life to collapse. And we've seen once great areas in our country really have some of the worst times that they've ever had. So you can look around there, know what has failed, and know where we have to go as a state. And one of the things that I saw in these areas, and that I think people here are familiar with, is how the homelessness and the drugs and the crime have just really made it miserable for just law-abiding people in many of these parts. You can go to like Los Angeles, and like there's just like tent cities are everywhere on the sidewalk, on public areas, and it's not something that you can actually have a vibrant society when things like that are happening. And so we're here today. The legislature is considering doing something to just ensure, from a statewide perspective, we're not going to let any city turn into a San Francisco. Not on our watch. We're not going to let that happen. We're going to have protection for people. And I'm joined here by the mayor of Miami Beach, the new mayor, Stephen Minor. He's of the same mind. He doesn't want Miami Beach to turn into some of what you've seen. We understand the policies that have led to that. And I think the thing about it is, if you look, we're the third most populous state in the nation, but we don't have any of the 10 highest homeless for cities. Those are primarily congregated on the West Coast, places like LA, San Francisco, Oakland, Seattle, even Denver, as you get into the Rockies. Of course, New York City has that. And the question is why those? It's policy. It's the policies that are creating this type of an environment. And in fact, we had, over the last 10 years, homelessness has gone down in Florida. It's gone up in some of these other states. But at the same time, we understand this stuff can change very, very quickly. So we feel that if the legislature is willing to lean in on this, that we want to be there to be able to offer support, but it's got to be done right. It's got to be done in ways that is focused primarily on ensuring public order, ensuring quality of life for residents, ensuring that people's property values are maintained, ensuring that businesses are able to operate unobstructed without these problems bleeding in. So today I'm here to say that we are going to work with the legislature. I don't know that they have a product that's final that is going to pass muster quite yet, but we're going to work with them to ensure that whether you're in Miami Beach, whether you're in Miramar Beach up in Northwest Florida, whether you're anywhere in between, that we are going to keep our streets clean, we're going to keep our communities safe, and of the following measures. We need to prohibit camping streets, sidewalks, and parks. We just can't live like that in the state of Florida. We will create, and look, it's not going to be an issue here in Miami Beach with your mayor. We'll work together to ensure the streets, but not every local government may agree. I think most will, to be honest with you, because I think people have seen the problems in other parts of the country, but you never know down the road. So you do need to have the ability of the state government. They have to have tools to be able to ensure that these rules are being complied with, and that's very important for that. I am open to providing financial support for communities for things like sheltering, also for things to try to address some of the mental health problems that we see with people on the street. I think that's totally something that we can agree to do to be able to help deal with some of the problems of this, as well as the substance abuse. And that was the thing, you know, when you're walking the streets of San Francisco, I don't know if any of you have had a chance to do that recently. I actually did it over the summer. And I had been talking a lot about the failures of San Francisco because I was hearing a lot of it secondhand from people that had moved from San Francisco. And these are people that a lot of them really loved the city and remembered when it was great. And then they couldn't believe it, they had to leave. So I would talk about this, but then when you actually show up and see it, and you show up, and within 2 minutes of being on the ground there, you see somebody defecating on the sidewalk publicly. You know, that's just not something that and that just happens as a matter of course. See people using drugs, shooting up drugs on the street, open air drug markets, all this stuff, crime happening without anybody really being held accountable. That is just not something that works. But you look at that, and yes, policy is facilitating that, but clearly there is an underlying issue that you're seeing with mental illness, and that has not been addressed very well. And I think that we can absolutely work together to do. But my bottom line is this: people that live in Miami Beach, people that live anywhere in the state of Florida, you know, I take it as like kind of the dad test. Like, can I just take my kids and just walk down the street to see shop? You should be able to do that every place without having to worry about homeless or being accosted by somebody. So I think these protections will be very good for Floridians. It'll ensure that we don't see any part of our state descend into the madness that you've seen in places like San Francisco, New York City, or Seattle. So we're going to work very closely with the legislature. I'm confident we're going to get a product that's going to add really strong protections for the people throughout the state of Florida. It's fine to sit here and say, oh, we don't have any of these 10 cities on the map. We don't have, in terms of the 10 most, we have a lower crime rate than them. And it's true. All that is true. But, you know, part of what leadership is to look to see what hurdles could be 5 years out, 10 years out, and are we putting in places structures to ensure success? And I think what they've done in those other jurisdictions, they've really incentivized the results that they're seeing, and they're incentivizing failure. I want to incentivize success here in Florida, and this will be a big part of it. So stay tuned on that. I'm confident we're going to be able to get something across the finish line, because I think there's broad agreement that that it's worth doing something and really leaning in and getting ahead, because we see if there's a wrong turn taken, just how destructive that can be. Before I invite up FDLE Commissioner Mark Glass, we'll also hear from the mayor as well as Betty Bahar, who's the owner of a chewing gum ladies boutique here in Miami Beach, and we'll tell her story. I just want to say this, because we're in early February. There's obviously a lot of people that are in the state now, of course, but that's kind of normal. As we get into March, we start to get into the season of spring break. And I've told the mayor proactively the state will provide resources that the city here needs to be able to ensure that spring break does not turn into some melee. People come down and enjoy themselves, a variety of different ways you can do that, of course. We have a lot to offer in this state, and we're proud of that. But we're not going to let the streets be taken over. We're not going to let the residents who live here have their quality of life diminished. We're not going to allow businesses to be hurt by public disorder on the streets or any of this type of activity that we have seen in recent years. Now, we sent a lot of people to Miami Beach to help with Highway Patrol, Florida Department of Law Enforcement. But I'm here to just say, these are resources that are available now, and we want to get ahead of this, because we don't want it to happen and then have to come in and stop it. We want it to just be a smooth period of time for people to be here. You should not even really know that it's spring break or not, because things should be orderly. So we'll have resources that both Highway Patrol and Florida Department of Law Enforcement will be working with, not just Miami Beach, but wherever in the state, although we know that we had some really serious incidents that we had to deal with here in the last couple years. So that's my pledge. We're pledging full support on it. We don't want to have a situation where it's not safe to be in a given area. Businesses can't function. You're having to close early or all this stuff. That's not what this is about. So the safety and the well-being and the quality of life of our residents is our first priority. And if people want to come and visit, that's great. But you got to do that in a way that is, I think, conducive to everybody's quality of life. So stay tuned on that. Hopefully we'll do like we do with hurricane, have a lot of preparations and not have to use, most of it. But, we're going to be here to do what we need to do. So, all right, I'm going to have some folks come up. So first we're going to have Mark Glass from FDLE.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you, everyone, for being here. Under this governor that we have, Florida is safer than ever before. Safer. And House Bill 1365, which is going through the House and the Senate, will help us stay that safe. Citizens living near homeless camps and people visiting businesses near the homeless camps, by proximity, become more vulnerable. House Bill 1365 makes all our citizens safer by ensuring security is present at homeless camps and prohibiting alcohol and drugs. Governor, in Florida, you and our legislators make it possible for law enforcement to stay proactive in these areas. And that is why Florida has experienced one of the largest decreases in homelessness across our great country. We are so fortunate to live in a law and order state. And once again, Florida is a national leader in safeguarding the prosperity of our citizens. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Governor, for your leadership, particularly in making the state of Florida a law and order state, and that's certainly what we are striving for and are accomplishing here in Miami Beach. This is a law and order city, and our commission is steadfast in making sure that continues that. And I've spoken to the governor, spoken extensively with his team, and the commitment is unwavering to make sure that we have the resources no matter what, including spring break, to make sure we don't see the same issues. You know, a couple of years ago, I was talking to a business owner who was telling me about a level of guilt he felt with a homeless individual who slept in front of his storefront every night. And he said he would have to clean up every morning, but he said, I did it willingly. He said he would give him some food. He said, but I used to be able to have conversations with him. I used to be able to talk with him, even some politics. He says, but by the end of those 4 years, he had disintegrated into a person I didn't recognize. And then one day, he wasn't there anymore, and he never saw him again. He said, did I help this person? Was I compassionate to this human being, or did I facilitate his downfall? You know, in Miami Beach, every 3 years, we do a comprehensive survey on a number of issues, from policing services to cleanliness to resiliency. And there are 30 different items that our residents are questioned about. And the last 2 surveys we did, number 30, both times, meaning the worst rating we got, was how we address the homelessness issue. And that's changing. That's changing now. I'll talk a bit about what our commission recently did, but several years ago, I proposed legislation that our commission passed where we're offering employment opportunities to homeless individuals. I proposed legislation that our commission passed where we offer pre-diversionary rehabilitation programs to homeless individuals, to people with mental health issues, with addiction issues. And we transformed our municipal prosecution team. The governor mentioned law and order, making sure we don't have that turnstile. When I looked under the hood of our own municipal prosecution team in 2021, we only had an 8% success rate in convictions. And through the help of my legislation and our commission, we are near 90% today in a successful.
You are watching Live Now from Fox. That was in Miami Beach, Florida, as officials there are talking about combating crime along with the governor, Ron DeSantis. We are going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll get an update on President Biden's classified documents investigation continues. Find out what the Biden camp is most worried about in that investigation. We'll have it for you next on Live Now from Fox.
Documents.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you continuing to join us here, all in real time, bringing you the top stories and headlines from across the country. Remember, when breaking news happens, we have you covered here as well. Well, President Biden's classified documents investigation continues, and we're learning a little bit more about what the Biden camp is most worried about in this investigation. So let's go right now out to our D.C. bureau. That's where we find Fox News' Alexandria Hoff with the latest here on this story.
Hi, so good to be with you. Yeah, so what we're waiting on today is this final report from Special Counsel Robert Hur that's into the Biden documents probe. There are not criminal charges that the president expects to face, but this report from Axios is showing that the Biden team is concerned that this final report will have some pretty embarrassing details in it, perhaps photos of how President Biden stored documents that were found at his Wilmington home. So we are awaiting that. They find that it could be politically dangerous, potentially damaging to the president.
Yeah, and it's so much so that, you know, there's so much talk about his rival, Donald Trump, in his own classified documents case. And this looks like it's just going to be, you know, a Trump-Biden rematch here. And so how is this all playing on really the re-election campaign for Biden as well?
Yeah, so the concern, according to this report, is that former President Trump's campaign is going to use any of these details that come out of this final report against President Biden, his likely rival this upcoming election, in saying that these two classified document cases are the same and that Trump is being treated unfairly. Because remember, you had those images that came out of Mar-a-Lago, right, of former President Trump, the way that he was holding these classified documents. They were in disarray, strewn throughout the estate. And the concern among the Biden team is that if photos come out that show that President Biden had kept these documents, classified documents from his time under the Obama administration in his garage. We know they were in his garage. But let's say photos come out that show them kind of scattered throughout, shoved into places they shouldn't be in this garage. The concern is that former President Trump will simply say these two cases are exactly the same and I'm being treated unfairly, because once again, President Biden is not expected to face any criminal charges in his classified documents case. The White House says these two cases are very different, but former President Trump, he was indicted on 37 criminal charges.
Yeah, so well, we know the former president will definitely be making a case for that. Alexandria Hoff, thanks so much for the latest updates regarding this, and we'll be looking forward to the report when it comes out. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
No problem. And we will take another 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, more live coverage from across the country.
Hey, thank you.
right, everyone, let's take you back out to Miami Beach, Florida. That is where we see Governor Ron DeSantis still speaking. Let's listen.
Even further, and so I don't think it's likely has much of a chance, but you know, you never know with the folks that we've got in Washington, D.C. nowadays. Okay, anybody have any questions? Hey, how are you?
Good, well, thanks. Welcome to Miami Beach. We haven't really heard from you since you came off the presidential campaign trail. And just wondering, you had a couple weeks to digest what's happened here, and what do you think happened with you running for the White House?
I haven't taken a couple weeks to digest and reflect. I got right back in the saddle here. We've been making things happen every single day. That's just what we do. We did do a lot in the 7-8 months that I was running, but it was after the legislative session. But that's just the type of a guy I am. You know, whatever I have an opportunity to make a difference, I'm going to do. You're not going to see me go on like some hibernation where I'm like saying, oh, woe is me. That's just not how I am. And so we're happy to have been back. I think I was back in the office the next day, and we've been putting points on the board ever since, and people here can expect nothing less than me. We're going to continue to be very energetic. We're going to continue to get a lot of things done. I will say, though, that being the most active governor in America, we've worked very hard. But the difference between doing that versus a presidential campaign where you're doing 10 interviews a day, going all these stops on the buses, it is a little bit different. And so even though we've been very active, I think that this is good. It's a difference between talking about things and actually doing things. And I'm a doer more than a talker. We'll have to see. I mean, I'll talk to the mayor here. I mean, there's probably a handful of spots that I think that this is the one that's been the most concerning over the last couple of years. There's a couple others. Fortunately, a lot of the other areas have done pretty well. We were just in a situation, I think, in Florida. I mean, this isn't like our first rodeo with spring break. I mean, this has been going on for decades. And different areas used to be, Daytona used to be, so then they changed some stuff. Panama City, they changed some stuff. So you kind of live, but I think what happened in Florida was when COVID hit, starting 2021, we were like the epicenter for everything because people knew they could come and live their life. And so in terms of wherever you would have gone spring break, it's like Florida was #1 on everyone's list. So I think that created some unique pressures in places like Miami Beach. But bottom line is we've got a lot of communities that have dealt with this for a long time. We want to be helpful at the start. And we will process any request for support. I will say we had a lot of Florida Highway Patrol that have been very, very helpful. Florida Department of Law Enforcement. If there's other agencies that need to pitch in, we're open to that. But I would say those will probably be the two main agencies that will help. And I think we can get ahead of it on the front end so that you can come, but you're not going to be able to do some of the things that have been happening. And if that's made very clear at the front end, I think it's going to be much smoother for everybody. Glenna. Right.
And 1365 goes into a choice for a county to set up a camp and security and facilities for homeless. And I wonder how you see that happening, the finances of that, the choice of it. How does that work?
Well, I don't know that we've necessarily embraced those particular provisions. I think we've laid down our marker is we're going to protect Floridians and their quality of life, their freedom, the public order, and their businesses from having homelessness, crimes, and drugs impinge on that. And that's what we have to do. That is #1. Then once you do that, there are certain legal requirements that you do have to meet. I mean, one of the reasons why you can, in Miami Beach, arrest somebody is because you are offering them a shelter. Courts have said you have to do that. I'm not sure that's what the Constitution actually says, but you know what? This was the Warren Court, and they just made it up as they went along, so why not, right? But we're mindful of that because I want to do whatever we do, I want it to stick. I don't want it to end up being, you know, we know there's always going to be some judges that rule against us no matter what, but as you go on appeal and everything, we want it to be able to stick. So how is that done? And I think what we're envisioning is providing some support for counties for additional sheltering, providing some financial support for both substance abuse and mental health. But what we don't want to see in the legislation is any incentive to create homeless camps, particularly in areas that would interfere with the public conducting normal business. And so if it's a county where they're going to do something that's out of the way, I think what they're trying to do in that bill is provide a lot of accoutrements that are required to probably make it less attractive to do that. But then if they went ahead, then they'd have to do all those things. But I think that's all still a work in progress. My bottom line is we just want the streets safe. We don't want homeless to be an issue in everyday life. And that's what it's become. It's overwhelmed day-to-day life in some of these cities throughout the United States. And that, first of all, it's not good for the public, but it ultimately isn't good for the people that are out camping on the streets. That's a dead end. That is not going to lead them to having any of these problems solved. So there's going to be better ways to not only protect the public, but also to help some of these individuals who some of them do have issues that need to be addressed, and we can be protective, potentially can be constructive in helping to address. Yes.
Yeah, hi, Governor. Any other issues you can think of in terms of helping out with spring break? I know you mentioned the possibility of, or any other ways in which you can see the state helping?
I think a lot of it's going to be based on the requests we get. We want spring break to go smoothly, and I'm willing to devote resources to ensure that it goes smoothly, because I understand how it impacts restaurants, hotels. It affects a lot, and these are people's livelihoods. And you have spring break, which can be a great time for Florida businesses, but then if things go south, then it ends up becoming really bad. So we're on standby to accept whatever people are asking. We're going to talk to communities throughout this state, but I do think that this is probably going to be the top priority, just given the last couple of years. I think there's a couple other spots around the state. I think most of them have leaned in, and I think have done it pretty effectively. So let us know how we can be helpful. It's not for us to just say you have to accept this. You don't have to accept any help. If you want some highway patrol, we'll help you. If you don't, that's fine. If you think you got a handle on it, I know the mayor here understands that we need to head this off, and I think that's the right approach. So he's going to have our support to be able to make sure that we have an orderly few weeks here. You know, it's a great time to be in Florida. Obviously, once the calendar turns, January, February, March, April, I mean, there's a lot of great stuff to do. We're fortunate to have so many people that come and spend their money in Florida. Heck, even the criminals spend their money. Did you see the story? You had CNN. They were saying, like, there's these theft rings with a lot of the illegal aliens, and they steal, and they're like, well, but they tend to go down to Florida and spend the money, and I'm not sure how that works, but they're like, but why don't they just steal in Florida? They're like, because they'll go to jail if they steal in Florida. So, thanks, guys. We'll see ya. Thank you.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take another 2-minute break. When we come back, we will be listening to Nikki Haley. She is on the campaign trail in South Carolina. We'll bring it to you on the other side of the break. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thanks again for being with us as always. Do want to head out right now to South Carolina, where Nikki Haley campaigning. Let's listen on Live Now.
As a competitor, I dealt with China every single day at the United Nations. China never saw us as a competitor. They always saw us as an enemy. We need to look at them the way they look at us. So how do we deal with China? The first thing is we stop selling any U.S. soil to them and we take back the land they already purchased. The second thing is we should go to every university and say you either take foreign money or you take American money, but the days of taking both are over, and get that infiltration out of our schools. Finally, we should go and tell China we'll end all normal trade relations with you until you stop murdering Americans with fentanyl. You watch how fast they move. They need our economy. And then we blacklist all the technologies that help China that threaten America. And when it comes to our military, we build up our military. Strong militaries don't start wars. Strong militaries prevent wars. And that doesn't mean throwing a lot of money at the Department of Defense. It actually means cleaning it up, pulling down bureaucracy, pulling down red tape, telling them to stop playing favorites with defense contractors, getting them to stop all of these programs that are unnecessary, like gender pronoun classes, which are demoralizing our military right now. And then modernize. We have too many generals looking at the way wars used to be, land, air, and sea. We need to be focused on modernizing. We need to know artificial intelligence, cyber, space, hypersonic missiles, submarines. Those are the things we're going to need to take on the threats of the future. When it comes to our companies, I met with 400 CEOs a couple of years ago, and my answer to them was, the way you should look at your business, if China pulls out the rug from you tomorrow, are you ready? And that they need to have a plan B. Because it's not if, it's when. And a president needs to look at it the same way. If China pulls out the rug from us tomorrow, will we be ready? Think about COVID. They all asked you to wear a mask. They were made in China. They all wanted you to take a COVID test. You turn it over, they were made in China. You go down your drugstore aisle right now, every bit of those medicines are made in China. We will look at it from a national security lens to make sure we're protecting Americans first, and then help our businesses figure out how to move that trade to allies as opposed to China.
Charleston thinks about sea rise every time it rains, like today. What specifically would be your White House policy to slow climate change-induced sea level rise? And what would you do to mitigate or address the costs?
I believe climate change is real. Knowing that it's real, we have to say, okay, what is it that we do to protect it without knowing any of your political affiliations? This is not partisan. We all want clean air. We all want clean water. We all want to leave our kids with a world that's healthy, that will go on for generations. The first thing we have to do is you have to hold accountable the big polluters in the world. India and China are the biggest polluters, and they do nothing about it. When I got us out of the Paris Climate Agreement at the UN, it wasn't because America doesn't care about the environment. It's the fact that we had all of these mandates on our businesses. And do you know what China's plan was? We'll deal with it in 10 years. I've dealt with China enough to know 10 years never comes. So the first thing is get with the rest of the world and start putting some serious accountabilities on China and India. The second thing is I've always found U.S. companies are very good. When I was recruiting all these companies to South Carolina, I always praised them because they, on their own, with their own money, would try and be green. They always wanted to be good stewards of the environment. What we need to do is partner with them on innovations and focus on the transition. We need to transition in certain ways, but you don't do it by extremes like what Biden did, saying everybody needs to drive an electric car by 2033. First of all, you're telling people what to buy. That's wrong. We're a free country. We should stay that way. Secondly, these cars are expensive, so you're costing us more in the process. Thirdly, if you're going to do that, 70% of the batteries that go in electric cars are made in China. Why are you giving them a windfall? That's our biggest enemy. Why would you do that? But more importantly, look at the common sense side of this. don't have the infrastructure to do that. And I'm not talking about charging stations. Electric cars are very heavy. Our roads and bridges would not be able to handle if every one of us was driving an electric car by 2033. So the transition in how you do it has to be done at a very basic pace. Right now they have nuclear fusion. It's ways that they have found that actually reduce the emissions in ways that we could actually explore and do more of. Work with our partners, our energy partners, on what the innovations are that we can do. Instead of demonizing them, let's partner with them and say, okay, what can we do, and do it in a transition that's acceptable.
Well, based on that answer, South Carolina is taking those baby steps, which are growing up quickly. They're not babies anymore, but to move towards batteries and electric cars. Are you satisfied that South Carolina needs to go in that direction to be a leader in that industry?
In the electric industry? I don't think you should tell people what they have to do. If we want to be a hub that builds electric cars, I welcome that. But don't make people have to buy electric cars. Don't force them and say, you have to do this. And secondly, keep in mind, if we're going to get 70% of the batteries from China, why are you making us more dependent again? Work on how you're going to do that here. Make sure that you do that here. It's not saying, I think you don't demonize industries. We don't want to do that. We want industries to make money. We want them to do well. But we want people to decide if they want to do that too. We don't want to go and make them, you know, I was in New Hampshire, and their motto is live free or die. I want us to be the live free or die country. Let people live the way they want to live. We should do our part, but let them make the decisions that they want to make.
You've clarified your remarks about the cause of the Civil War. Black leaders and historians say the answer leads to the fact that there are many inequalities and inequities in this state that are still rooted in slavery and 100 years ago. Sorry, switch gears here. What would you do as president to address the nation's racial gaps in wealth, health, and education?
I was born in Bamberg, South Carolina. 2,500 people, 2 stoplights. We were the only Indian family in that small southern town. We weren't white enough to be white. We weren't black enough to be black. And I remember when I would get teased on the playground, my mom would always say, your job is not to show them how you're different. Your job is to show them how you're similar. It would be great if we were doing that around the country right now, is remember our similarities instead of what divides us. So when it comes to racism, there is always an element of racism. Our goal is, how do we make it better today than it was yesterday? And that means stomp it out every time we see it. But when it comes to the cultural inequities, look no further than what we did together in South Carolina. So when I came in, we had 11% unemployment. We had thousands of people on welfare. And South Carolina was the butt of the jokes. So we all know that we moved the 11% to 4%. We were building planes with Boeing. We were building more BMWs than any place in the world. We brought in Mercedes-Benz. We brought in Volvo, 5 international tire companies. They were referring to us as the beast of the Southeast. We announced jobs in every county in the state because I knew if a person had a job, they'd take care of a family. And we had a lot of families to take care of. So the first thing we did was recruit so that people could get jobs. The second thing is we partnered with our colleges to make sure it was South Carolinians that were getting those jobs and that they weren't bringing people in to get them so that we could get them skilled. But then there was that issue of we had thousands of people on welfare, and it was a generational thing. Every generation, their parents were on welfare, their grandparents were on welfare. And so in order to cut through that, one of the things we did was I took the people on welfare and I partnered them with businesses. And I told the businesses, I will pay you if you take this person for X number of weeks and train them. And at the end of it, you decide if you want to hire them. We moved 35,000 people from welfare to work. We had family celebrations where their kids showed up because they saw their parents having a job. People felt good. It wasn't that people don't want to work. They didn't know how to connect the dots. They didn't know where to get the training. And businesses needed workers. Was it harder? Yes. But those were sustainable changes we made. We lifted up people that way. We gave them dignity. We gave them a reason to hope. We changed the generational cycle. We did the same thing in our prison systems. against my security detail's wishes at the time, I went into multiple prisons. I wanted to know how people got in, what happened to them when they got there, and what happened to them when they got out. And we reformed the whole thing. We started putting computer classes. We taught them how to build a resume. We gave them family planning. We gave faith-based help if they wanted it. But the best thing we did is we put equipment behind the fence, and we started teaching them a skill. Now in South Carolina, when someone leaves the fence, they've got a job to go to the next day. We have the lowest recidivism rate in the country. We gave them not just out there on your own, go figure it out, but what I saw is these women would go out there and they couldn't get jobs. So they would go and find ways to get back in because they felt safer in prison. These men would go out there and try and get a job and no one would hire them. Now, in certain ones of our prisons, we've got a waiting list for our inmates because they come out so well skilled. Think about if we did that across our country. Presidents right now only meet with their governors once a year. I will meet with our governors once a quarter, Republican and Democrat, with the sole purpose of, one, taking as many federal programs as we can and sending them down to the states. That will reduce the size of the federal government, but it empowers people on the ground. But also so that we can give them best practices of how to do things like what we did with welfare, how to do things like the prison system, how to go and use those resources to better take care of their people. That's how you lift people up. That's what I think we need to do to change that generational cycle.
All right, I'm getting this signal. We're hitting the end of our time, but I want to thank the governor. I want to thank the crowd. I want to thank Palmetto and our sponsor at AARP. We finish up with a lightning round. We're going to ask you some quick questions.
Oh, boy.
Mostly, hopefully they're simple. Also, I think the governor is going to stick around and shake hands and say hello to a couple of voters, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
First question, who wins the Super Bowl?
I mean, can I just give a little bit to this? So I am more of a college football fan. I think NFL's too pretty. Like, it's not as scrappy as college football. But if I have to pick one, I'm going to say the 49ers.
Can you explain to us the Vivek Ramaswamy, Taylor Swift, Kansas City Chiefs, Super Bowl, Joe Biden, November election win conspiracy theory?
Insanity. It's total insanity.
Yeah.
There's not, I mean, it's the craziest thing. Go back and watch the Saturday Night Live skit. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Back on Saturday Night Live, did you know that not even Jane Curtin ever got to say live from New York? So you're in rare company. So you're ahead of Jane Curtin on the original show.
Very cool. Very cool.
And what have you learned in politics when previous allies who may owe you a political debt, like Tim Scott or Nancy Mace, are endorsing elsewhere for president?
That they have to sleep with their decisions.
And what is the one thing you're disappointed you weren't able to cure, fix, or address when you were governor?
Probably education. We came a long way. We changed the funding formula that would bring up the rural challenged areas. And we started saying that if a child couldn't read by third grade, they were 4 times less likely to graduate high school. So we started holding the kids back instead of pushing them forward to make sure they could read. Those things, we did, charter schools, all those, we did those things well. What I've done since then, I have a foundation that I started when I was governor. And we do, it's all private. We do after.
Welcome, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. It is a new hour as we bring you the top stories, headlines, all in the mix on Live Now. I'm your host, Mike Bates. Always great to be with you. I'll be with you for the next 2 hours as we talk about the day's biggest stories and also tracking some weather out in Southern California. Take a look at this, as this is a lingering storm that continues to just pound Southern California and really causing some headaches for people with flooding and also this extreme atmospheric river storm that continues to be an issue. We'll continue to track it on Live Now from Fox. But in the meantime, we do want to go out to South Carolina. That is where Nikki Haley continues to campaign ahead of the primary. She just wrapped up speaking with media members. Let's listen on Live Now.
The
are saying they're going to switch over to the Republican side.
Our goal, when I do an event, I don't ask people whether they're Republican, Democrat, or Independent. We want to bring in as many people as we can, wherever it is. I'm going to be serving everybody. So whoever cares enough about this election and wants to be involved, we want their support.
You're looking at polling numbers here in South Carolina around 25 points behind President Trump. What do you need to see on Election Day here in South Carolina to make it worth your staying in the race?
We need to close that gap. We need to make sure we close that gap in a way that shows that we continue to be competitive. We did that in New Hampshire. We were 25 points behind, and we came in 25 points in the last 3 weeks of the election. Our goal is to close that gap to make sure we do that here.
Ambassador, you said of the South Carolinian Republicans who supported Donald Trump that they'll have to sleep with that decision. But some of these are your friends, right? Representative Nancy Mace, who fundraised for her, endorsed her. What's your thoughts, not just on her supporting Trump, but also actively campaigning against you? She held a couple of press conferences last week calling you out on your failed governor's record, according to her.
Well, first of all, they're saying everything they said was a lie. So they lied to South Carolinians about something that South Carolinians watched. They saw that we passed the toughest illegal immigration law in the country. They saw that we brought in companies and businesses from all over the world. Yes, there was a fiberglass company out of China, but that doesn't even count. Nancy Mace said to me a year ago that I was a friend, a mentor, and she wouldn't have won this race without me. The fact that she's coming out and saying something different, that's on her, that's not on me.
What does it say of her, though, to you?
That's for other people to decide. That's not for me to decide.
How frustrating is it for you to know that that's the situation, that you feel like she's saying things that aren't true? How frustrating is that for you?
The political elite's never been with me. If you remember that from when I ran as longest-serving legislator, when I ran as governor, the political elite weren't with me. But I don't expect them to be with me. I mean, think about it. These are the same people who I made show their votes on the record when they didn't want to and hide behind voice votes. These are the same people who I made disclose their income so that taxpayers had to see who paid them. These are the same people who I, vetoed $500 million worth of their pet projects. You look at members of Congress, they're the same ones I'm asking to have term limits. They're the same ones I'm saying need mental competency tests. They're the same ones who I've said if they don't give us a budget on time, they shouldn't get paid. The same ones that I've gone and said they shouldn't be trading in the stock market. So no, the political elite will never be with me, but that's not who I want. Who I want at the end of the day are real South Carolinians who are dealing with the issues of the day that know that we need better solutions for tomorrow.
And just over 4% of voters turned out on Saturday in the Democratic primary. Are you nervous about these numbers on February 24th? What are you expecting?
No, I think we have early voting on February 12th. I think that we're going to see a lot of people come out and vote. I think people are passionate about it. I don't think they're passionate about Joe Biden, but I think they are passionate about who's going to be the Republican nominee, and we expect to have a good turnout.
We've got Tim Scott as a possible VP for President Trump when he runs. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that's possible? He's doing that to create favor with South Carolinians, a minority vote as well?
I don't spend time wondering what Tim Scott or Nancy Mace thought when they came out with their decisions. What I do spend time on the fact is those aren't even going to be options because I'm going to defeat Donald Trump at the end of this.
You've been an underdog before. What's your ground game looking like as an underdog right now?
To outwork. That's what I've always done. I've always outworked and I've always outsmarted. And at the end of the day, it's touching every hand, it's answering every question, it's being the last person to leave, and it's working it the way I've always done it in South Carolina. You have to campaign the South Carolina way. You've got to go and show people that you want to serve them and not go in with an ego and not go in inflated about things and just talk to them. And that's what we'll do. It's worked for me before. I think it's going to work again.
You talked about whenever
China and Iran today. Do you think South Carolinians care a lot about your foreign policy or not?
I think that South Carolinians should care about foreign policy, and I think Joe Biden and Congress have done a terrible job telling Americans why they should care. South Carolinians can tell you, when I was governor, I over-communicated. Whether it was a crisis of a hurricane or a shooting or anything else, I always told them everything I knew so they could make the best decisions for themselves. That's the kind of president I'll be.
And really quick, on the Senate border deal, today you said it doesn't go far enough. How far should it go?
It should include the Remain in Mexico policy. I think that's really important. They should stay in Mexico as opposed to even touching foot on U.S. soil. I like the fact that it strengthens asylum processes. We need to do that. But I don't think we need to allow 5,000 before we go and have that kick in. You need to do it from the very first person. We've got to stop the bleeding that's happening on the border.
You said President Trump knows that you saved him from some things when you were at the United Nations. Talk to me about that. Give us a little more information on what were some of the things you've saved him from.
Well, I think, first of all, going and doing the work on the Iran deal was important. getting us out of UNRWA, the Palestinian organization, and getting us to stop giving U.S. tax dollars to an organization that later helped Hamas do what they did, getting us out of the Paris Climate Agreement, getting us out of the Human Rights Council, passing the largest set of sanctions against a country in a generation, against North Korea, getting China and Russia to go along with that. There were a lot of really good wins that we had we had because I worked hard, I worked smart, and he knew that, and he respected me for it.
Talk about China buying up all this land and pharmaceuticals being made in China. We want to stop all that. How feasible is that? How long will that take to bring everything back to America? How can we take that land back?
It's not so much bringing things back to America as working with allies as opposed to enemies. We don't want to be Europe, dependent on Russia, just like we don't want to be dependent on China. So the way you do that is you solidify your partnerships. India, South Korea, Japan, Australia, Israel, the Philippines. When you start focusing on that, that's when you move those over. India gave themselves $1 billion stimulus to become less dependent on China. Japan followed suit. We need to go and look at these national security items and start moving them over so that we don't have to have China pull the rug out from under us.
There's a discussion at the moment about the biggest rare earths producer in the US merging with an Australian company to take on China and its dominance. Whereas obviously very important to these technologies. Would you support a merger like that to take on China?
Let me look at it and we'll get you an answer.
Governor, you talked about reaching everyday North Carolinians. South Carolinians.
The better Carolina.
I'm from. Okay. There's new polling out there that shows that there's a gap between your performance with rural women and the suburban and urban women. Why do you think that is, and how do you plan to reach female voters, particularly in more rural parts of the state?
We're going to be going to rural parts of the state. So the thing is to get in front of them and talk about issues. That's really important. We want everybody. We're not picking who we want and how to do it. We want everybody. And the best way to do that is for me to get in front of them. And so we're going to be anywhere and everywhere for the next few weeks until we get to Election Day, and we think we're going to be successful. Last question.
What do you say to those who say it's time to drop out and reunite the Republican Party against Joe Biden?
I think that's incredibly offensive to the American people. You've had 2 states that have voted. It takes 1,215 delegates to win. Trump has 32. I have 17. We've got a long way to go. South Carolinians want to vote. We're going to give them that right. Thank you, guys.
All right, Nikki Haley there campaigning in South Carolina, also speaking with the media. We are going to take our first break here of this hour. When we come back, we'll continue to track the lingering major storm out in Southern California. Once again, folks, we are back for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. I want to take you out to Philadelphia, getting the latest updates on violence and gun-related crimes right here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to be brief with regard to speaking about this task force. I apologize for my appearance. I just had surgery, so I'm going to make this as short as I can and not repeat all the information that the DA has given you. House theft and retail theft have become pretty hot topics in Philadelphia, and it's understandably as to why that would be. One of the two things that make a person feel secure in their community is having security in their home and security in where they want to go out into their communities to shop and just to be able to go out and buy things for their daily lives. Bless you. With regard to retailers as well, they need to be secure in their business, that they can open up their shops every day and be secure that they're going to be able to sell products and that their employees are safe and that they're safe and that the community is safe. With regard to retail theft and house theft, there has been a lot of talk that we don't prosecute those crimes, but we have been prosecuting them up until today, simply because there is a task force now that will be housing those types of crimes. That doesn't mean we weren't doing this before now. What we have done, though, is work now in the community with the retailers as well as the police department, who is doing a phenomenal job in collaboration with us to come out with a better approach about how we tackle both of these issues at the same time. To that end, City Council has funded a task force that I will be supervising. I would have actually more DAs here with me today, but we already have 3 who are on the task force right now, who are currently in court prosecuting those very crimes for people who are what we consider prolific retail theft offenders. Because while we're only speaking about this here today, we have quietly been doing the work, and those in the community, in the business community, as well as the police department can attest to that. I will let the police department tell you at a later time. We'll probably come back and speak at some later date about all the work that we've been doing since it's just been getting off the ground. But we have been working together in order to better and more efficiently fight these crimes, both for house theft as well as retail theft. So far, we have 3 members of the district attorney's office who are on the task force. We just had 2 more accept the position. We have an external position posted, so we are still taking resumes in order to fully fund this task force. We have Akko here with me today. She has come to the unit to be basically my support and backbone in order to collect all the data that I'm sure people are going to want to hear about later on down the road, so that we will be more adequate and able to come to these podiums and tell you about the work that we've been doing for both house theft as well as retail theft. And we hope to have more detectives as well. We really want to focus as much as we can on the top tier of the fencers, because unfortunately what we have found is they are utilizing people who have drug addiction in this city to their own benefit and using them in order to get them the product that they want to sell illegally, either in other stores, on the street. At times they even go door to door and knock on someone's door and ask for a list and then send their people out to collect product for them. So this is what we're looking to combat. We hope to be able to secure more detectives for this as well, so that we can do a lot more of our own internal investigations. We already have been collaborating, though, on those fencing operations with the police department. Thank you very much.
Kim Essick told you she had surgery. She didn't tell you why. It's because she's been punching out professional house thieves and professional retail thieves. Thank you for your service. It's very appreciated. All right. So I think it's very, very important to understand that the nature of the partnership that we see going on and that we hope will get better and better involves listening to community and business owners, listening to their issues and trying to see how we can get around them. Just today, I won't say who, I won't embarrass the person, but just today I heard something from a retailer here as we were getting ready to do this press conference that was frankly jaw-dropping. There's a gap in the system that was revealed in that conversation, and that's why it is so important that we're in the same space, that we're talking to each other, that we're not siloed. And I say that with reference to all of our law enforcement partners, but even more importantly, with community, to see what the experience is. It is, after all, our job to provide these services, to try to protect them in any way that we can. And if we do not hear from the people most affected, then we will not be able to solve it. I would also like to point out that we have been in close contact by deploying members of our community engagement team, which is under the DAO's External Engagement and Government Affairs Division, led by G. Lamar Stewart. We have been communicating with shop owners and people who work on business corridors for a number of years, including during the unrest after the murder of George Floyd by Derek Chauvin. Obviously, we needed to engage store owners who had suffered losses and gone through a lot in that period. That was extremely helpful to us, and that's something that we are hoping to continue to do and to do even more effectively. I'll have an announcement on that in a minute. But it is now my pleasure to introduce several people who will speak briefly, a couple minutes or so, to give you some insight into this partnership and our efforts as we work together and some of the things that have already been going on. And they will be 6 people or groups of people who will be speaking. The first is Jackie Williams, who is the Business Corridor Manager of the Lancaster Avenue Business Association, known as LA21. The second will be Phyllis Jones Carter, a retailer and owner of the A Part of Me boutique with the very, very fashionable red glasses. As someone who really loves nice glasses, I want you to know I appreciate them. And then we will have Benjamin Rowe, retail owner of Red Cap's Corner, where we are right now. And speaking of superheroes, we will have Pete Wilson and Ishak Samai, co-founders of the Philadelphia Community Outreach. After that, the last two speakers will be Deputy Commissioner Joel Dales from the Philadelphia Police Department, and thank you for being here, and resident Imam Kenneth Nuruddin from the Philadelphia Masjid. It is my pleasure at this time to call forward first Jackie Williams. If you forget where you are in order, don't worry. I'll get back up if there's any confusion. Jackie Williams, and then Phyllis Jones Carter, Benjamin Rowe, Pete Wilson, and Ishak Samai, Joel Dales, and Kenneth Nuruddin, Deputy Commissioner Joel Dales, and Imam Kenneth Nuruddin. All right, thank you so much.
Good morning. Still morning, right? Good morning. Jacqueline Williams with LA21, and I have in support three of my cleaning ambassadors. LA21 has a contract with the Commerce Department to clean from 34th to 52nd, and these are some of our cleaning ambassadors. They help to keep the corridor clean. We know that a clean corridor is a more safe corridor. So I just want to, Amir is here, Scott, and also Kira. And also we have a couple of our businesses. Mary Barnes is here. Thank you, Mary, for coming. Also, our representative from Antonio's. And thank you, Antonio's, for the hoagies. Antonio is a new business here on Lancaster Avenue, right across the street. And we love his hoagies, and everybody likes his hoagies. So I just had to say that. So thank you for coming and doing giving us a donation of hoagies. We are, LA21 is continuing to work collaboratively with the DA's office, with the CLC, and of course with our small businesses. What we do is we support small businesses, home-based businesses, and businesses here on the corridor. We provide technical support, and we help them with the issues that they will have. We know that small businesses have issues, and we're here to help them. And with the CLC collaboration, that is also help with security. We know that on Lancaster Avenue there are hot spots, we call them hot spots, that have some activities. And so CLC we have worked collaboratively with CLC, with the PPD, and the DA's office to help those hot spots get a little bit warmer, in fact cold, so that there's not as many different activities that are not, that we don't want to be on the corridor. So thank you so much for being here, and we appreciate all the support and all of the activities that we are working with the DA, CLC, and our other collaborative partners. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Phyllis Jones Carter, and I own a part of Me Boutique. It's right down the street at 3834 Lancaster, and the glasses did come from my store and everything else I have on. I started my business by happenstance. I just retired from the Department of Corrections, PA Department of Corrections as a program manager after 37 years with the Commonwealth. And I was just driving down the street a couple months later. There were some burnt out buildings down the street. I took a chance and I opened up my store in November that year at 3834 with clothing from $5 to $800 on Lancaster Avenue. And I also have next door now, 3836, where I repurpose furniture from $10 to maybe $1,000 in artwork, if you're interested in any of that. But I've been there for, this is literally my 14th year. When I started, there was not one store in that block. Not one. Not one. Yeah, and on Lancaster, there were probably like 3 or 4, and 14 years ago. I haven't had any real problems with retail theft, only from my potteries. I plant flowers at almost $1,000 to the whole block, and people take the whole pots. But other than that, you know, that's it. And I work with the 16th District in terms of stealing my flowers or any other issues I might have. But thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Ben Rowe. I'm the owner of Red Cap's Corner, where we're all standing. We're the city's oldest and largest tabletop gaming shop and event center. With we host 25 or more gaming events every single week, and we are celebrating our 15th anniversary tomorrow as a business. I'm happy to host DA Krasner's office here. I'm looking forward to working with them in the future on this. I know that issues regarding retail theft can be fraught. There are a lot of delicacies involved with making sure that people are treated equitably and justice is served accordingly. But I trust DA Krasner's office to handle this well, and I'm looking forward to working with them. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pete Wilson. I'm co-founder of Philadelphia Community Outreach, which was established in 2013. I want to give a special shout out to DA Krasner for being with us most of that time, and also the 16th District. They've been traveling with us on this journey from the very beginning, and we've been able to reduce crime. I was happy that you brought up the stats. I think that our involvement in the work that we do help us reduce the homicides. We have cameras at 41st and Lancaster, Preston and Lancaster that covers that area. But on the retail theft, we know what that promotes. Loss. It promotes loss. And the commercial corridor with these businesses are struggling as it is. So I'm happy that the DA has formed a task force to attack these problems, because what happens is, as you well know, the cost is pushed over to the consumer. Okay? They have to hire people to work in the store. They already have cameras, and then they have to hire folks to eyeball people when they come in. And that makes people feel uncomfortable that are not there to steal, but to purchase items. So I'm very happy that, again, Krasner and the police department has collaborated to try to end this problem that we have. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ms. Oxamai, co-founder of Philadelphia Community Outreach. Coupling on what Pete Wilson said, we're here to raise the awareness of community insight that we have to have in order to deal with a lot of this lawlessness that we have in the community. It's going to really take everybody's involvement. Press, law enforcement, district attorney's office, elected officials, all that's important, working together cohesively. in order for us to make the necessary progress we have to have as a community of Philadelphians. And that's why we call ourselves the Philadelphia Community Outreach, because whole Philadelphia is affected by, even the Lancaster Avenue situation, the whole of Philadelphia is affected. So it may not affect us personally, but overall it has to do with the atmosphere of the city. So we have to realize how we have to work collectively and create the necessary insight to allow us to address the issue, and then we'll be able to, we feel as though we'll be able to satisfy the community. We have to remember, we're on Lancaster Avenue. Lancaster Avenue was a viable corridor, commercial corridor, to the residents here for decades. Now we have a problem. We can work together collectively, and we can satisfy that problem and get this thing done. Small fest, petty fest, we know it's drug addicts, true, but that's something we cannot tolerate. We have to be able to address all these issues collectively, and I'm sure that we'll be able to answer the problem. Thank you again.
Good morning. On behalf of Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel, I want to emphasize our strong support for our local businesses and residents. We are dedicated to ensuring the safety of both commercial and residential areas in our city. PPD will continue to collaborate with the District Attorney's Office, our local, state, and federal partners, as well as the community. That is why we're here today. We recognize that creating a comprehensive safety network requires teamwork. As part of Police Commissioner Bethel's 100-day plan, PPD aims to enhance our Footbeat initiative in the business and residential corridors. Visibility is crucial. By continually using a Footbeat model with steady assignments, officers will actively connect with community members through initiatives such as park and walks, which is in addition to the assigned Footbeats, and also business corridor safety checks. This strategy aligns with Mayor Parker's safety plan and our belief that being present in our communities is essential for creating a sense of security and deterring criminal activities. So let's move forward together, committed to safeguarding our businesses and residents and ensuring the well-being of everyone in our city. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Imam Kenneth Nardeen from the Philadelphia Masjid, Clear Muhammad School, right up Lancaster Avenue. And you know, we have assembled here today all the components that make up a village. And not only does it take a village, but it makes a village. And we have to realize that if we don't have law enforcement, if we don't have restorative justice, if we don't have strong business corridors, if we don't have housing where people feel stabilized, then we really don't have the infrastructure that can give us a foundation to address issues as they come up. We have acute problems, but we have chronic conditions. And so as we leave here today, remember, we can all be a part of an orchestra that plays the same notes, that coordinate our efforts and our abilities. But I would like to just leave with two things that were mentioned. Jackie spoke about the hot shots, the hot spots. Brad spoke about giving people dignity. The community component comes to the avenue to engage in a medium of exchange. If they feel dignity from those who are the business owners, if they're treated with just some basic human dignity, then they'll feel some connection and they'll feel that they have something that they can exchange. Because remember the old African saying, if the people in the village, especially the youth, don't feel any warmth coming from the institutions, then they'll burn it down just to feel warmth. So we have to always keep in mind that we do have to have our concerns, we do have to have order, we have to have justice, we have to have law enforcement, but we know we have a generation, and sometimes 13, 14, 15-year-olds who are involved in homicide and crimes that make people feel unsafe. We know that there's still some potential to restore them. And so we always have to keep human dignity as part of our medium of exchange. We don't want the store owners just giving people products. but also give them kindness and human dignity to the extent of your ability. So again, it makes a village, what we're doing here today. So let us make certain that the inhabitants of the village feel that they are part of it. Thank you.
Thank you to you, Imam, to the Deputy Commissioner, and all of the other speakers for their insight. It is very much appreciated. I have a brief announcement before we go to Q&A, and that is that, as we may have mentioned earlier, we're going to be starting a series of community town halls, community meetings. Some of them will be more private. Some of them will be more public. I'm sure you can figure out why. There is a reason in football for a huddle. You don't necessarily want the people who are professional house thieves and professional retail thieves to know you're coming or to know how you're coming. The first of these meetings will be Monday, February 26th, 2024, and it will be on the topic of introducing the business community to the DAO's Organized Retail and House Theft Task Force. So they know the names, they know the faces, they have the phone numbers, they have the emails. They understand how to reach each other, even if it happens to be on a Saturday or even if it happens to be at 3 o'clock in the morning. And that is very important. That will be a more private meeting. But there will be a series of these meetings, and as I mentioned earlier, some of them will be more public, because when we actually sit in the same room.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We are going to take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Always more to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you back out to the Jennifer Crumbley trial, where the jury has the case right now, but they came back and have a question for the judge. So we are going to listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
It's a unanimity instruction.
Sorry, Judge, I'm trying to find. Okay. Okay, I believe the court is correct However, the way I read the question is that the jury is confused, obviously, about there being two ways to prove the charge. When they ask about one instruction supporting another, I believe that they should reread 20.30a, and then the one theory of the prosecution is 16.13, which describes the legal duty. I believe the second theory by the prosecution is 16.10, which describes the theory. Okay, but I think what supports 16.10 is the definition in 16.18. So when this jury is asking for a question about support, I believe the confusion lies in the fact that
they didn't ask me that.
Well, when they say, I don't see how 20.3a clears up the question they're asking. I believe the jury needs to be instructed to read 20.3a, and then they need to consider 16.13 or 16.10, and in doing 16.10, understand the definition of gross negligence is in 16.18. That's what the defense believes.
They didn't ask that, Judge, and it's not up to us to guess what they're thinking or not. The answer to the question, the first question is clearly yes, and 20.30a is clearly on point, so.
Yeah, the answer is yes. And then I'm going to say, please refer to 20.30a. I'm going to generate unanimity. And I'm also going to say, please consider all instructions as a whole.
Thank you, Judge.
And this one is my ring. Right?
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
All right.
So, again, the jury had a question here regarding the Jennifer Crumbley trial as they continue to deliberate. We will continue to wait for more updates in Pontiac, Michigan. We have you covered here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take another 2-minute break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're taking you out to Philadelphia, where they are gearing up come 2026, the World Cup coming to the U.S. And Philadelphia Lincoln Financial Field will be hosting 6 matches. Let's listen as they begin their early planning right now.
Playing them at the link. And I've said it before, and I'll say it for the next 2.5 years. The key to all of this has been Lincoln Financial Field, the incredible partnership, the organization, the venue, the professionalism, and of course a great pitch and great stadium operations. FIFA couldn't feel more at home and more comfortable with the link, and so we feel so grateful to have you as part of this. So thank you. And of course, the entire tourism and hospitality industry in Philadelphia, the Philadelphia Convention and Visitors Bureau, Greg Caron's here today. He'll say a couple words about, what we're expecting from a tourism perspective. Visit Philadelphia. Our very important key partner, now we got that July 4th date, Welcome America, is represented here. And Nicole, thanks for being here. The Philadelphia Visitors Center. There is just a community here that is so committed to making sure that Philadelphia shines with this opportunity. This is our moment on the global stage. So just to recap yesterday, I'm sure you've seen all of the graphics. As it was pointed out to me, it would be great if the graphics and the font were slightly bigger, which we'll provide that feedback to FIFA. But just so that we all have them, Philadelphia will host 6 matches. Our first match will be on Sunday, June 14th. Our second match is Friday, June 19th. The third match is Monday, June 22nd. The fourth is Thursday, June 25th. There is the 5th match on Saturday, June 27th, and all 5 of those matches are in the group play stage. We will then have a week break, and then our final match in Philadelphia will be Saturday, July 4th, concurrent with the 250th anniversary of the nation. I have been asked how we feel about receiving the schedule, and I think one word is relieved. I think we are happy to have dates and to begin to be able to plan in earnest. And really much of that is going to be focused on our logistical planning. Safety, security, transportation, mobility. All of those will be critical and key. And we can really now start scenario planning in a variety of ways. And thinking about all that July 4th and all of what these matches will bring. I think the other piece, of course, that we're incredibly excited about is the fact that this is really going to activate Philadelphia for a 3-week period with soccer happening here, and then with our overlay of the Fan Fest that will happen from opening match to closing match, right? So there's so much activity that's going to occur here. And when we think about the match days, while we focus on the dates of the matches, the one thing that's really important is that Philadelphia is going to feel these matches well in advance. We're going to feel it potentially if this becomes a team base camp. If Subaru Park is selected by a national team, we would be able to start seeing, a national team and their infrastructure start to come to Philadelphia in late May. To begin that planning. But more importantly, this now gives us the ebb and flow of what the tournament will feel like. The match day -1, match day, and match day +1. Each of these events is like hosting the Super Bowl, the 3-day event. And so we are going to feel that 6 times in a 3-week period. That's an extraordinary opportunity. And credit to our colleague, Bruce Revman from New York, who reminds us as host cities all the time that this is the unprecedented opportunity to run a 40-day infomercial about how great our cities are. And we're going to take advantage of that. Of course, there's going to be a significant amount of logistical components to this. And as I've said in a number of interviews earlier today, we do this well. The city is well prepared. Giselle will speak to that momentarily. This is not our first rodeo at a major event. We recognize, though, that this is different. This is the largest sporting event in the world, and the timeline for this is so much more extended than anything that we've done before. But I think that we feel really strongly that we have the teams in place. There is continuity between the mayoral administrations that gives us tremendous confidence in the fact that we have a great team in the Parker administration, and there are terrific civil servants who continue to serve and have great knowledge of how to do this and how we've done it in the past. And marrying that together is going to be, I think, an important component of delivering a spectacular World Cup. We are committed to partnering with everyone that we need to and focusing not just on how Center City will feel, and that's one of the questions that we get, how will Center City feel? This is so much bigger than Center City. This is about neighborhoods. This is about our immigrant communities being activated in a way that they maybe have never had. If you've ever been to a Unity Cup match that the city hosts for in the summer, and Catherine, you know this as the former Commissioner of Parks and Recreation, there is such a passion for this game. And with our expectation of more than 500,000 people coming to Philadelphia just for World Cup, we believe that we're going to see that activation throughout the neighborhoods. So there's a lot of work to be done. The work begins in earnest today. And I'm going to invite Giselle Jones as our new city representative to say a few words.
Good morning and thank you. And I bring warm greetings on behalf of the mayor. And as we said earlier, we're not new to this. We go big or we go home. So we have been planning for World Cup since 2016. We submitted the bid, and honestly, I have to tell you, Meg Kane has been laser focused on making sure that we are here where we are today. So I just want to assure you, kudos to Meg. I just want to assure you, the operational end of the city, we stand ready. We have the capability, the capacity, and the infrastructure. And as she said, security, transportation, all of those things are major things that we have been working on. And we didn't just start planning today or last week. We have religiously been doing this for a few years. So we are very confident and happy and excited and comfortable with where we're going. There's tons of amazing things leading up to 2026. This is the icing on the cake. We have not done anything this big, and we are excited about all the events collectively. And everyone that is in this room are partners to us. And this is why it's so easy for us to just step in line and collaborate, because we've been doing it for a very long time, and we will continue to do that. So thank you all for being such great partners, and the city is ready.
Of course, this is going to be an enormous moment for tourism and hospitality, which I preluded earlier. And I want to invite Greg Carrion, President and CEO of PHL-CVB, to join. It was his organization that led the bid initially and submitted through PHL Sports.
Thanks, Mike. Good morning. Good morning. See, I learned that from our elected officials at City Hall. Get things going in a two-way fashion. This is a huge moment for us, for our hospitality community. It is. It's been a long time in coming. People don't always realize what it takes to put something like this together, and my colleagues have alluded to this. But the marker for us at the Philadelphia Convention and Visitors Bureau is, Don will remember, and others in the room will remember, when we hosted the NFL Draft back in 2017. And the day, as we're literally saying goodbye to the NFL Draft, as they're packing up on the Parkway and at the Art Museum and everywhere else in the city, an RFP hits our desk at the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and Bria and Maria and Larry and our team at the CVB start working in earnest in 2017 for an event that, if all goes right, we will host in 2026. So when we held our watch party in Love Park last summer with the city and our colleagues throughout the city, we all held our breath, and that was really the big announcement when we got the announcement that we'd actually be hosting any matches. But to get to the point now where we're hosting 5 matches, plus 1 round of 16 match, on the 4th of July during our semi-sesquicentennial. And I just like to prove that I can say that word. And to give you an idea of the order of magnitude for our hospitality community, not just in the city, but as Meg says, regionally, each one of these matches will consume about 26,000 room nights. Each one of those 6 matches, 26,000 room nights. To put that in perspective, the city proper has 14,400 rooms in the city and county of Philadelphia. So you think about what that immediate impact is going to have on our collar counties and our partners in South Jersey and out to the western suburbs. The impact is huge. It's estimated that half the people that come to Philadelphia won't even have a ticket to Lincoln Financial Field. They will be here to just enjoy the pageantry of it, support their countries, to be at the Fan Fest and watching on big screens and in pubs and in bars. And I've never been to a World Cup match, but I've been in countries while it's going on. And the singing through the streets and the carrying of flags and singing national anthems is just something that, as Meg says, that the international nature of our city and all the teams and countries that participate in our
All right, so Philadelphia gearing up there to host 6 World Cup 2026 matches at the Financial Field there. We are going to take a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll take you out to the State Department briefing. It is just getting started here on Live Now from Fox. And we're back on Live Now from Fox, taking us to the State Department briefing, just getting started here.
Some of those examples I gave, the World Food Program, UNICEF, and other NGOs. This is a process we're going to continue to work through with appropriate regional interlocutors and other donor countries as well.
In terms of the importance of UNRWA itself, yeah, you can divert aid through other agencies, but do you accept that doing so potentially, if UNRWA, as officials in UNRWA are saying, is really short of money and is potentially unable to continue its operations, that's going to reduce the impact of any other money you send to Gaza in other ways? Right?
We have not been naive about how critical we think UNRWA is, both in Gaza, but also the region broadly, and the critical work that they do to aid and get aid to Palestinian civilians. And that's why this is something, one, as it relates to the allegations, we took so seriously and appreciate the seriousness at which the United Nations is taking this, and two, as it relates to the supplemental, we believe that we can continue to do important work through other NGOs and other partners, and simultaneously we'll continue to have conversations with donor countries about supporting UNRWA and ways that they can continue doing their important work in the region.
And just to clarify, you referenced this new independent investigation, the assessment that's going to happen, the review of UNRWA. Is the US going to wait until the outcome of that? That seems like that might take quite a while before you make a decision on renewing the UNRWA funding.
I don't have I'm not going to preview a timeline from here. I think we just want to at first see a process play out, and then we'll go from there and take it step by step. Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's face it, UNRWA is a political issue. It's being pushed by pro-Israelis and think tanks that actually sprung for this purpose, because they believe that cutting off aid to Palestinian refugees will simply liquidate the Palestinian issue. That the right to return that the Palestinians hang on will just simply disappear. So I want to ask you, is the United States of America committed to continued funding of UNRWA?
We'll say that whoa. I don't know what that was. Saeed, obviously, there's text in this pending legislation that would preclude us from doing so. We are an administration that follows the law. That being said, in this pending legislation, there is $10 billion for humanitarian assistance, of which $1.4 billion is for humanitarian aid for Gaza. This is an issue we take very seriously. We also believe, even prior to this conversation about the supplemental, we have, as I told Simon, been unambiguous, in my opinion, about the critical work that UNRWA does, not just in Gaza, but in other parts of the region as well. We think that the work they do is critical. They are an important vehicle for getting humanitarian aid to those who need it. And we're going to continue to work with donor countries and UNRWA, as well as they work through this investigation and work through this internal matter that they're dealing with, but also broadly to ensure that the Palestinian civilians that rely on this kind of work are able to get it.
Can I follow up on investigations seem to have been launched because there's allegedly 12 members of those who attacked on October 7 were actually working with UNRWA. Out of a an employee population of 13,000.
Saeed, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's 2 or 12. People participating in terrorism, in a terrorist attack in which 1,200 individuals were murdered is unacceptable to us. And that is why we've called for these investigations. And we've temporarily put UNRWA funding on pause. But we also have said how important this issue is, and we want to see it worked through because we know how vital their work is.
So how are you responding to Lazzarini and Guterres, who stated very clearly that UNRWA has funding only till the end of this month, which is a very short month?
Well, that is why it is our hope that this internal investigation and review is done so expeditiously and done so as quickly as possible so that there is, as Matt has spoken to previously, there is obligated funding that the United States had not transferred yet. Simultaneously, we're going to continue to work with donor countries to ensure that they can continue supporting UNRWA so this work can continue.
So lastly, on this point, so what would be satisfactory to you in terms of how this investigation, where is it leading to, or where should it lead to? Arresting these people, arresting 12 people and so on, and that would be, we put the page behind us, and that...
There, of course, needs to be accountability. We've spoken to this before. It's not for us to be prescriptive here. We, of course, are going to look at the assessments made from this internal investigation and go from there. One, we, of course, want to see accountability. We want to see steps taken and measures implemented so something like this can't happen again. And we want to see just an internal review of policies and procedures to double make sure that something like this isn't repeated.
And on Rafah, we heard that the Israeli Minister of Defense just issued a threat or whatever you want to call it, just like a few minutes ago, that they are going into Rafah. You have any comment on that? You have any comment on what might happen next in Rafah, where you have such a concentration of those who have been displaced?
So, Saeed, I've not seen those comments, and certainly I'm not going to comment or opine on every military strategy or tactic that we hear discussed or floated or is reported on as it relates to the Israelis conducting this operation. What I will just say is that we have been pretty clear that Rafah is an important conduit for the flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza. It is an important conduit for foreign nationals, including American citizens and LPRs, to be able to safely leave Gaza. It is also it is also somewhere where more than 1 million people are sheltering. And so we, of course, would want any operation to be being conducted in that region to take that into mind. But of course, I'm not going to opine on it more specifically than that. I'm going to Nadia, I'll come to you right after that. Leon, go ahead.
I just wanted to come back to this UNRWA issue.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I think the legislation doesn't look like it's going to go anywhere. But aside from that, the administration has approved the language to prohibit funding of UNRWA. So I don't know, how do you reconcile saying on the one hand that it's doing a critical job, which you have said publicly, on the other hand, also saying that you're checking with other donors, basically washing your hands financially of it and leaving it to other donors. How do you reconcile that and accepting the language to prohibit funding when you had announced a month ago or a couple of weeks ago that you were suspending funding?
Well, Leon, in the American system, Congress is a co-equal and a separate branch of government. And all of these things are discussions, negotiations, deliberations. Again, as I said to Simon, I'm not going to get into the specifics of how we got to the text that we got. I'm sure our colleagues at the White House might be happy to walk you through some of that. But we're not the only ones that have a say here. And so when it comes to using the dollar of the American taxpayer and where it goes and the things that it funds and the things that it supports, it is not only up to the executive branch. And so these are conversations that we have and policies that we move forward in close coordination with our partners in Congress. I would point you no further than the transcripts of the past, I don't know how many daily press briefings where myself, Matt, Secretary Blinken have talked about the vital role that UNRWA plays in the region. And that is incredibly indicative of this administration's point of view when it comes to their work. Now, the text of this legislation is where it landed. It is, of course, a deliberation with Congress. And so simultaneously, we're going to take steps to ensure that aid can flow through other appropriate partners who do work in the region, like the World Food Program, like UNICEF, like other NGOs. And we'll continue to have this conversation not just with Congress, but with donor countries as well. And we also, I think it's important to take a step back. We also still need to see UNRWA work through its own investigation and work through its process before the United States is ready to unpause the funding that we have put on pause. This is still very much an active process. We have, while we certainly welcome the developments that are coming from the United Nations and UNRWA, we're not ready to announce or share any change in policy at this time. Nadia, go ahead.
Thank you, Vedant. 2 questions. Since the ICJ ruling on January 26, which clearly called on Israel to avoid civilian casualties, 900 Palestinians have been killed, including women and children. So is Israel heeding the message that you sent to them in terms of the casualties? And what kind of pressure are you putting on them, trying to avoid? I mean, 900 in 10 days is a huge number.
Any number above 0, Nadia, is heartbreaking. We strongly believe that far too many civilians have lost their lives in this conflict. Not just far too many civilians, far too many women and children have lost their lives over the course of this conflict. And so at every step and at every turn, we will continue to make clear with the Israelis that international humanitarian law needs to be respected. Steps need to be taken to minimize civilian casualties. Additional steps need to be taken to minimize civilian casualties. And I have no doubt that these are the very kinds of things you're going to hear Secretary Blinken raise with his counterparts on his travels in the region right now.
Okay. You were alarmed by the settlers' violence in the West Bank to the degree that you put sanction on them. Are you equally alarmed and disturbed by the Israeli army torture of Palestinians? There is immersion pictures that's horrifying. I'm sure you've seen this picture, but one of them is basically an Israeli soldier, and this is what we know of through the social media. You must have seen this picture. This soldier has been identified as his name is Yussi Gamzu, and he's from the Nahal Brigade. This is a clear violation of.
All right, everyone, you are watching live now from Fox. Everyone, we appreciate you continuing to join us with the latest. We are listening into the State Department, but we do have some breaking news that I want to bring to your attention here. Some major news concerning the royal family, as we are now learning that King Charles has been diagnosed with cancer. I'm going to read out the official statement from Buckingham Palace saying, during the King's recent hospital procedure for prostate enlargement, a separate issue of concern was noted. Subsequent diagnostic tests have identified a form of cancer. His Majesty has today commenced a schedule of regular treatments, during which time he has been advised by doctors to postpone public-facing duties. Throughout this period, His Majesty will continue to undertake state business and official paperwork as usual. The King is grateful to his medical team for their swift intervention, which was made possible thanks to his recent hospital procedure. He remains wholly positive about his treatment and looks forward to returning to full public duty as soon as possible. His Majesty has chosen to share his diagnosis to prevent speculation and in the hope it may assist public understanding for all those around the world who are affected by cancer. And obviously, this is a major breaking news concerning the royal family, as well as all of the fans and supporters of the family. And of course, this is going to send shockwaves really not only throughout the country in England, but really around the world, learning of this diagnosis, as King Charles has waited his whole life for this moment of being king. And after the sad passing of his mom, came to the throne and was really hitting the public sequences a lot, going out in public and being there with Camille and so much more. But now that is going to be paused for the time being as he undergoes those treatments to take on this cancer. So he is now on the fight for his life, as he is now going to be battling this by also really juggling paperwork, as well as all of the needs of being a king has to do. So throughout the day, we will continue to get more analysis and insight on this major update regarding King Charles, the royal family, and so much more. But we'll continue to break it down for you all throughout the day and try to get so much reaction from not only this side of the country, but of course across the pond as well, that are just learning this news as well. Again, King Charles diagnosed with cancer. A statement from Buckingham Palace says that he has commenced a schedule of regular treatments, during which time he has been advised by doctors to postpone his public-facing duties so he can take on a much, much bigger challenge and take on the fight of his life. So we will continue to follow it on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just 2. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, taking you back down
contribute to
State
greater
Department
risk and risk in the region. And so we'll continue to coordinate closely, trilaterally with the ROK and Japan when it comes to pushing back on some of these malign and destabilizing actions.
Russia, the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs defended North Korea and criticized South Korea, saying the South Korean government had biased reporting on North Korea's nuclear preemptive strikes. And Russia denied North Korea and Russia's arms trade and warned South Korea about such report. How can you comment on it?
Well, Jenny, I'm not aware of this specific report that you're mentioning, but what we do know is that there is a deepening relationship between the DPRK and Russia. We've seen that. We've seen that over the past many months, including the transfer of munitions from the DPRK to Russia, and we believe that these kinds of actions and activities are deeply concerning and destabilizing, and we'll continue to work in close coordination to fend off against those. Jenny's had her hand up patiently, and then we'll make sure to get to the room.
Prime Minister Netanyahu said earlier today that he will not end his offensive in Gaza until the leadership of Hamas is destroyed. He said this could take months. We've seen this timeline shift over and over and over again. I just wonder what the U.S.'s comment is on the prospect of this taking many more months.
Our hope, and one of the things that the Secretary is continuing to work towards and work on, is ending this conflict as soon as we can. There is a convergence amongst all of us in wanting to see that happen, including many and all in the Israeli system, and we'll continue to work in close coordination with them to that goal.
So it would be acceptable to the U.S. if this continues.
I'm not going to prescribe a timeline, and I'm not saying that any prescription of a timeline would be acceptable to us or not. What I'm saying is that we're going to continue to work with the Israelis to end this conflict as soon as possible, and over the course of its duration, continue to push for the flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza, continue to work tirelessly so that the hostages can be released, and continuing to allow for conditions so that foreign nationals who may be interested in departing Gaza can do so, while simultaneously working towards some kind of longer-term solution here that gets us out of a endless cycle of violence. You've heard the Secretary talk about that before, and we continue to feel strongly that a two-state solution is that solution forward.
You spoke a little earlier to the importance of Rafah. Do you have any updates on the amount of aid getting in, the number of Americans who are leaving through that passage?
I have a couple of things. So first, since October 7th, the State Department has assisted nearly 600 individuals, including U.S. citizens, lawful permanent residents, and their family members, with entry to Egypt from Gaza at the Rafah border crossing. We feel that the vast majority of U.S. citizens who are seeking our assistance have reached out to us already, but will continue to engage appropriately through consular channels to any American citizen who might be interested in departing. On some of the metrics on the humanitarian questions that you raised, on February 4th, 207 trucks with food, medicine, and other supplies entered the Gaza Strip through the Rafah and Kerem Shalom crossings. As of February 4th, more than 10,500 trucks with humanitarian aid entered Gaza since October 21st. Again, you've heard me say this before. This, of course, is not nearly enough, but we're continuing to work with regional actors, including the government of Israel and government of Egypt, to do what we can to increase flow, and that's one of the things I expect the Secretary will continue to press on in his travels. Nick.
A couple China-related questions.
Can I see if anybody else has anything else in the region before I come back to you? Okay, go ahead.
Jenny's, you said that you're helping, you believe all the American citizens have reached out already. At one point, the embassy and the Americans were helping non-U.S. citizen Gazans who worked for U.S. media or U.S. NGOs, et cetera, and you stopped that. Is there a reason that you stopped that, and any chance of restarting it?
Look, our priority in these circumstances, of course, are American citizens, legal permanent residents, and their eligible family members, but I'm happy to look into if there's anything around that circumstance that we can share. I'm happy to follow back up with you. On the region?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Hold on, everybody. We'll get to you. Geeta.
Vedant, you just referenced the two-state solution. The Secretary has been following that up during his trips. The Islamic Republic of Iran says that they also want peace and security in the region. They want a country for the Palestinians. How do you see this claim by them? Is there common ground here?
If the Iranian regime is interested in peace and stability, they could stop being the world's largest exporter of terrorism. That would be a great starting point. Alex. Yeah.
What can you tell us about the impact of the weekend strikes, particularly given the fact that there's a growing criticism that if the aim is to stop Iran, then why going after two other nations instead of Iran, while simultaneously saying that you are not seeking to expand this tension in the region?
Alex, it is of course about holding these Iran-aligned malign proxy groups accountable. And so what these strikes were on Friday, you saw the United States conduct strikes on more than 85 locations at 75 facilities in Iraq and Syria. 3 were in Iraq and 4 were in Syria, and these locations were used by the IRGC and affiliated militias to attack U.S. forces. These locations were carefully selected, and there is clear and irrefutable evidence that the facilities targeted were used by groups and individuals directly involved in the attacks on the Americans. They included command and control centers, rocket, missile, and drone storage facilities, and other things of that nature in which we have credible information to believe that they were directly involved in the attacks on American personnel.
Can you just come back to more Russia then?
Okay.
Related to that?
Okay. DR, I'll come to you, Geeta. Go ahead.
Thank you, Fred. On the same topic, that the Iraqi government says that we have been not informed by the U.S. government, but after the attack, I was attending the press call by John Kirby, and he said we did inform the Iraqi government. So have you informed the Iraqi government prior to the attacks?
Iraq, like every country in the region, understood that there would be a response after the deaths of our soldiers. As for this specific response on Friday, there was not a pre-notification. We informed the Iraqis immediately after the strikes occurred.
Okay, and one follow-up. And how do you see the Iraqi reaction to that attack? They summoned you, charged the first, the U.S. Embassy charged the first, and also they said this is an attack on the Iraqi security forces and on the civilian residential buildings and citizens. Then how do you see that reaction?
So let me say a couple of things. First, our colleagues at the Pentagon are continuing to do their battle damage assessment. But again, these targets were carefully selected. And as I said, they included command and control centers, rocket, missile, drone storage facilities. We believe that these were credible targets and picked in a way to minimize and avoid civilian casualties. I've seen some of those allegations of casualties among Iraqi security forces because of these strikes on these terrorist-operated facilities are concerning. It would mean that these rogue Iran-aligned militia groups are working in proximity to official Iraqi security forces. But again, these battle damage assessments are still ongoing, and I don't have anything conclusive to offer from up here, and I'm sure my colleagues at the Pentagon would be able to speak more to that. Go ahead, Geeta.
Thank you. Reportedly, there has been another drone attack on a U.S. base in Syria today. There have been no U.S. casualties reported yet, but 6 or 7 Kurdish fighters have been reported killed. Now, the retaliation against the Islamic Republic of Iran is in relation to killing of American troops. What about allies? Would the administration take any action when it comes to killing
I'm certainly
allies?
not going to preview any actions from up here, but look, we believe that all of these kinds of activities are dangerous, they're reckless, they're incredibly destabilizing, and they are unsafe. And so we'll take appropriate steps to hold those accountable. I don't have any assessment to offer on this specific circumstance, but I think you heard National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan pretty clearly this weekend talk about how these initial strikes would be just the start. So, but again, I'm not going to preview anything from here. Michelle, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm going to work the room a little bit, Geeta, because a lot of people have their hands up. Michelle, go ahead.
Yeah, on Iraq, do you have any comments on the assassination of Naji al-Kaabi, one of Asaib Ahl al-Haq leader in Iraq? And reports say that the U.S. Was involved in this assassination. Can you confirm that?
I don't have anything to offer on that. I'm happy to look at that. I don't believe it to be true, Michelle, but I will double check.
And do you have any reaction to the drone attack on a base housing U.S. troops in eastern Syria that killed 6 SDF fighters? And do you consider this attack an attack on the U.S.?
I think Geeta just asked that question.
But do you consider it as an attack on the U.S. or you're not?
Michelle, again, these kinds of actions are incredibly destabilizing. They are unsafe. They are increased risk, and they put civilians, service members, including service members of other partner forces, in harm's way. And so we will take appropriate action, but I don't have anything to preview from up here.
What about the timing of this attack?
I'm not going to speculate on the timing. I'm going to go back to Nick, who's patiently been waiting.
Thanks very much.
Yeah.
A couple of China questions. Report last night's bringing some renewed attention to the fact that Chinese nationals are the largest growing ethnic group trying to illegally cross the southern border. Major driver of that is because of the scale back of visas issued to Chinese nationals. What can you say about bilateral discussions and increasing those visa numbers? And then separately, there are reports that Chinese students with legal visas have been getting harassed and interrogated at airports coming back from the holidays, and some not being admitted in. The PRC ambassador called it absolutely unacceptable. Have you had any discussions with PRC counterparts about this, or any comment?
Let me say a couple things. I think, Nick, on both of those questions, I think the operational and technical details of that would be better answered by our colleagues at the Department of Homeland Security. On the People's Republic of China broadly, look, people-to-people ties continues to be a topic of discussion in our continued bilateral engagements, and candidly, it's an area where we believe there is opportunity for shared cooperation. I believe the number, and someone will have to fact check me on this, we have about 300,000 Chinese students studying in the United States, and so there is, of course, opportunity for greater collaboration and cooperation in these spaces. As it relates to visas, our visa process is quite rigorous and quite solid. And of course, we're not going to, it is done so without speaking to anybody's specific visa circumstance. The process is adjudicated in the utmost strict, rigorous, and legal manner. And so don't really have anything else to offer on that. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Questions interrelated.
Sure.
One, as Secretary of State for South and Central East, Donald Lu was in India and Maldives last week. I wanted to check with you, do you have a readout of his trip to Maldives, and what is the U.S. assessment of the situation in Maldives right now?
I don't have any readout from here, but let me check with the team and see if we can get back to you on that.
And second question, a day after the State Department notified the Congress about the decision to sell MQ-9B drones to India, Senator Ben Cardin, chairman of Senate Foreign Relations Committee, issued a statement saying that he had long negotiations with the State Department on this issue. Can you give us a sense what his main concerns were, and have all these concerns been addressed?
I'm not going to characterize Senator Cardin's comments. I would refer you to our colleagues at the Senate Foreign Relations Committee to speak to that. But what I can say is that this sale, we believe, will provide India with an enhanced maritime security and a maritime domain awareness capability. It offers India outright ownership of these aircraft, and this is something that we'll continue to deepen our cooperation with our Indian partners on. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you. Just a few days to remain in the Pakistani elections. There's a question mark on the fairness of the electoral process, as former Prime Minister and popular leader Imran Khan behind bars, not even allowed to contest elections. His political party symbol, a cricket bat, is also banned. United States always stood up for the democratic values and freedom of speech. What is your take on the scenario?
We're continuing to monitor Pakistan's electoral process quite closely, and as we have said, we want to see that process take place in a way that facilitates broad participation with respect for freedom of expression, assembly, and associations. We have concerns of all incidents of violence and restrictions on media freedom, freedom of expression, including internet freedom, and peaceful assembly and association. We're concerned by some of the infringements that we've seen in that space. Pakistanis deserve to exercise their fundamental right to choose their future leaders through free and fair elections without fear, violence, or intimidation. And it is ultimately for the people of Pakistan to decide their political future. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
The U.S. Secretary General is convening a conference this month to discuss about international and regional approach to Afghanistan. Sure. Meanwhile, Taliban have refused to work with the new UN envoy in Afghanistan. Do you support this initiative, and what the U.S. is doing to support the role of the new UN envoy for Afghanistan?
We believe it is important to be very clear about our State Department position, is that, we have no near-term plans to return any diplomatic functions to Kabul. We engage with many Afghans, including the Taliban, both inside and outside the country, but human rights and the return to school for women and girls are at the forefront of our engagement. And working with our allies and partners, which of course the UN is a key partner, we'll continue to press the Taliban to reverse these discriminatory edicts, particularly those that disproportionately affect women and girls, and those that we believe will affect any normalization of relations, and it's contingent on the respect for the rights of all Afghans. Go ahead, in the back. Yeah.
Thank you. On Russia, last week Russia presented evidence that Ukraine used a Patriot missile system to shoot down a Russian plane with 65 Ukrainian prisoners of war on board. Are you aware of this? Are you going to look into this incident and ask questions to Ukrainian partners?
Is it the same level of credible evidence that makes Russia claim that they have Crimea, or that all the territory that they took from Ukraine is theirs?
So you don't believe Russian claims?
No, I'm just following up with a question: is if it's the same level of credible evidence that the Russians have showed when it comes to their track record on telling the truth about other things.
Russia published pictures of the Patriot missile system.
As it relates to the specific incident that you're referring to, I will let our partners in Ukraine speak to that. But when it comes to credible information coming from Russia, they don't really have a lot of legs to stand on, given their immense track record of disinformation, not just in the region, but also broadly.
One more question.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So the United Nations Secretary General today condemned another Ukrainian attack that killed 28 people the other day, including one child. An American-made HIMARS rocket was used for this attack. Are you aware of this? Are you planning to condemn it, or anything else?
I've seen those reports, but again, given the track record that Russia has, we have no way of independently verifying that information. So, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Every day, the United States emphasizes the necessity of protecting civilians in Gaza and ensuring they receive their necessary stuff. However, the commitment does not seem to translate in action, especially after the United States suspended funding UNRWA based on suspicions only. This situation raises questions.
It wasn't based on suspicions. I just want to be very clear. There were credible allegations. So I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think that I take issue with the premise of your question.
Few members.
It doesn't, as I said to Saeed, it doesn't matter if it's 2 or 12. We think any participation in terrorism is incredibly troubling and problematic. It needs to be held accountable, and that's why we were glad to see UNRWA take these steps to internally investigate into what happened.
Is it United States truly I couldn't imagine incapable to provide people with their necessary stuff, their essential needs, and to protect them every day till now. Civilian bomb. The majority of them children, yesterday, today, before. And also I have friends and cousins in Gaza. They don't have, there is a huge shortage. They don't have their essential needs. I can't imagine that United States incapable to do that.
So
it's seriously or sincerely wants to help civilian people in Gaza.
Since October 7th, we have been unambiguous about the importance of getting increased regular flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza. And candidly, it is because of American diplomacy that we have been able to see aid trucks flow into Gaza, helping the Palestinian people. And as I was telling Jenny, on February 4th, 207 trucks with food, medicine, and other supplies entered Gaza. We are looking at a total of 10,500 trucks since October 21st. I'm not at all saying that this is enough by any means. We need more, and we will always continue to push for more. But this is at the forefront of the Secretary's mind. It's at the forefront of our mind. And we continue to believe that UNRWA does vital, integral, and important work in the region. And that is why we're going to continue to engage closely with donor countries, but also we look forward to seeing UNRWA work through its this investigation through the UN as well.
Okay, my second question, please. What human rights violation will Israel commit before America stop funding the IDF? Everything is targeting in Gaza, even the dead people.
I spoke a little bit to this when answering Jenny's question. We believe that every possible step needs to be taken to minimize civilian casualties. That's something we'll continue to press with the Israeli government, and we continue to believe that when international humanitarian law isn't complied with, that there needs to be accountability. Jackson, go ahead.
Thanks for that. What's your reaction to
You are watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take a 2-minute break. We're also keeping an eye on Pontiac, Michigan. Jennifer Crumbley back in the court here as a jury continues to deliberate. We'll see what the next update is from the courtroom coming up next on Live Now. All right, everyone, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We go back out to the courtroom in Pontiac, Michigan, in the Jennifer Crumbley trial as it continues. Jury was deliberating, but they had another question. Let's listen on Live Now.
I'm sorry, which instructions did you?
I was thinking, well, these are the preliminary instructions 2.9 and for 3.5, was it?
Oh, 2.9 I think would be appropriate here.
I'm sorry, 2.9 and what was the other?
3.5 maybe, but I don't think it says. I can bring them in and read 2.9 and 3.5 for them if you want. Talks about evidence, including only sworn testimony, witnesses, exhibits admitted to evidence, and anything else I tell you consider as evidence.
It seems on point, Judge.
I have no objection to 2.9. I am just making a record that I'm also requesting 3.2.
Okay, wait, do you want 2.9 or 3.5, either one of those? I'm trying to keep myself to answering the question that they asked. They have an instruction with them about reasonable doubt. They've heard it a bunch of times. They do not have in the jury room 2.9, although they do have 3.5. So,
Judge, the answer to the question is no, and I think reading 2.9 again and 3.5 probably appropriate given the question.
Okay. That's what I'm going to do.
Thank you.
I'm going to bring them in now. Okay?
Thank you, Judge.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to bring them in. Suited. Before we know it, I thought it'd be easier to bring them in and try to keep you in my terrible handwriting. So you asked, can we infer anything from evidence of witnesses that the prosecution did not bring? The answer is no. And you say specifically not bring in the shooter or other people who can answer how he specifically got the gun. So I'm going to take you back to our first day of trial and read you this instruction. That I read you on the first day. When it's time for you to decide the case, you're only allowed to consider the evidence that was admitted in the case. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I tell you to consider as evidence. You also have a copy of 3.5, which I'm going to read to you. You don't have a copy of 2.9. That was read at the beginning of the trial. 3.5 says, when you discuss the case and decide on the verdict, you may only consider the evidence that has been properly admitted in this case. Therefore, it is important for you to understand what is evidence and what is not evidence. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I told you to consider as evidence. Many things are not evidence, and you must be careful not to consider them as such. I'll now describe some of the things that are not evidence. The fact that the defendant is charged with a crime is on trial is not evidence. Likewise, the fact that she is charged with more than one crime is not evidence. The lawyer's statements and arguments and any commentary are not evidence. They're only meant to help you understand the evidence in each side's legal theories. You should only accept things the lawyers say that are supported by the evidence, provide your own common sense and general knowledge. The lawyers' questions to the witnesses and my questions to the witnesses are also not evidence. You should consider these questions only as they give meaning to the witnesses' answers. My comments, rulings, questions, and instructions are also not evidence. It's my duty to see that the trial is.
All right, so now the judge continues to give descriptions on the case to the jury right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a 2-minute break, and when we come back, we will be talking about the border battle that continues between Texas and the federal government. That's all coming up next on Live Now from Fox. Before we go, a live look here at Buckingham Palace on the news that King Charles III has a form of cancer. That major breaking news happening within this hour on Live Now. And we're back for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thanks again for being with us as always. Well, the battle right now between the federal government and Texas continues on the border surge as this back and forth between Texas Governor Greg Abbott continues. We want to continue our coverage right here on Live Now from Fox to take you out to the border, and that is where we find Fox News' Jeff Paul with the latest. Jeff, how you doing?
Yeah, Mike, and over the years of the times I've come out to the border, I have to say this is probably one of the most quiet periods I've ever seen. You know, we've seen a few smaller groups of migrants here in Eagle Pass, Texas, trying to cross into the U.S., but other than that, it's been very quiet. And Texas Governor Greg Abbott says a big part of the reason why is because of the things that he's done around here, putting up all this razor wire, putting up those new barriers. And, you know, one of the other things he's also done is, you know, send National Guard troops down here to sort of man the border. And he also, you know, yesterday having these 13 governors here from out of state saying that there is power in numbers. He first sort of gave them a security briefing about the situation on the border. And then shortly after that, 13 of these governors, some of them from Georgia, you know, like Brian Kemp, and you've got Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, they all went to Shelby Park. And that is the scene of where there's sort of this legal standoff between the Biden administration and Texas Governor Greg Abbott. What that entails is the fact that, you know, Governor Abbott and the state of Texas, they've been putting up more and more barriers, and they've been doing things that normally the federal government would be doing. Well, the Biden administration thinks that that is unconstitutional. However, Governor Abbott saying that the proof is in the pudding, and he says, look at the numbers. Right now, the numbers are incredibly down for the Del Rio sector. When you look at them from December to January, the latest CBP figures show for the Del Rio sector, which includes where we are here in Eagle Pass, Texas, down 76%, the apprehensions. But then when you look at other states like Arizona and California, just last week, the numbers showed that that number of apprehensions are up there. So Governor Abbott saying he's not going to back down and he's going to keep building that border fence that he says is the first instance where a state is building its own border wall. Mike?
Yeah, that's so true. And, you know, we look at cities like New York City that have just been inundated with this migrant crisis and trying to really alleviate the issues. So there is a clear sign that there is problems with the border now. And what will happen now in the coming days here as the Senate has proposed this legislation on funding for the border as well as other wars here. But what is going to go on at the border specifically this week here as Texas Governor Greg Abbott continues to try to make it safer?
Well, it's kind of a hurry up and wait. You know, we've heard from some people who call the southern border home that, you know, they look at this bill, what's in it, they don't think it's enough. You know, talk to other people, they say at least it's something. But one of the things you bring up is you bring up New York City, and we're pretty far away from there. And that's a point that yesterday Georgia Governor Brian Kemp brought up when he talked about his visit, what he's seeing here at the border. He says no matter where your state is, how physically close you are to the Texas or to the U.S.-Mexico border, every state right now is a border state because it is so widespread, and the issues that come from all of this migration at the southern border really affect every state. So it's going to be interesting what plays out in D.C. You've got, you know, some senators putting their support behind it, and then you look at the House, they say it's not going to get anywhere. So we'll have to hurry up and wait and see what happens with that.
Yeah, it will be one of the key talking points there coming up for these rallies with both presidential contenders. We appreciate it, as always, Jeff Paul, out there at the border for us here on Live Now from Fox. Take care.
Thank you, Mike.
And, of course, we got you covered here on Live Now. We are going to take our final break of the hour. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Taking a look here at Buckingham Palace as we continue to update you on the major breaking story today of King Charles being diagnosed with cancer. So we are going to continue to update you really throughout the day, awaiting more analysis and insight from others to give us really the perspective that this is happening on the other side of the pond here. But King Charles III has been diagnosed with cancer and is now receiving treatment, according to a statement from Buckingham Palace. During the King's recent hospital procedure for prostate enlargement, a separate issue of concern was noted. A statement released today from Buckingham Palace saying subsequent diagnostic tests have identified a form of cancer. The statement did not elaborate on the testing or the diagnosis. His Majesty has today commenced a schedule of regular treatments, during which time he has been advised by doctors to postpone public-facing duties. Buckingham Palace continued in their statement. Throughout this period, His Majesty will continue to undertake state business and official paperwork as usual. It also said Charles remains wholly positive about his treatment and looks forward to returning to public duty as soon as possible. The 75-year-old monarch was admitted to the London clinic on January 26th for treatment of an enlarged prostate. 3 days later, he was seen walking out of the clinic with his wife. Charles, who ascended to the throne 16 months ago, was diagnosed with an enlarged prostate on January 17th after he experienced undisclosed symptoms. The king decided to announce the surgery in advance in an effort to encourage other men to have their prostates checked in line with public health advice. In today's statement, the palace explained Charles chose to share his diagnosis to prevent speculation and in the hope it may assist public understanding for all those around the world who are affected by cancer. Details of royal health are always a tricky issue in the UK because members of the monarchy are private individuals, but also, in a sense, public property. Kate, Princess of Wales, also underwent surgery last month. Royal officials described it as a planned abdominal surgery that involved an extended hospital stay. She isn't expected to return to public duties until April there. So our thoughts again with King Charles and the rest of the royal family during this time. And we'll continue, like I said, to update you throughout the day right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. All right. Well, that is going to do it for my time here on the desk. But my colleague Andy Mack is going to guide you through the next several hours, including a major, big update from the Pentagon. Of course, this will be a big one given the recent airstrikes from the U.S. that started on Friday and went into the weekend there. So we'll be keeping an eye on that for you, as always, on Live Now from Fox. It is slated to go in about 30 minutes there. But also this week, you know, there's a big game coming up this Sunday. You might have heard about it, the Super Bowl. It's happening in Las Vegas. And, well, the teams are there. And now the official welcoming celebration in Las Vegas happened with the Super Bowl committee. We want to play a little bit on that right now on Live Now from Fox.
As we celebrate the 58th annual Super Bowl being held in our fabulous city of Las Vegas, please be mindful that this is the traditional and ancestral homelands of the Southern Paiute Nation. We are still here and we are thriving, not just surviving. With all things good and strong, thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Pete. And now, please welcome the co-chairs of the Las Vegas Super Bowl Host Committee, Mr. Maury Gallagher and Ms. Sandra Douglas Morgan.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Las Vegas if you're from out of town. This is a special day and a special week coming up that we've been looking forward to for a long time. I've been in this town for 30-some years. The last 10 have been electric. We have the abilities in this place in the United States and the world to do things, I think, uniquely, and you'll see it this week. One of the things that is so good about this town is we deal with scale and distance very well. We build hotel rooms in thousands when others do it in hundreds. And we deal in distances of quarter miles and half miles instead of many miles. half mile to the east, you have the airport. A half mile to the west, you have a beautiful new 60,000 seat stadium. So this town is really built to go and do the job. And we have great people to do it as well.
Great. Thank you so much, Maury. You can tell he's from the airline industry. It's been truly a pleasure to serve with Maury as Vice Chair of the Host Committee. On behalf of Mark Davis and the Las Vegas Raiders, we want to thank you all and welcome you all to Las Vegas. Welcome you to our home and Allegiant Stadium. We know it's going to be an incredible week, ending with a game that all of us will remember. I wanted to definitely thank, it's been a truly collaborative effort. I want to thank the National Football League for your incredible collaborative partnership, the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, Clark County, the state of Nevada. It's really been everyone truly working together to make sure this is going to be a week that none of us will ever forget. Last but certainly not least, we have to thank, in a debt of gratitude, to be able to bring such a true leader here to Las Vegas to help us pull this off in the Super Bowl Host Committee CEO, Sam Joffrey, who's led an incredible team of 15 employees, I mean a small group that's really put this on, and over 300 subject matter experts in every single area in Southern Nevada. So thank you so much, Sam, and for the Host Committee, for your leadership and for, honestly putting this all on. Thank you so much, and I hope you guys all have a great week.
Enjoy the week.
Hi, my name is Peter O'Reilly with the NFL. First of all, thank you, Chairwoman Pete, for that land acknowledgement. We appreciate that very much. And thank you, Maury and Sandra, for your leadership as chair and vice chair of the host committee. You have set the tone, and you've been incredible partners. Sandra wearing two hats here, both the host committee hat and the Raiders hat. And the Raiders, Mark Davis and the Raiders, are why we are here today. Without them and without their commitment to this community, we would not be here today. So we could not be more grateful for that partnership, and Maury, for your leadership. And Sam as the president and CEO, Sam Joffrey, that team, that trio, incredible leadership in everything that you've done. And we wouldn't be here without the people sitting here. Governor Lombardo, thank you for your leadership at the state level. Chairman Gibson, you and Clark County have been with us every step of the way. We consider it a true partnership, so thank you very much. And Steve Hill and the LVCBA, from the very beginning, multiple events here in this market, really, really true partners. So as I'm proud to stand here today on behalf of everyone at the National Football League, we could not be more excited to kick off Super Bowl 58 week here in Las Vegas, the first ever Super Bowl in Las Vegas. This is a big deal, and we are incredibly proud to kick off this week. As you know, the teams are on the ground. Both teams are here. They are settled in, and we've got an incredible matchup. A matchup, two teams vying for this beautiful trophy right here, and what a week ahead this will be. Clearly, the focus is on Sunday at Allegiant Stadium and that incredible stage that we have, but this is a week that is jammed-packed with accessible fan activities, and those are important words there. For fans who may not be able to be in Allegiant Stadium on Sunday, this week is packed. And it starts tonight with Super Bowl opening night, fueled by our partner Gatorade at Allegiant Stadium. We have not ever done a Super Bowl opening night in the Super Bowl stadium. So the more than 20,000 fans who will be in there tonight will be able to experience the Super Bowl fully dressed. You've seen the outside dressed, some beautiful graphics and beautiful decor on there, but this will be fans coming in to experience the Super Bowl stadium in all its glory, with all of the media there, both participating teams, all of the coaches, a great night to set the tone for the week. And then after that, our Super Bowl theme park opens up right next door here within this convention center, Super Bowl experience presented by our partner Toyota, and that is a theme park, an accessible way for fans of any age to come in and experience the NFL and be part of Super Bowl week. So much to view. The trophy will be there, the rings will be there, run the 40, kick the field goal, meet players. Just an incredible environment for every single fan. We'll also have Lunar New Year activations there. This year, Super Bowl coincides exactly with Lunar New Year, so weaving that into the experience that is going to take place right here at the convention center. The events are too many to name. There are hundreds, but when you think about Taste of the NFL, Super Bowl soulful celebration, NFL honors, just a litany of great events for people to be part of. You've probably seen a bit of the Super Bowl takeover. Thanks to our partners here, this is becoming a truly Super Bowl city. You see it on the side of Caesar's Palace, 65,000 square foot video projection every night there. You've seen the way the Sphere has been transformed into a Super Bowl look, and our official partners with their messages on there. Every evening, taking over the LEDs on the Strip with a Super Bowl message, and I reference Allegiant Stadium, some of the biggest hits, if you will, on the side of a Super Bowl stadium that we have ever done. This is clearly a sports town, and I'll lead with that, but obviously it's an entertainment town as well, and nothing is more synonymous with Super Bowl than entertainment as well. So the Apple Music Super Bowl halftime show, Usher is in the throes, full-on rehearsals, including at the stadium. That is headed to an incredible show on Sunday. A pregame that will have just some great special moments. The powerful voice of Andra Day singing Lift Every Voice and Sing. Post Malone singing America the Beautiful. Iconic country legend Reba McEntire singing our national anthem. Gwen Stefani performing at our official NFL tailgate, and on in terms of the entertainment elements and the way sports and entertainment come to life in this town, really unlike any other. And I can't not mention, and this is front and center for us, the legacy component and the impact this will leave well beyond the visitors leaving town. And our partnership with the host committee and what the Raiders do year-round in this community is so critical. The legacy that will be left behind, well beyond this game. There are 30-plus events that all of you have seen that are going on this week. I encourage you to check them out and experience them.
All right, just listening in there, the host committee welcoming so many people, tourists, media, the teams, the Kansas City Chiefs and the San Francisco 49ers to town as the big game there going to be played in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's going to be happening this Sunday, Super Bowl Sunday taking place, and of course, we're going to get into all of that is surrounding the game. And of course, when you're talking about Las Vegas, you're talking about gambling. And of course, you're also talking about the Super Bowl. I do want to put up just this tweet as well as they welcomed the teams into town last night in the kind of caravan there and welcome to the Super Bowl 58. And the insignia, like Las Vegas does it, they do it big. I saw some Elvis impersonators on the ground there as well. It was a fun day all around. We want to be joined right now by Fox Sports Radio betting analyst Jared Smith. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live and Now from Fox. Of course, it's a very exciting time here for the Super Bowl to get going as well. In terms of betting, what are we looking at most? And obviously, just give us some kind of early odds, the picks, the over-under. What are we looking at here in terms of the 49ers and Chiefs?
Yeah, well, it's great to be here, Andy, and it's a very exciting week for everything Las Vegas related. I've actually been living in town here now for 2 years. I've been a gambler my whole life, and just the fact that the game is here, talk about a long shot bet, just the game being played here, right? 20 years ago, it was the Raiders-Bucks Super Bowl in 2003. That was when the "what happens here stays here" Las Vegas television ad was kind of sweeping the nation by storm. The city of Las Vegas tried to actually get that ad playing during the Super Bowl, and the NFL said, no, we don't want anything to do with Las Vegas or any of that nonsense that takes place in your city. Well, flash forward 20 years later, now the game is actually being played here. So to come full circle from that, it's a very exciting week for the city. In terms of the odds and the market, I mean, you talk about two teams that are just bred for this moment. Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, obviously, just an incredible season. The Super Bowl MVP last year, Super Bowl winners last year, they have been in the front of all of the news because of the Travis Kelce stuff and the Taylor Swift stuff. But also the San Francisco 49ers, a team that has had a ton of success over the last few years under Kyle Shanahan. Of course, this is a rematch of the Super Bowl from 4 years ago. They were one win away from the Super Bowl last year, losing to the Eagles in the NFC Championship game. And this town, Las Vegas, tends to be a pretty pro 49er town. So I know there's not a lot of home field advantage in the Super Bowl, but if there was a little bit of home field, I would give it to San Francisco. They are the favorite in the game. So Patrick Mahomes, despite winning last week and all the great stuff he's been able to accomplish in his career, is an underdog by about 2 points as we head to Super Sunday this week.
That is sometimes good money there to put on underdog Pat Mahomes. And I just want to echo what you said. The NFL and gambling has had a complicated relationship, to say the least. To have it now in Las Vegas is going to be special. Of course, we already have a NHL team there, a Major League Baseball team, an NFL team, potentially an NBA team. So like you heard, Las Vegas, very much a sports town, now a Super Bowl town. You mentioned the odds right out of the gate. Pat Mahomes, a underdog, but in terms of the line and a little bit of movement, you kind of see, people talk about it, and you can kind of see where the line moves. San Francisco is a favorite, and they are the #1 seed in the NFC. Maybe what do we like about San Francisco, and maybe what would it take for them to maybe prove Pat Mahomes wrong and be the favorite, but also win a Super Bowl?
Yeah, I think when you look at what the Niners are, they've been the best team in their respective conference all season. They were the second favorite behind the Bills preseason to win the Super Bowl. They were one of the favorites, kind of tied with the Eagles to win the NFC all year. So it's not a surprise that they are in this game. The guy they're showing on your screen right now, Christian McCaffrey, I was looking through some numbers of McCaffrey and just what he's been able to accomplish, record-setting numbers with his scrimmage yards and the ability of the 49ers to run the football in this game with Christian McCaffrey, throw Elijah Mitchell into the mix as well, the backup running back for San Francisco. That is the weakness to this Chiefs defense. They are one of the most aggressive defenses in the NFL. Steve Spagnuolo, who's won Super Bowls with the Giants, of course, win it with the Chiefs last year as well. Very aggressive defensive coordinator. The Chiefs have a very strong secondary, which means sometimes passing against them is a little bit more difficult, but their rush defense not as strong. So I think Christian McCaffrey is going to have a big game here. I think he is the key to victory for San Francisco. On the other side of the ball, the Niners defense, we recall this Niners defense from years past with DeMeco Ryans, the defensive coordinator. Well, now he's the head coach of the Texans, and what an unbelievable year the Houston Texans had with DeMeco Ryans. It's obvious to me that since Ryans has left San Francisco, that defense has taken just a little bit of a step back. So while the Niners used to be a very good defensive team, they're still, I would say, slightly above average defensively. But if San Francisco is going to win this game, I think it's going to be the offense, the offensive line, the running game, keeping the ball out of Patrick Mahomes' hands. That is the script to how San Francisco pulls off this win.
Yeah, the Niners defense isn't what it used to be, but that up front, that defensive line is still as good as anyone in the NFL. And I do want to touch on the running backs, like you talked about. Christian McCaffrey earlier this season, it was death taxes and McCaffrey finding the end zone almost every single week. And I think Isaiah Pacheco on the Kansas City side has the longest streak currently going into this game of finding the end zone. Do you think in terms of Super Bowl MVP, because that's going to be a big one, Pat Mahomes won it last year, could we see a running back win an MVP in the Super Bowl this time?
The history says no, right? 19 of the last 26 Super Bowl MVPs have been quarterbacks. So it is, you are fighting an uphill battle if you are trying to get a non-quarterback across the finish line. I think if it was going to be a non-quarterback, it's going to be Christian McCaffrey. And if you look at what a lot of pundits say about the NFL this year, maybe he should get more recognition for the NFL MVP. I think it's going to go to Lamar Jackson. I think Christian McCaffrey is going to win the Offensive Player of the Year. Very well deserving. But in terms of the MVP of this game, this is kind of an interesting spot for this Niners team, right? Unlike the Chiefs, where a lot of the key players from the Chiefs are back from that Super Bowl run, that's not the case for the Niners. Most of the Niners' key players, especially Brock Purdy, the quarterback, Christian McCaffrey, the best player on offense, they were not on the Super Bowl team from 4 years ago. So this is kind of their moment. You do have some veteran holdovers like a Debo, who was actually in his rookie year that season, and a Trent Williams, who is just probably pound for pound the best offensive player in football. He's the stud left tackle for San Francisco. Those guys will be back, so they have the Super Bowl experience. But to me, if Christian McCaffrey has one of those explosive games that we're used to seeing during the regular season and in the playoffs, that might tip the scales and might kind of buck that trend of the quarterback winning the MVP in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because also San Francisco, a guy that doesn't get maybe enough love, and we talk about that enough, Brock Purdy, he's the second kind of favorite here to potentially win the MVP on that side. So we'll see if Brock Purdy maybe, despite proving those haters wrong once more time. I do want to ask you, because another guy on that screen is going to get a lot of television time this week. Travis Kelce, he's obviously a star for Kansas City. In terms of prop bets, in terms of Travis Kelce and maybe his significant other that we're going to talk about a little bit later, are there any fun prop bets that you're looking at right now, Jared?
So you're going to see a lot of really fun prop bets likely come into the market over the next few days. I'm already seeing some fun ones pop up, like how many times will they show Taylor and those kind of novelty props that are very popular when the Super Bowl comes around. In terms of brass tacks, like game props, I think this is a guy that you've got to bet to find the end zone. I mean, he is the red zone target for Patrick Mahomes and this Chiefs offense. You saw him make a play in that Ravens game last Sunday that I'll be honest, I don't know if there's any other tight end or quarterback in the NFL that can put the ball in that spot. And for Travis to make that catch, it was the first touchdown of the game. He had one of the best safeties in the league, Kyle Hamilton, guarding him. And Travis just kind of bent his body in a perfect spot and caught it. And again, that's a fluky play that probably run that play out 100 times. Maybe he catches it 10 or 15 times because of the difficulty, the degree of difficulty. But the fact of the matter is he is the main red zone target for this Chiefs offense. He is the go-to guy. So while the cameras might be fixated on Taylor, trust me, Patrick Mahomes' eyes will be very much locked in on number 87 once that ball gets into the red zone.
Yeah, Travis Kelce focused very much on this game, not at the Grammys last night. A lot of people potentially thought that was going to, the odds did not go in his favor that time for that as well. All right, Jared, thank you again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I know we're going to talk to you on Sunday leading up to the Super Bowl. Maybe in terms of how odds change over the course of a Super Bowl week, and injuries also play a factor, but it doesn't seem like there are too many big injuries. Just in terms of historical nature and how odds change, are we anticipating potentially any changes? Does the money usually change, Andrew? Does it stay consistent throughout the week if people are trying to bet on the big game?
Yeah, so the market can be a bit of a fickle entity sometimes in the betting space. You have a lot of offshore professional syndicates that will bet at random times. I think the early market move was on Kansas City. It got moved down to about a 1-point spread where the Niners were a 1-point favorite. The game opened at around 2.5. So you saw that early money come in on Kansas City. But then we saw a little bit of buyback, right? And that's very normal. You see that in the stock market all the time. Stock goes up, and then you see the sell-off, and then it'll go back up again after that consolidation. That's kind of what we saw in the market here early on. I do think when we get closer to, let's say, Friday would be my guess, we will see another flood of money from those professional syndicates come into the market, because that's when the limits tend to increase so they can bet more, and that's when the pros want to bet, when you can get more action down. So my guess is we'll see a little bit more movement heading into the weekend. But once we get to Sunday morning, my guess is we'll pretty much have a set line of where the closing number will be.
Yeah, it'll be all fun. I know it put a little bit of skin in the game. It always makes the game a little bit funny, more enjoyable, more entertaining. But obviously Super Bowl 58, Kansas City and San Francisco, going to be a thriller to say the least. Jared Smith, thank you again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We'll talk to you on Sunday.
Andy, talk to you soon, pal.
All right, talk to you. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. Great conversation there. And Las Vegas is going to host the Super Bowl, and sports betting obviously going to be the center of that. A complicated relationship, to say the least. A live look there. A tweet there from the NFL. Just the stage is set. Allegiant Stadium, San Francisco, Kansas City. The turf is currently getting some sun outside right now. They're going to move that indoors, as they do some of these new age stadiums. But the center of the sports universe here on this week. I do want to put up some video from yesterday as well. The arrivals of these two teams a week out. And of course, yesterday was the NFL Pro Bowl as well, but they give this week an extra week of preparation, an extra week of rest. You can see Pat Mahomes on the right side of your screen, the reigning Super Bowl MVP, and then on the left side of your screen, that is the San Francisco 49ers. I believe potentially Brock Purdy there walking down the stairs off the plane as they arrive in Las Vegas. These two teams not staying on the Strip. They're going to be quite a few miles away from the Strip to avoid all of that. But always fun, and Las Vegas is going to be the center of the sports universe this week. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue on. The Super Bowl taking place in Las Vegas, Nevada, but also along the West Coast. They're dealing with quite a bit of weather, and it was kind of a rainy day in Las Vegas, I believe, due to some of those storms along the West Coast. We do want to take you out to this, a live event going to get going shortly with LA Mayor Karen Bass providing an update. You can see some of the crews in the background there talking about potentially what's to come there as they are making preparations and getting all sorts of safety precautions out there for people dealing with this heavy rain and flooding in parts of that region. A live look in the LAX, Los Angeles International Airport. Still a wet day as they were expecting almost a foot of rain in some portions of that area. And a second atmospheric river, that's what they're calling it, is pummeling Southern California. It comes after the slow-moving system knocked out power to hundreds of thousands of people further north in the Bay Area. Fox weather correspondent Max Gordon has more.
It's the second major storm to hit California in less than a week. An atmospheric river called a Pineapple Express is threatening to drop nearly half a year's worth of rain in some areas by Tuesday.
I love the rain. I don't like the flooding.
The storm already knocking out power to hundreds of thousands of customers by Monday morning. Heavy rain and wind are now sending floodwater and debris through some Southern California communities.
When the embankments get really, really wet, a lot of times, rocks and sometimes even boulders can come down and they're in the roadway.
The conditions forcing evacuations and prompting Governor Gavin Newsom to issue a state of emergency for several counties from Santa Barbara down through San Diego. State officials have mobilized some 8,500 emergency responders to handle flooding and water rescues.
We were out checking out some of the areas that typically have some water rescues that we've seen in the past. They go out there to see what it looks like for this current storm because things may have changed since the last time that we've been out there.
Over the weekend, this slow-moving storm walloped northern and central California with torrential rain and powerful wind gusts. Utility crews are now scrambling to restore electricity.
We're getting a little worried now about the food in the refrigerator.
There's no heat and, of course, no lights. And so we're not really sure what we're going to do for dinner.
Some parts of Southern California have seen more than 9 inches of rain as more continues to fall. In Los Angeles, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
All right, thank you so much. And a couple of live pictures there out of the Los Angeles area. We're expecting to hear from the mayor about all of this. You can see some emergency management people in the background there working very, very diligently, dealing with power outages, heavy rain, and what they're calling life-threatening flooding in that region. Our Fox 11 team covering it very closely. We'll likely hear from them coming up a little bit later on as well. Also a live picture there on the screen out of Los Angeles and Los Angeles International Airport. We'll take you out to all of these details as soon as that happens here on Live Now from Fox. And just as I was talking about it out of Las Vegas, you can see a rainy day in Sin City, San Francisco, Kansas City. It's an indoor facility, so rain and weather will not be a factor on Sunday, but right now it is a cold and wet day there in Las Vegas. NFL opening night coming up in just a little bit later on tonight. We'll have all of those festivities throughout the week leading up to the game on Sunday. I do want to take you out to an event taking place or a press conference right now in Canada revolving around a different sport, hockey, as authorities scheduled a news conference to discuss a 2018 case that has led to sexual assault charges against 4 current NHL players and a former NHL player, all of whom were on Canada's World Junior Hockey team that year. The 5 players from that team have been charged with sexual assault. Carter Hart of the Flyers, Michael McLeod, and Cal Foote of the New Jersey Devils, Dylan Dubé of the Calgary Flames, and former NHL player Alex Formenton, who plays for a Swiss team. Of course, let's get you out to this press conference here from a little bit earlier from Canadian authorities.
And should time permit, you may have the opportunity to ask another question. We will commence today's press conference with Chief Tai Trung of the London Police Service. Chief.
Thank you, Sandasha. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for coming. I'm here today to share with you the results of an investigative review ordered in July of 2022 by now retired Chief Steve Williams into a 2018 sexual assault investigation. I will refer to the individual at the center of this case as the victim, in accordance with her wishes, rather than using terms such as complainant or survivor. This case stems from an incident on the evening of June 18, 2018 in downtown London, involving players of the Canadian junior hockey team who were in the city to attend a Hockey Canada event. After the event, the accused and several teammates met the victim at a downtown bar and later invited her to a hotel room where the sexual assault by the individuals now charged took place. The initial investigation conducted from June 2018 to February 2019 concluded without charges, as it was determined by investigators at that time that there were insufficient grounds to lay a charge. This decision led to the case being closed. A comprehensive review was initiated over 3 years later on July 20th, 2022. This review involved re-examining initial investigative steps, gathering additional evidence, and obtaining new information. As a result, we have found sufficient grounds to charge 5 adult males with sexual assault. Those charged are as follows. Michael McLeod, age 26 of Mississauga, Ontario, 2 counts of sexual assault. Alexander Formanton, age 24 of Barrie, Ontario, 1 count of sexual assault. Carter Hart, age 25 of Cherry Hill, New Jersey, 1 count of sexual assault. Callan Foote, age 25 of Denver, Colorado, 1 count of sexual assault. Dylan Dubé, age 25 of Calgary, Alberta, 1 count of sexual assault. These individuals have surrendered to the London Police Service and were released on undertakings, with their first court appearance occurring this morning. This investigation has been a lengthy and complex process. I want to recognize and acknowledge the victim for her courage and her incredible strength throughout. I know there are questions regarding the initial investigation and the findings of the 2022 review. It is important to understand that as the Chief of Police, while I am committed to transparency and accountability, I must also ensure that I do not compromise the ongoing legal process. There is a place and there is a time for me to provide those answers, and that time is not now. Therefore, I cannot discuss details.
Are you just listening in there? Canadian authorities there announcing the official charges of those 5 NHL players, 4 currently on NHL rosters and a 5th that used to play in the NHL. Of course, the sexual assault happened back in 2018 when they were members of Canada's junior team there. So we're following that very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Turning our attention back here stateside, let's take you out to Los Angeles. We're expecting to hear from Karen Bass about the major life-threatening flooding in Southern California. Let's listen into this live press conference here right now out of Southern California.
If you are taking that live, I would go live when the superintendent begins his remarks in Spanish. And with that, also, for questions and answers, on hand, we have Marty Adams, General Manager and Chief Engineer of LADWP. We have Ara Garcia, President of the Board of Public Works. We have Keith Mose, General Manager of Streets LA. We have Laura Rubio Cornejo, General Manager of LADOT. Ted Ross, General Manager of Information Technology Agency, ITA. We have Nathaniel Vergao, Deputy Chief Programs Officer at LASA. We also have Lourdes Castro Ramirez, Chief of the Housing and Homelessness Solutions in the Mayor's Office, as well as Carol Parks, General Manager of EMD. And with that, I will hand it over to Mayor Bass.
Good
Good morning, everyone. First, I want to begin by thanking our first responders, who since yesterday afternoon have been actively responding to this historic storm. Yesterday marked the 10th wettest day in the history of this city since recording rain amounts in 1877, 10th wettest day in the history of the city. With unprecedented rain came unprecedented preparation, and now comes unprecedented response. All through the night, firefighters, police officers, street repair crews, traffic engineers, parks and rec staff, and the entire city family have worked to address this storm. To help facilitate this response, this morning I have signed a declaration of a local emergency which will help our response and ensure that the city has the required resources to respond to this storm now, but also in the recovery period. Our message to Angelenos is vital now more than ever. Stay safe and off the roads. Only leave your house if it is absolutely necessary. Stay informed. Register for Notify LA at emergency.lacity.gov to sign up for alerts and get more information. We have had to evacuate certain neighborhoods, which I know may cause stress to other Angelenos wondering if their neighborhood will be next. Know this, if we need to issue an evacuation warning, Angelenos will be notified through Notify LA. If there is an evacuation order, LAPD will perform door-to-door evacuation notifications if needed. We asked Angelenos to please follow evacuation notifications. We asked Angelenos to please follow guidance and to keep your devices charged and have your emergency supplies and medications on hand. I do have to say that we have had to rescue individuals in certain neighborhoods because they did not follow the evacuation orders. So we ask that when notified that you need to evacuate, please do that so you do not end up needing to be rescued. Our Emergency Operations Center is designed for earthquakes, fires, and storms like this. This is where we are right now. So the City of Los Angeles is activated with our county partners and ready to go. This is all part of our continued proactive response to the storm's potential impacts. Just like our preparation for Tropical Storm Hillary paid off in August because Angelenos listened. I am confident we will weather this storm too, because once again, the city and the county are prepared. We are sharing information, and I've been seeing Angelenos take action to make common sense preparations. Please keep 911 lines open for life-threatening emergencies, including fallen power lines. We have extended 311 hours for this storm for flooded roads, fallen branches, flooded gutters, and more. For power outages or water main breaks, call DWP at 1-800-DIAL, D-I-A-L, DWP, 1-800-DIAL, DWP. For the last week, my office, along with the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, we have been doing intensified outreach to people experiencing homelessness along the LA River and in high flood risk areas. If you have friends or relatives who are unhoused, please direct them to call 211 and seek a shelter nearby. We do have shelter beds available. I'm going to make sure that every city department does its part, and I'm going to make sure that we are providing the people of Los Angeles with all the information they need. Now, in turn, we need every Angeleno to use common sense to stay safe and stay out of the way of any fallen trees, falling wires, flooded roads, and other hazards. Let's also keep the roads clear for our emergency crews. We will continue to provide updates as circumstances warrant. And now let me introduce our Fire Chief, Kristen Crowley, for an update.
All right, hello everybody. As we continue to cope with this storm, the Los Angeles City Fire Department, in conjunction with our other city departments, has been working tirelessly to assess the extent of the damage and to provide immediate assistance with those individuals in need. The Emergency Operations Center does remain activated to a level 2. And all city departments, under the direction of Mayor Bass and our other city leaders, are collaborating to ensure the safety of all residents. Now, throughout the night, city services worked diligently to minimize the impacts of this storm. The greater Los Angeles area has received 2 to 5 inches of rain and 5 to 10 inches of rain within the Santa Monica Mountains and the Topanga Canyon area. This rain has resulted in citywide incidents increasing by over 30%. Now, in preparation for the storm, the LAFD added additional teams of swiftwater rescue, community emergency response, urban search and rescue, hand crews, tractor companies, helicopter pilots, command, and dispatch to assist the 1,000 LAFD firefighters already on duty. The LAFD will continue to maintain an augmented resource deployment until this storm passes. Now, during the storm, the Los Angeles City Fire Department has already responded to over 130 flooding incidents, 49 mud and debris flows, extinguished half of a dozen structure fires, affected several water rescues for stranded motorists, and managed a 132% increase in our automatic alarms. Now, our hillside areas within the city, there have been several mudslides, within an increased risk of additional slides as the storm continues throughout the day. Now, firefighters have evacuated 16 residents from the Lock Ridge Road located in the Studio City.
You're listening in there to Mayor Karen Bass and other officials in Los Angeles detail the catastrophic flooding, the life-threatening flooding there taking place in Southern California. We're currently waiting on a Pentagon press briefing. Let's try to slide away for a quick 2-minute break and then time this up next on Live Now.